Family, come in. If you guys have not heard, there's been breaking news. Okay? Breaking news. Let me explain this to you all. Okay? Conservative social and political commentator Charlie Kirk, he's the executive producer of Turning Point USA. That's a right wing platform that promotes conservatism, American conservatism, and things like that. That's what they promote. That's what they push, right? Was at a college campus today doing one of his things where he goes around and he has quote unquote debates with people. He has these debates with people who have opposing views. People know of Charlie Kirk. People know of that, especially if you're politically aware of the situation. Charlie Kirk has been around for years. It was at this situation, and someone allegedly came up to him, or not came up, but well, not even allegedly, it's the case. Someone in the crowd, among the crowd, had pew-pewed Charlie and got him in the neck. They came and they got Charlie Kirk in the neck. I'm gonna let some people come up in just a second. And now Charlie Kirk has been pronounced deceased. Charlie Kirk is no longer alive. Charlie Kirk is dead. Charlie Kirk he's passed away. The gunshot, the wound that he suffered in his neck was too severe. Okay, Charlie Kirk is no longer here. So a lot of people are talking about this as political violence, and that the political violence should never be tolerated under any circumstance whatsoever. And I'm not here to condone political violence. I'm not here to condone the assaulter. I'm not here to condone that. I'm not here to celebrate any of that. But I think it's time for the community to have a reflection. I think it's time for us to have a conversation about, let's be honest, about, and I'm going to let some people up in just a second because we're not going to be on long whatsoever. I'm going to let people know, like, hey, like Malcolm said when JFK got pew-pewed when he was unalive. Malcolm said that, you can't get mad when the devil's chickens come back home to roost. And Charlie Kirk promoted and enabled this system of injustice, the system of white supremacy, and people can't and unfortunately, it's the reality of the situation is that Charlie Kirk fell by the monster he created. Charlie Kirk created this monster. Charlie Kirk promoted this monster. Charlie Kirk created this Frankenstein that he used really to attack black people. It's very interesting that the very, very last things that Charlie Kirk was ever saying was an attack on black crime, attack on black violence. In the middle of him attacking black people and trying to dehumanize black people, his life was taken from him. Some people say that's poetic justice. Some people say that's irony, but a lot of people want to speak. So I'm going to start letting some people up so the conversation can get started, because we're not going to be on long. I was literally just on Twitter talking about this. I literally
That's a silly ass position. That's literally not what happened.
Hold on, no. Hold on. Let me wait for everybody to come up here. So we can have...
Hold it down, Nakai.
So
we can wait all we want, but I'm gonna call you out on that bullshit. I mean, this is some real serious bullshit.
No, you're not gonna call me out on anything. Okay. If you come up and disagree, you can disagree, but you're gonna be civil here, or you're gonna be removed. I don't really have the patience nor the time today to be warning people how to act. I really don't. So if you don't already automatically know how to act, you're going to be removed. But this is what the community is talking about. I want to hear, like, what's going on. You know what I'm saying? As of right now, this is still breaking news. They're saying they got a guy in custody, but the guy in custody isn't the guy who did it. We don't know if this was some inside job. We don't know.
Yeah, but they did say that person was released and they found someone else.
Who did they find?
Suspect.
Who did they find?
They're still investigating. Supposedly, I was watching in the news. They're still investigating. They're doing the interrogations and all that stuff. But they released the first supposedly person. So now they got a second person.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people, like I said, the news is still breaking. We don't know. Yeah, we don't know.
I just watched CNN right now. It didn't say that. Like, they don't have anybody in custody right now, as of right now.
Well, that's listen. I got it from TikTok. I was watching live on TikTok the news, and
Yeah.
that's what I heard. And
Well,
I'm not
and
gonna. I'm
It
not
looks
gonna
like
make that up. I don't have no reason to.
I watched on CNN on live. It looked like they were
I wasn't
mumbling.
watching
They were,
CNN.
okay, hold
they,
on,
they had nothing.
hold on, everybody, because everybody can't hear. Let's be honest. We don't want to spread any misinformation. I'm going to
Correct.
tell you what I've heard so far, and then I'm going to tell you what some of the breaking news, because there's news breaking about this. This literally just happened a few hours ago. So it's a lot that we don't know. All right. I heard that they immediately caught a suspect who was an older white man. They immediately caught him. Then the spokesman of the university said that that's not the one who did it. Okay. So it's it's up in the air who really did it. That's what we know as of right now. But they did catch somebody. If they released him, I don't know if he's connected. It seems kind of odd to me, I will say. It seems odd that they just randomly grabbed somebody, though. It seems like I don't know why they would just randomly grab that person if he wasn't connected to it at all. That just kind of seems odd. I don't know
It
if he
looks
was a
like,
distraction, if he was the fall guy. It could be. Who knows? This
but
It's a lot we don't know.
they did confirm that it could possibly come from a rooftop. Even that, they're not very sure. So this is very new and very live. So nobody is in custody right now, as we know.
Yes, there is a video floating around of a potential shooter on the roof. If you do look and search for that, there is a potential video of a individual on a rooftop. I mean, it would make the most sense from the way the angle of the shot was taken. He was in a kind of like ditch like environment, so it had to be.
Let's set the decorum because we're on TikTok. We got hundreds of people in here. Yeah. So let's BX. We got to be real quick. We got to be real quick.
Okay. All right. So there are 400 people in the room. Please tap the screen, share the live. You see the orange heart, click the heart, complete the daily missions, and don't forget to claim your points. What that does is it pushes Afro Lee into the algorithm and helps with his rankings, and it also unlocks cool stickers and stuff for you guys. So when you come on a panel, immediately go on mute until directed to speak. When directed to speak, please lead with your ethnic group. What I
Okay,
mean
but
by no,
yeah,
got
yeah,
it?
you can't leave
Yeah.
with your ethnic group, and then that's gonna be that. But because I still got to go on YouTube. I'm just trying to get this Twitter
Listen,
space, so
I got you.
we're
I
gonna
got you.
be
I'm
real
gonna
quick.
mute up.
We're
So
gonna let.
ethnic group. Do the ethnic group or okay, so if you're a black American, these are the qualifications, the criteria to be black American. Your ancestors have to have been in the United States of America between 1863 through 1865 and found on the 1870 census. If your ancestors does not meet that criteria, then you are not a black American, African American, nor should you identify as a foundational black American or foundational anything, because all these groups are popping up. So then you would be your parents' country of origin,
Oh,
which
oh,
means that's it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Jamaican
Oh,
American, Haitian American, Nigerian American, Afro Latina is different than a Black American. We don't share the same house, so we're not the same. Please don't come
okay.
up here and say
I
that. I
agree.
Yeah,
land.
I want to. Okay, now, as far as the rules, don't say gun. Don't say just say pew pew. Say don't say unalive. Tell them the rules as far as that's concerned, because we lose. I don't want people to leave the room. So
I love
just keep it
no
TikTok friendly.
problem. Yeah, TikTok friendly. So you got to say pew pew, strange fruiting, unaliving, and also if you're unsure of how to say a word, please spell it out. We'll understand.
All right, we're gonna give because there's a lot of people who want to come up. We there's a lot of people. It's popping right now. So we're gonna give everybody a minute, and then we're gonna start yeah, we're gonna give everybody a minute. All right. So let's get to embrace everyone. You gotta calls. Right, I'm getting a lot of calls right now. You got 1 minute to go ahead and say what you got to say about the subject.
No, all I was saying, yeah, I was just, reiterating what I heard. But,
Okay.
you guys gonna have to hear it for yourselves. I know what I heard. But other than that, I mean, I watched the debates between him and others. I mean, it's sad that this country has come to that. The fact that freedom of speech, you can't even, have that given right. And this happens. At the end of the day, nobody has the right to take no one's life, period, regardless of the circumstances. No one. That's my rebuttal there.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. You know, let's get you, my brother, delineationist.
Hey, thank you for allowing me to speak. There's a couple of things that we need to talk about this individual. He did not like our community. He has been saying disparaging things about our community, and he doesn't have a background or education to speak on the topics that he was speaking on, especially when it came to criminal justice and violence in the community. And when somebody gives misleading information, it becomes propaganda. My question to people is this: since when white tea spaces are not safe, is it right for us to call it all lives matter? Because all lives matter was there, and not all lives were protected. Not all lives was cared about or respected. But the point that I want to highlight, ma'am, and other people is that he brought that onto himself. He really did.
He did.
Wait, well, the chicken's coming home to roost. Is that the case? Let's get to Manny. Manny, you got it.
Okay, so I feel like um
I'm gonna have to cycle certain people out because I know some people want to speak, but thank you, Manny. Go ahead.
I feel like it was fucked up. Like, we can't cuss on here.
Try not to. Try to curse as least as
It
possible.
was messed up. I don't care what he was saying. I don't know. I feel like some people just
Hold on. Wait a second, Manny. What's going on?
Ethnic group. Did we get her ethnic group?
What's your ethnic group?
Manny?
what do you mean? I'm black.
Black what? Black American, Afro
Yeah,
Caribbean?
black American.
Okay, go ahead. Cause yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like it was messed up. I mean, I don't feel like he deserved it. I don't care what. I mean, I don't really know. I know I would see him debate with a lot of college kids from here and there, but I never would have thought that anybody would take it that far to kill him or whatever, or take
Unalive.
unalive him. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's all I gotta say. That shit is it's weird to me.
Yeah, I don't think any. Well, I'm not saying that it was deserved.
What's up,
Of
buddy?
course, you don't want to be liable.
Yes.
I'm not for liability's sake. I'm not saying that it was.
You know,
I
working
don't think
today?
anybody's saying that. I think we're saying that this is
Oh, I know. I'm just I had
Now,
to
let
say
me
that.
ask you a question. And let me ask you a question. For the people who are
Do you
saying that
hit the
Charlie
gym
Kirk,
sometimes?
bought this on himself, if you don't mute yourself,
Which
you're
one?
going to be removed. There's too many people who are waiting to speak civilly for you to interrupt. All right. If people are saying that Charlie Kirk bought this on himself, this is kind of the energy he bought on, and this is karma. What do you think about that?
I think it sounds crazy, the man he can say whatever he want to say, you don't got to agree with it. It's people like they say things every day that I don't like.
Okay, and we can respect that. I think though, I mean, saying something, but let's be honest. Every single black person that's ever been pew-pewed and unalived. I'm talking about from George Floyd to Breonna Taylor to Sandra Bland to Mike Brown to Eric Gardner to Trayvon Martin to Sonia Massey. Charlie Kirk is on the front line condemning the victim. Let's not memorialize Charlie Kirk. Let's not do that. Charlie Kirk is out there saying that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. Let's not sit up there and act like Charlie Kirk was just somebody with some different opinions. Let's not do that. Charlie Kirk was out there. He was one of the main people promoting hate speech. I'm not saying that this is a good thing, but I am saying that this is the environment that he created. I'm saying that.
I mean, I guess I
And
guess you could say
I
that.
just
I
don't
guess you
feel
could
like
say
our
that.
heart should be in sorrow because I don't recall Charlie Kirk's heart ever being in sorrow over a black death.
Right. And I'm not in sorrow either, but what's been going on these last couple of months, and this kind of like the icing on the cake for real, it's getting weird in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah. Stuff is getting is
You feel me? Like I could
yeah.
really care less, not like that, but but it's getting weird. That's all I got to say.
Yep. All right. Yeah, that's true. All right. Let's get to Christian. Christian.
I'll start off by saying this. As Charlie Kirk, you cannot go around, right? You can't go around saying the things that you're saying and not expect, not saying you should expect something to happen, but you have to be on guard. Now, I'm not saying I agree with them and I don't agree with them, but like you say, chickens come home to roost, possibly. But as a man of Christ, no one deserves to be pew-pewed in such a shape or form. Evil like that does not belong in this world. But I will reiterate, you can't go around saying the things he says and spewing what you spew and not be on guard for something like that to happen.
Okay. Hey, a lot of people snap.
And I do want to also say,
Afro.
I'd also want to
Huh?
say there
You're
was
not asking ethnic group.
there
Okay,
was a,
we'll
I'm
skip past that
Afro-American.
too.
I'm Afro-American. I was
Okay.
born in America. My ancestors are African-American. There was a pew pew event in Colorado. People need to understand that there needs to be something done about gun violence in this country.
Can't say that word.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't say what word.
But thank you.
G-U-N?
But the thing
G-U-N?
is, hold on. Here's the thing. Charlie Kirk, you want to talk about that? Charlie Kirk was one of the main people talking about defending the Second Amendment. Let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm somebody who's a Second Amendment. I practice the Second Amendment. I own a device. I will say that I'm a device owner for TikTok's sake. I practice. I go to the range and I practice my Second Amendment rights. So I believe in that. But the thing is that Charlie Kirk believes in that in a very different way. Charlie Kirk believes that there should be really no regulation on his kind owning weapons. Okay, so hey, this is the monster Charlie Kirk created. He believed that his kind should have no regulation when it comes to owning any type of device. Oh, well. All right. I mean, I'm not saying he deserved it, but I think this is a learning lesson for a lot of people. Let's get to Ken.
Okay, so I definitely think we are standing on the edge of a revolution right now. For too long, systemic oppression and unchecked gun violence and political
Did
polarization
you say pew
will
pew or
have
something? Or?
our communities. And I didn't mention this before, but I am African American. Yeah, so this has crushed our communities while those in power, they look away. And I don't think violence should be the answer, but the truth is violence has always been the reality imposed on us, whether you're a person of color or even if you're just honestly a poor white person, they treat them like shit too. But figures like Charlie Kirk, they loudly champion gun rights, but they remain silent when those very guns devastate the lives of poor people and people of color. And America's obsession with producing and protecting firearms has always outweighed its concern for protecting human life. And we always just prioritize capitalism and white supremacy, honestly. And when our lives are treated as disposable because of the color of our skin and our circumstances, it forces us to question the value of the lives who defend and profit from the system, like Charlie Kirk, because as everyone has been saying, he did not care, about gun control at all. He promoted it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, all of it, yeah. And let's be honest, most of his attacks and his biggest claim to fame was his anti-black attack. Okay, it's not, he wasn't evenly attacking all communities. He was in particularly known for attacking black communities, known for attacking things that are quote unquote woke or DEI and all of that stuff. Now, you say he attacked minorities? Not even. No, it was not no even thing. Y'all not gonna do that. But thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. We got to get to some other people. Let's get to Keisha.
Thanks, host, for having me. I'm Afro-American. Family goes all the way back to the 1700s here in the South Carolinas. My take on this is a few things, and I start from a legal perspective. Everybody needs to let this play out with who was detained, who was what. This is fresh off the scene. It just happened today. Nobody knows what, because I've been seeing a lot of theories and just super crazy, stupid stuff just being said already, and nobody has a clue how the system actually works. And I'm also of thought that when you speak on the dead, you just tell the truth about who they were in life. I'm not going to sugarcoat what the F this man was while living. People are like, oh my God, I'm just so hurt. I'm not hurt about shit. Sorry. I'm not hurt about anything because what you said against my community, okay, how you and how you went, that's very sad, but I don't feel any type of way. All I want from us moving forward is, and I don't say anybody deserves to go. I'm really of that thought. I don't care how far left, how far right. Nobody deserves to go in a violent manner if you don't go naturally by the Lord. But, however, comma, if your ass is out here spewing the rhetoric that you're spewing and something happens to you, because I do believe don't write a check your ass can't cash, then that's on you. So, like I mean,
Okay, hey.
sorry, I had a call. I've been having calls too. I just think right now everybody just needs to let this play out because it is what it is. He's where he is, and I have no clue where he is. But hey, God's gonna take care of that because whatever was on his heart, whether it was for play or for real, he got to answer for it.
Yeah. Yep, that's true. That's true. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get to, we got a lot of people in here. Let's get to coming 871. Thank you very much. And as far as it legally, and I'm not trying to be liable for anything, I don't know anything. As except for the things that have been confirmed, I'm not here to confirm anything. I do think that overall the result of the life he lived is the reality of why it happened to him. I can say that with full conviction, that the life that he chose to live, the rhetoric he chose to spew, whether this was an inside job or whether this was some random person, regardless of the fact, the life he chose to live and the things he chose to say and the things he chose to stand by is the reason for it. Whether it's karma, whether it's an inside job, a hit, I don't know. Okay? But I do know that much. Don't create monsters and then be surprised when the monsters turn on you. All right?
Host, real quick, they're probably going to make him their martyr now.
Oh yeah. Oh Lord. Yes.
Just for that. I just wanted to say that real quick, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get to becoming. Got a lot of people trying to get as many people in here. Becoming, you got it.
Okay, hey, how y'all doing? Okay, from what I've been told, can you come right back to me, please? My baby around me real quick.
Okay. All right. Well, that's that. We'll do that. Let's get to that Overwatch guy.
What's going on, BX? What's going on, Afro?
How you doing?
All day. I'm gonna keep it short and simple. I'm gonna say this, man. Charlie Kirk been out there in these streets talking a lot of stuff. And I'm the type of person that I believe in the First Amendment, right? But that doesn't make you free from consequences. By no stretch of the imagination should this man have been, clapped up. But my thing is, you walk around, you saying all these things as if the people won't come over here and wipe your nose for you, bro. So with that being said, hey, I won't say he had it coming, but he definitely had something coming. And with that, I'll end.
Okay, Becoming, are you with us?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay, so I'm never for violence or anything like that, but we have to think about whatever you put into this universe, it will come back to you. Over the years, I have been seeing his platform, and all he do is attack. But I'm gonna be honest, Black Americans. That's all he do is attack as far as crime on crime, ABs, all types of stuff. And what he failed to realize is, even if there was people at one point that who did feel some type of way about Black people, they now have biracial grandkids. They now have Black in-laws, Black daughter-in-laws, Black father-in-laws. That's something he didn't look at. And I'm sorry for his loss as far as when it comes to his child, but I don't mourn him at all because all he did was put out hate. And that's how I feel. And I don't put unaliving on anybody. I don't want that for anybody. But whatever you put out, it will come back to you. And that's all he did.
Hey, real talk, real talk. I mean, karma is something. Karma is something. All right, and what's funny is his last words were literally about black on black crime. As funny as that is, the last thing
And
that left his
hoes,
mouth was
and
black on
hoes,
black crime.
and hoes. I don't
That's
mean to interrupt you,
crazy.
but hoes, I don't mean to interrupt you. But another thing that I heard, they said right before it happened, the person who was talking to him was asking him, "How do you feel about violence in public areas, like far as schools and stuff?" So he was about to answer them. I don't know exactly what he said to them, but whatever he said, it wasn't an answer. It wasn't what they was expecting, because you never know. It could have been somebody who had a child that was lost in unalive in the school.
Yeah, that's true. We don't know. I mean, and that
In a
rhetoric,
public
it gets
place.
dangerous. All that stuff gets dangerous. We don't know. We don't know what happened, but the life he chose to live is what turned out. This is the result of that.
Yes. And that's what people not failing to realize. Like, y'all mean to tell me this man was on every platform talking about this and talking about that. He was he was okay with GUNs being out there. You know what I'm saying? He was
Yeah.
okay with that, having however many you wanted. So you mean to tell me that that's something you wanted, and that's how whoever did what they did, and not only that, it was a white male again.
Yep. But thank you. We gotta get to some other speakers. We got a lot of people in here. Thank you very much. I appreciate your statement. Let's get to um Otto. I
Auto
don't show the yeah. I don't know how to.
optimist, but
Okay. Oh,
I'm
you got it. You got it.
I'm Afro American. Um, I think it's kind of ironic that he was in Utah, in a mostly whitey city, where he should have felt his safest to say whatever he wanted to say, and something like this came to bite him, especially when he had mentioned the very thing 2 years ago, saying that there would be some sacrifices for us to have pew pew laws and access to them, and then for that to happen the way that it did. As far as me thinking right or wrong, I don't even have a comment with that. It happened. Hope the law takes care of it itself. I don't think this man should be remembered as a martyr, especially when he vilified our communities all these years. And then for him to be used as some kind of symbol where the country should get behind the caring and feeling of him, he gets no sympathy from me that he did not give to us, our children, our moms, none of that. I think this man was a symbol of what they were trying to head to. I always looked at him as sort of like a little Trump, and I think he was heading in that direction, and what happened.
Hey,
That's it.
I appreciate that. Just trying to get the community's feeling on that. It seems like we all in an alignment with how we feel. Let's get to Supreme Divine. Thank you very much, Optimus. Appreciate that.
Peace, peace.
Thank
How
you.
you doing, Afro? Thank you for having
I'm
me.
good. I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm part of the most prestigious Allegiant group of people that you could imagine, Foundational Black American. I just want to say my piece, man. I am a radical. I will watch my words, and everything I say is not on the behalf of the host or anyone else in the live, but I am happy what happened to the subject that matter. I feel like he used a lot of dog whistles in politics, and people are saying that words shouldn't bring about such actions. Well, part of the propaganda campaign that they run brings upon a lot of actions that are coming into play right now. So words are very effective. It's one of the greatest tools, if not the greatest tool, that you can use in history. So what happened to him is just, and as you said, chickens have come home to roost. And I just would like to give a shout out to the assailant of his, how can I say, his good skills in placement of that projectile. I mean, you couldn't place it any better than he did. I land with that.
not us promoting violence. This
Well
is
then.
people speaking their own thoughts and opinions on the situation. Let's get to
Well.
hold on. Let's get to motion picture.
What's going on, Afro? Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm definitely a Black American, foundational Black American. But I didn't know a lot about Charlie Kirk. I done seen him here and there, but I did some of the research and seen what he said about Dr. King, seeing what he said about the civil rights movement, seeing what he said about Breonna Taylor, seeing what he said about George Floyd. So he done said a lot of derogatory things about our community. I also seen that he said he don't want any regulations on, the pew pews and them having, any regulations on them having pew pews. So that was, strange. But at the same time, I still don't want to set that precedent out that outspoken people and people that believe in what they believe should be, unalived, especially on, national internet like that, because it sets a bad precedent for people like me, because I speak out and I talk and I'm building my platform. People like you, Afro, Tyreek, and everybody else that's speaking out that could put a dangerous light on people. So we don't need that to be normalized. He don't need to be a martyr because he didn't stand for anything but, disparaging comments about our community, unfortunately. But I don't want to see anybody unalive like that on, the internet and let that be a precedent and put other people in danger. I land with that.
Can I say something to that?
Yeah.
Real quick. Okay, I'll say this. Everybody needs to go outside right now and look at the flags. You know why? Because they just lowered them for this man. That is so wrong to do in this country, because they only lower the flags for political figures, and it's only generally presidents or people who have sat on the Supreme Court. And the reason why that is so dangerous is because they're basically saying Charlie Kirk is a representation of America, and he is not. To represent this country, and this goes from his views off of Israel and everything down to Black American people. He has been nothing but harmful. He has been harmful to all communities, including his own, and that is why I'm glad that he got off where he did, because if it was any other demographic, any other political party, or anybody else that has done it, we would have been attacked. And that is why it is so important that we have to realize that these people who have these type of platforms are extremely dangerous, because they spit out rhetoric to harm other people, and then want to play like they're the victims when their hate is met with what they're putting out there. So therefore, he should have just shut his little no-lip mouth and stayed in his lane. Because if he actually knew what he was talking about, he would be on some type of platform, or he would be a political figure, but he's not. And that's the point. He goes to these colleges to brainwash these kids into thinking that he's absolutely a god, and he's not. He is not a god. He is not anybody that we should ever even be listening to, because he's a hateful person. And that is, hate is met with hate, regardless of whatever race you are, because he is a terrible person.
A lot of people are saying that.
Who's saying I'm out of control? I'm very calm. I'm just passionate. I'm sorry that you never met with a woman with a lot of passion. We should be passionate about this, because the flag shouldn't be lowered for somebody that's an influencer. He's an influencer. He is not anybody of importance.
Let me also say this: the whole environment, and this is something that you really see a lot when it comes to like the alt-right and that the ilk, like the MAGA-ish ilk. You see this a lot where they go to college campuses. You see this with him. You see this with Steven Crowder. Ben Shapiro used to do it. Myron Gaines. You see that a lot with them going to college campuses with the intention not really even to educate, just to trigger people. Like, you're literally going to college campuses to rage bait people and to trigger people. It's not to educate, it's not to inform or have any intellectual debate. You're not even really debating a person. You're just, anybody come up and I'm just going to call you names and I'm going to spew these little racial dog whistles and stuff like that. So you go around the country, really. Charlie Kirk went around the country for years with the pure intention of triggering people and of rage baiting people and of creating unrest and chaos and evil followed him and caught up with him. And this is
Terrorist.
we're
He's a
not going to sit
terrorist.
up here and martyr him. He was in the middle of trying to trigger somebody and then using black people to do it. So come on now, let's not do that. Oh, he has kids. A lot of people
You
got
said that on
kids.
point.
Let's
He
not do
used
that.
black people. You said that. He used black people to feel as a punching bag. He used us to feel his political hate to get to wherever they are. And that is why it's so dangerous to listen to these type of people. Because all of you defending this man, and no, I am not saying that unaliving is correct. That is not what I'm saying. That is no one can agree with that. Everybody can agree that that's not something that should have happened. What we are saying is your actions and what you say should have consequences. Because if you are targeting people just like he was targeting the black community, something needs to happen. And I'm glad that we are seeing consequences happening in real time, especially to a young person. Because if this happened to any other political figure that was older, no one probably would have cared. No one would have had enough unrest or brought up the conversation just like Charlie did. The reason why he specifically was targeted is because he is somebody that the right and this isn't just anything about the politicals. This is just something that they platform. No one would have cared if it was anybody else.
Yep. Now we got close to 600 people, and we only got 20 something thousand likes. We can get to well over 100. We get to 100,000 like 200 people. So if we don't get to 100,000 likes in the next, I will say like 10 minutes, I'm gonna have to just turn the comments off, and I don't want to do that. So let's get to, everybody got to tap the screen so we can get to as many likes as possible. Now let's get to Gina the mommy. Yeah, come on, let's tap the screen. Yeah, don't be tripping. Like, tap the screen. Gina the mommy.
Okay, I'll go quick because I know a lot of people are waiting. He was racist. Everybody knows that. It's not a secret. He played a very dangerous game where he did try to bait people. But the most disturbing thing that I heard him say is that it was worth it to lose lives in order to protect the Second Amendment. And he said that in response to someone who asked the question. It was regarding one of the more horrific school shootings where a lot of children passed away. And they asked him the question, do you think it's worth it? Don't you think we need to have more pew pew control? Shouldn't it be legislated? And he said it's worth it to lose lives in order to maintain the status quo in terms of pew pew ownership and rights. That's number one. And then I saw someone on Twitter, it was pretty poignant. It was before they had announced that he had actually passed away. And this lady said, people who believe strongly in the Second Amendment and that it should take precedence over everything, including lives, don't realize that their very life could be the next one that is lost because of the fact that we don't have pew pew control in this country. And I think he took for granted that he might one day be one of those people that loses his life that way. Mm-hmm. Now, I will say, I don't condone that kind of violence. I am a pew pew owner, but I don't condone the taking of life for someone's opinion, no matter how disgusting. But at the same time, I also believe in the Bible and also believe in reaping what you sow. You have planted these disgusting seeds of hate, of violence, of condoning violence against children. So you cannot be surprised when that very violence that you condone comes knocking at your door. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you, thank you. All right, appreciate it. We got a lot of people. We're so close. We're almost there to 50,000. See how y'all tap the screen. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Everybody, let's tap the screen now. I think let's get to Ro.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
How you doing? Good afternoon.
So I just want to say Charlie Kirk, he had a lot of disgusting ideologies of this world. And he was playing a very dangerous game. He was going to different universities and different public places, especially Utah, where it's predominantly his people. And yes, he should have been comfortable of what he was saying, but look what turned down. I do not condone, people taking him out. He had a wife, he had children, sure. But at the same time, the Bible did say whoever lives by the sword dies by the sword. I mean, this man, on my TikTok, I posted him saying that it is okay for, pew-pewings to happen because it's all in the name of our Second Amendment. Me personally, I don't think it's worth it at all. You are talking about Uvalde, you're talking about Sandy Hook, you're talking about kids dying. That's not okay. And you do reap what you sow. You had it coming. You went to different places, you talked all the smack, you talked down on the Black community, you talk more about Blacks than the Asians, about the Arabs, you barely talked about the white, you just talked about the Black, and then he used us as a punching bag, the barrel of the joke, the bottom of the joke. And that boosted his confidence to go after other communities. And then that just kept on going on. You had it coming. You said some pretty messed up stuff. You were a big activist on, the Second Amendment, and that's how you went down. It's ironic, and plus your president, the one that you wanted to be in office and he promoted pew-pews to be in school in case a pew-pewing happened in school, the teachers can defend. That's literally a bloodshed. That's literally a massacre. That's a back and forth. That's a battlefield. You have the teachers plus the school shooters. It's not a good combo.
You gotta code your words.
But yes, thank you. Unless you live by the sword, you die by the sword. People never expect Frankenstein to turn on them, but Frankenstein, that's what happens. If you guys know about the story of Frankenstein, you create Frankenstein thinking that the Frankenstein monster is going to attack other people.
Oh, in 1 minute, Charlie Kirk was a deranged man. He was, I'm pretty sure he had some kind of mental issues. Why do I say this? There's a video of a woman asking.
Afro, I got like 10 minutes on my break, so can I?
Yeah, okay,
can I go ahead and get this off of my chest? Okay, I'm at work. So all I gotta say about this is 1 down, 1 billion to go. I ain't wasting my liquor for the poor man here. But what was deserving was deserving. You use Black Americans' struggles and pain for your clout. You didn't even care about the Black community. All you cared about was talking down on all communities so you can get a little bit of cash and a little bit of ass and clout. So you got what you got. And ain't nothing I could say about that. I wish I would have known who did it, cause I want to know if he's okay. Is the pew pewer okay? That's all I'm worried about. Is the pew pewer you good? You good? Cause you did us all a favor. I ain't shedding no tears or feeling no type of way about this man. And for all the white team men to stand behind this, we all know where your stands at in America. You stand right behind the racists, okay?
Yeah.
Let me know if you need a hideout, the pew pewer. If you need somewhere to hide, let me know. Do you got a cash at?
And the man was
deranged.
He said at one of his rallies, he said that 1 out of 5 women supposedly reports you know, unwanted touching. And he said that 1 out of 5 women gets, reports 1 out of 5 touching, and he doesn't believe that. He's the same man to have 2
Okay, let
children.
me finish saying what
That's
I was saying.
woman. Yeah.
Okay, so like Lake Veneer, I can't get it out because I don't know. You gonna get it every time. The ancestors ain't playing with these people. And that goes for you white tea, and that goes for all you people that want to come in this country and speak ill will about black Americans when we was nothing but nice to you people.
Exactly. Let me
Along
say
with
this.
you white tea.
Lake Lanier. But we gotta continue because it's a lot
Okay,
going
well,
on
yeah,
right
we
now. I want to
gonna
make sure I
go
get to
ahead. I just wanted to
appreciate
say,
Well,
it.
let me. Can I say this? This is a pro-black live, by the way. I don't know if you guys ever been here, but we are for pro-black people. So for you to defend this man when he has spoken out against your community, it will directly harm you to uplift his own self and uplift his own people is insane. To feel sorry for a man that literally would not care if you are alive today is insane. So therefore, yeah, maybe you're the problem.
We're definitely gonna have to talk about the Stockholm syndrome in the community, but maybe that's a different
Exactly.
story.
It is actually right.
Let's
Stockholm syndrome.
okay.
Yes.
I just want to
But
say, stop speaking on our people for real. Stop speaking on us. The ancestors gonna answer
well,
every
the
time. Goodbye. I
ancestors
gotta
got
go.
him. They got him one good time, and he was gone.
I gotta go, y'all.
I appreciate that,
See y'all
bro. I'm gonna
later.
let you get like 10 seconds to land, and then we're gonna move
He
on
had
to the
2
next speaker.
daughters. This man had 2 daughters and a whole wife, talking about, I don't believe the 1 out of 5 women that reports unwanted touching. That is disgusting, especially from a man that has 2 daughters at home sleeping. You don't believe these victims. And I'm pretty sure this man has said some messed up things behind closed doors. If he's saying this crazy stuff out loud, imagine the stuff he's saying indoors. He's the same person to endorse pew pews, and he died by the pew pew. I mean, I'm
I
sorry
like
for his
ma'am,
wife.
land, because you keep saying words that we're not supposed to use on TikTok. Please land your plane.
Thank you. Hey, it is what it is. We're gonna move forward. Let's get to the Pink Princess.
Hey, here I am. Thank you so much. I was being patient. So first and foremost, I'm Black African American, and I'm also gonna be worried whenever Trump goes away, because clearly people let unaliving be the end all be all when that shouldn't be the case. Because if we're gonna sit over here and make Charlie a martyr, then we need to backtrack and remember Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, MLK. Like the people that actually were taken away, doing actual good leadership, trying to actually unite the people. Those people were taken out, and it was just like, oh, well, rest in peace. They've been gone. And so backtracking to when somebody has said, like, there's going to be a normalization of, unaliving people because of their free speech, that already was a thing. We've already been lost people time and time again for them trying to unite the people and have their own speech. But at the same time, people just have to remember that, like Charlie himself said, somebody was going to have to pay the price in order for the Second Amendment to continue to exist. What I believe is that he never thought the sacrifice was going to be himself. He was completely fine with kids being the sacrifice, somebody's mom at a Walmart being the sacrifice, somebody down the street just going down in NOLA, just living their best life in the sacrifice. But he never thought that him or anybody that was close to him would be next, and that's the problem. You don't get to spew this speech and this rhetoric about hate and then be mad when somebody wants to stop it. That's why he was silenced. You can't be mad about him being silenced when, guess what? He was telling people that, it's okay to go and do it to other people, just not white people, just not me, just not people that have it, and it's just not okay. I think that if we're going to... Oh, I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
No, go ahead.
But pretty much, I just think it's really weird, and also, like, we're the people that are saying, like, well, it's God's final decision to judge, and, we're human, so we can't make that say so. That's once again why people end up thinking, it's time that I take matters into my own hands. Because we keep trying to use thoughts and prayers and let it be in God's hands to fix real life situations. Charlie Kirk was ruining real lives. He was telling people that you should vote for things that are going to affect real people. It's the same thing right now. We got people that can literally be taken by ICE because of a racial discrimination. That could be changed overnight, but people are spewing the hate to make that real. So if you don't want that to happen, you don't want people to be unalive, then stop spewing it out. It's
Yep.
insane to me.
Let's tap the screen so we close to 100,000. We close to 100,000. But I'm gonna be honest. A lot of people talking about Charlie Kirk and his Charlie Kirk made disparaging comments about other people in other communities. But Charlie Kirk's main comment was about black folk.
Exactly.
And I'm not gonna sit up there and let that slide or let that be equal to anything else Charlie Kirk talked about. Charlie Kirk's most viral clips was talking against the black community. All right.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
now I'm starting to see a lot of people in the comments trying to make it seem like this is a people of color thing. No, don't do that. Let's not do that.
I was literally just about to comment that, like, y'all try to make everything center you guys when you're not even the ones being affected. We are having this conversation because we were the ones that are affected. We're not spewing hate towards Charlie Kirk at all. No
We're
one even
responding
knew
to
him.
it.
No one knows him. No one even knew him before he even started talking about black people. Let's get that straight. They have to make themselves more relevant to bring us up because they know they have nothing else to say. No one cared about his stupid gun laws. No one cared about he was the CEO. Everybody knows the CEO, but they don't get popular. You know why? Because they're not important enough to have an opinion for somebody to care until they're affecting and oppressing other people.
Yeah,
so stop
that
trying
too.
to come up with. Sorry.
Yeah. But because we got a lot of other people who wanna.
Can I just say one more thing? Because I had to wait a long time. My last thing is, at the end of the day, I've always said that an eye for an eye is going to continue to happen unless we take real change. Like the fact that a parent of one of the kids that have been lost in the multitude of school shootings still hasn't done something in revenge to make it, known that we are going to keep losing lives until you acknowledge the fact that real people are being lost. Thoughts and prayers are never going to fix it because guess what? It's real lives being taken. It's real policies being placed that allow for these lives to be taken. Charlie Kirk was the byproduct of that. And until we stop that, it's not gonna happen. Like the fact that people can sit over here and see kids blown into pieces, and pew-pewed, and then it's like, and then it happens again and again and again. And then when one white man dies, now all of a sudden we all gotta stop and have a moral compass higher than his. No. Stop it. His moral compass was in NHELL where the rest of them was, and that's where it's gonna stay. Fix y'all's moral compass here right now before y'all get to wherever heaven y'all want to go to, and we'll be all right. No more people gonna be gone. Sorry,
All right.
that's it. That's all.
Look, in the next, it's home in 10 minutes, about to be 7. In 10 minutes, we can get to 100,000 likes. I don't want to turn the comments off, but I will because we have to. Okay, that's a standard. Let's get to 100,000 likes. Everybody just tap the screen a bunch of times. All right, let's get to Kyrick.
Yeah, what's going on? My thoughts on this topic is I'm glad it's white on white crime. They so used to painting us as monsters when they were always the monsters they portrayed us to be. So you can't be bad and come at us and make money off of us when y'all have been doing this for centuries. Also, another thing is you get what you give. You can't give out hate and expect us to feel sorry for you when something like this happens. This is what you put out in the universe. And I'm just, like I said, I'm glad it's white on white crime because they need to look within their culture and see why do they, unalive kids in mass shootings. They need to look within themselves and stop crying for gun control. Pew pew control after something happened to them. If it affects them, that's when they come out and want to, champion pew pew control.
Yeah.
And my thing is this: if this could happen to Trump, who was the president, why would you think it could not happen to you? And you're not even running for office or anything. That's all I got to say.
Let's be honest. Now let me say something. Thank you, Johnny. You're assumed by your picture you're a white person, right? It's fine if you are. I just want to ask you a question. If you are, you're a white person, right? Okay, he says right. Why are you typing instead of speaking? If you're a speaker, you can speak. Okay, well, you're not going to be typing as a speaker. You're either going to be speaking or you're not.
We don't bite, brother. You
Okay, it's you're
Yeah,
up here.
we just want to know what
I just want to ask a question.
Yeah,
Why are
we
you
wanna ask a
typing? Why are
question.
you typing?
Yeah,
Okay,
what's going on?
that's a waste of time. If he don't want to speak, he don't need to be a speaker then.
We're not gonna
Oh my
jump you.
God.
He's on the speaker on the panel typing. Okay, all right, man. This man is scared. He don't want to be the next Charlie Kirk. And let me not. He don't want to be the next Charlie Kirk. This man is
Nah,
scared.
stop. Oh my God. Stop.
I didn't laugh. That was a cough. I had to stop myself from
Oh
coughing.
my God. I'm laughing. That's hilarious.
Oh.
Funny as hell. Oh God. Oh God, that's funny. Woo. You play too much.
Okay. Damn. I'm coughing. I got allergies and stuff. Let's get to, for liability reasons, I wasn't laughing. Let's get to
That was me.
Lucy Dreams, and then we'll get to my brother Foundational. Lucy, you've been waiting for a little bit. Lucy Dream, I know y'all can hear me. Come on now. Okay, well, I guess you're not here. Foundational, brother, you got it.
Peace, brother. How you doing? Hope all is well. Thank you for having me on the panel. And for the person that said they got that screen recorded, nobody said nothing bad. We just laughing at the fact that the brother didn't want to speak. So
That's the only reason.
It's cool. But anyway, it's unfortunate that he underlined from fentanyl. From the narcotics.
Mm-hmm.
Narcotics put him out, right? Because that's kind of what he said about George Floyd. He got underlined from narcotics, not from what actually happened. What we saw didn't happen is actually from narcotics, right? So that's kind of the same rhetoric. He underlined from narcotics. It wasn't somebody that pew-pewed him. It was narcotics, right? And so this is the kind of rhetoric that he was definitely saying on a day-to-day. Very vile, nasty, demonic things. He laughed at, so I think he talked about Sonia Massey, had no sympathy. He talked about George Floyd with no sympathy. He talked about, he said we have low IQ. That was an argument, right? He talked about, what else? Redlining. It just, again, his whole content was anti-Black American, right? Matter of fact, his last words, was talking about gang violence, right, in black communities, right? And so his whole thing was about us, right? Yeah, he'll have a couple of points here and there about other things and stuff, but it was always an attack on us, right? Political and economic attack on us on a day-to-day basis. And so, do I condone violence? No, I don't condone violence, right? I don't condone nobody unaliving no one and anything. But you can't expect sympathy for those who didn't have sympathy for me, right? For those who would never have sympathy if God forbid something happened, he would probably say that's unfortunate, right? It's the same gentleman that put this right here, right? This is out of his mouth and his words right here. I'm going to show right here. This is the same gentleman. Let me put this up real quick.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same gentleman that had this right here to say, right?
Hold on, let me put this up.
Hey, you guys can't shut up.
Oh, Johnny. Okay, hold on. Johnny's here, but we're gonna let Johnny speak in a little bit. Yep.
Don't block Rachel. Let her do what she do, because nobody's saying nothing. We speaking the facts. I have no fear. I can stand on what I'm standing on because I'm not saying anything degenerate. I'm talking about the degenerate things that he said, the degenerate things that he was doing on a day-to-day basis. I have no fear to speak about the stuff that he's doing. So yeah, please record what you want to record. I'll be okay. You don't put fear in my heart. So again, these are the things that he was saying out of his mouth, right? That he said is unfortunately it's worth it to keep the Second Amendment, and I'm down for the Second Amendment. I'm definitely a believer in the Second Amendment. But I'm not going to say somebody's unaliving it's worth keeping. See, I would never say some of the things like that, right? And so when you go and say degenerate things on a day-to-day basis, and you speak negativity on a day and hate on a day-to-day basis, well, the energy you give out is the energy you will receive. To the point where even YT people are tired of him, and they're the ones that doing the violence. See, the problem is his whole rhetoric and his whole niche was to show how bad Black people was, that he forgot that there's bad YT people also. So he got comfortable in his own rhetoric, right? He is so busy pointing the fingers elsewhere that he forgot that there's also bad, right? They lead in and they lead in the statistics of what bad is, right? That's why they try to gaslight with the per capita, right? But let's be clear, they lead in all. So that's really what that come down to, right? It just he just he put his foot in his own mouth. It's unfortunate, right? And things happen, and that narcotics. He got to put the people got to put the narcotics down, right? Because he got unalive because of narcotics he was taking. So that's really what it come down to, and I'll land on that.
Hey, that's true. That's true. Thank you. We got over 100,000 likes. Johnny, can you speak now? Johnny, this is your second chance, Johnny.
One more thing before Johnny go, because he's being a little iffy. That's another thing, and he was also spewing this rhetoric in college campuses with kids of the future, trying to make other Charlie Kirks, which is very dangerous, which is very it's horrible. Mm-hmm. So again, that was another issue, and that's very problematic. And I'll land right to this.
Okay,
Johnny. Hold on, Johnny.
Just wait a second. I don't know if it's a delay or something.
Yeah, I'm not new to this, but at the same time, you have a guy that has 2 kids.
Yes.
I'm all about the kids. It don't matter what culture it is.
I agree. Now, since you're all about the kids, let me ask you a question, though, Johnny.
Hold on.
Wait, because you're all about. We don't have a lot of time, but since you're all about the kids, let me ask you a question. Why did Charlie Kirk say it was okay to have sacrifices to keep the Second Amendment, even if that was at the cost of children?
So let's back down. We're at our live right now, and you guys want to dispute all this stuff to make your
answer the question, Johnny.
No. You're saying it's about kids. This is what Charlie Kirk thought about kids. Come on now, let's not lie. Okay, no, we're not gonna act like Charlie Kirk was a saint just because he had children. It's a lot of evil people who have children.
Also, why should we care about his children when he doesn't care about any of the children that were murdered? That were unalive in the school shootings.
So what children?
What children?
What children?
I heard Blaine.
He specifically spoke about the Uvalde school unaliving those innocent elementary kids.
So I wrote how he should be killed and how he deserves.
Okay, you're saying things now. You're saying things that you're not new to this. Okay, that's it.
You're not new to this, and then you saying problematic words. See, that's the problem. They try to gaslight, right? What about the kids and humanity and we all people and we all human? Well, where was that when he was saying the problematic things about black people on a day-to-day basis? Where were you standing up with your chest in the air? Where were you with your chest up in the air, standing in the front of these college campuses saying, you know what, we all human, we all one, where were you saying this? What about the black kids? Why are you talking? I didn't hear none of that. Now when the tables are turned, now all of a sudden we got to care about kids. Don't gaslight us.
No, it's not even about even just black kids. It's about all kids because he spoke about all children. He specifically spoke about those elementary kids in Texas. And everybody wants us to care about his children when there have been already children that were sacrificed.
But let's continue. There's a lot we got going on today.
Yeah, all right.
We got to let some other people get their chance. No, you're fine. Let's get to FBA Wolfie.
Hey everyone, how y'all doing?
Good. How you doing?
I have an echo.
You said what?
Yeah, you have a little echo, Wolfie, but it's not bad. It's tolerable. Go ahead.
I can drop. If I drop you, I'll come right back.
Go ahead. You're good. It's not that bad.
Okay. So, for what's going on with Charlie Kirk, it's sorry, no prayers. Record that. Because 79% of the prisoners in Utah is white tea. And they have a very high violent crime rate. And majority, 90% of Utah is white tea. So he knew the danger that he was going, and he ain't camouflaged himself. So the aim was pointed and it landed. And no sorry prayer, because the misinformation that he tried to spread about my community while visiting Utah is diabolical. For as violent crimes in America, White T holds the gold record, the platinum record. You know, anything higher than that. As far as anything that's to the extremes, White T, that's for us anything. So his last words, his question wasn't even about GANG. His question was about, was there any trans unalivers? And he went into the GANG. So I won't take he was talking about us. I'm going to say he was talking about the Utah people and people like the Utah people, because in the United States of America, we're 99.1% of us is not criminals, while they have a higher number in violent crimes and criminal activities. So he was spreading misinformation like other people, so I don't feel nothing for his kids or his wife, because his wife chose to have kids with a man like that. It's all about taking accountability. So sorry, no prayers for me.
Well, let's be honest. He didn't marry somebody who didn't believe in what he believed in. Yeah, he got a wife, but his wife is in lockstep with what Charlie Kirk is on. He was famous before he got married, or not. Famous is a word, but he was known. He was a public figure before he got married. So let's not do a thing where his wife is all like, I didn't know my husband was a monster. And white women pull that card all the time when their husbands get caught up. I didn't know that. White women never know about what their husbands be on, apparently. So, but we're not going to let her slide this time. They just never know, but she knew. She knew, and she was right in lockstep. She was in alignment. So let's not do that. Let's not do that. All right.
She
Now the
also
kids,
voted
it's
directly
unfortunate.
against the
What you
law
should
too.
do is you should condemn the life that your father lived. If I have a message to the children, your father is a perfect example of the man you shouldn't be. That's what you should learn from this. Because he created an environment and he was willing to push hate at the sacrifice of his own life, even if that came in spite of raising you all. So he put pushing hate before raising his family. So he cared more about hating on black people than he cared about protecting and raising his children. That was his priority. So let's put it like that. Let's put it there. All right. Real quick, let's get to you long time.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good evening. Well, I'm from Jamaica, right? And
Okay.
they say words kill. And you can't just go into public places and talk about the black people like, yo, we nothing or whatever. And this man is going into colleges. This is actually embedded hate into college. The next generation. And whatever he was doing, I don't know much about what he was doing or what he was saying, but he was spreading hate. And that's not a good thing. When you're talking about hate in your household, that's your household. But when you bring it into the public era, that's a different story. And what he was doing was totally wrong. So that's what I have to say, and appreciate you for having me on your platform.
Thank you. Yeah, that's me. What comes around goes around, and Charlie Kirk he's learned from that. Let's get to Sin.
Okay, this is how I feel and like what I'm noticing. The same people who claim someone like Charlie Kirk has no empathy end up showing none themselves. Because it's like, when you have to add a but to your response, like, but he said this, but I don't like his views, the empathy is already gone. You can't sit up here and pretend to stand on the moral high ground while doing the exact same thing that you're condemning. It's hypocrisy, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
And if empathy only applies to people who think like you, it's not empathy at all. It's partisanship dressed up as morality.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
So I kind of feel like the irony is, by trying so hard to prove he lacks compassion, all you're really doing is proving that you lost yours. Wrong is
that's
wrong.
deep.
If it's a disclaimer or a but to say that, then you've already abandoned the very values that you're preaching.
So let me ask you a question. I mean, I agree with that, but is that what we're doing? Is that what you're saying we're doing?
I'm not saying that
Because you're kind of being a little vague, like you're trying to throw some shade You're trying to throw shade. Is that what you're saying we're
What I'm
doing?
saying, this is for the people that I see laughing. I'm not saying that it's for you all. What I'm
Okay.
saying is I've been on social media since this happened. I see a lot of people laughing and I see a lot of butts and I see a lot of hypocrisy.
So what do you
You
think
So
about
can't have
this? What do
empathy
you
if you're
hold
saying
on, hold
but.
on. What do you and trust me, I've done these lives before where people will come up and they will say vague things and say they're not speaking about this room. They're vaguely speaking about other people.
Are you not
What are you
reading your
thinking?
comments?
What do you
You
think
see
about,
Hold
ma'am?
on,
Hold
ma'am.
on,
Hold on. We're
ma'am.
not doing
What
that.
do you think about what is being said in the discourse in this live in particular?
What I think is that we lost somebody today, and I
Hmm.
feel like you cannot have any empathy if there's a but.
No, well, no, that's not true.
Okay, so can I ask you this question? What do
Hmm.
you have to say to the people laughing at his death? What do you have to say for that?
The people
Everyone is
I haven't,
ignoring that, and people are choosing and picking
Who's
what's good
Can
for
I
laughing?
them.
respond to
It's
her?
nothing but
I
hypocrisy
personally,
May
yeah.
I
here.
So
say
you're
something,
asking me,
please?
hold on, everybody. You're asking. I'm not condoning anybody laughing. I'm not
Hmm.
condoning or laughing at
Well,
his
maybe you should
demise.
pay more attention to your comments.
No, no,
Someone
okay,
just
no,
said,
no,
"Why would I have
because there's
empathy for
hundreds of
someone who's a
people in the
racist?"
comments. The host is not responsible for everybody's opinion in the comments.
I never
There's a
said you
lot
were
of people who are
responsible.
saying
You
I
things
are,
never
that I
said that you
obviously.
were
disagree with
responsible.
in the comments as well too. I will say though, I see
You
more
can.
people. Hold on, ma'am. Because here's the thing, you said you can't have empathy but have a but. Technically, you can because they're trying to frame. Okay, now you left. Okay,
Yeah.
y'all, for the people who are going to listen on the playback, she does have a Nigerian flag in the bio. Get the because the
You know they
people are
love their
saying that.
YT in
Now
Nigeria.
listen, yeah, you can, because what we're not gonna do is sit up there and martyr Charlie Kirk and not gonna act like he's some type of American hero. We're not gonna do that. He's talking about you can't have empathy but have a but. No, and y'all need to stop framing the situation as Charlie Kirk is somebody we just disagree with. No, Charlie Kirk was out there condoning the unalivings of any and every black person. There's not a single black person that wound up dying that Charlie Kirk did not condone and justify. Over here, we're not condoning and justifying and defending. We're not out here defending the person who did that to Charlie Kirk. We're not out here donating and giving that person millions of dollars and calling. We're not doing that. Okay? They gave Derek Chauvin, no, in the comments they are, no, there's not. Derek Chauvin got millions of dollars for what he did to George Floyd. Okay, Daniel Penny got millions of dollars for what he did to for Jordan Neely. All right. So we're not doing that to Charlie, but what we're not going to do is sit up there and just because this person unfortunately met his demise, act like this person is a saint. Let's not do that. Charlie Kirk didn't do that. Talk about having some empathy. Let's have some realism. How about that? Let's have some
May I say
realism,
something?
because what we're
That's
doing is
that's
we're
the thing,
talking
right?
about the environment that Charlie Kirk created. Charlie Kirk created the environment and the monster that ultimately took his life. That's
Can I
what
say?
Charlie Kirk did. Don't make it seem like doing something wrong. We not.
And,
Charlie
and
Kirk
and
is
that's
a
the thing.
victim of his own creation.
Yep, and that's the thing, right? And I knew once I saw the flag, because you know they love their YT, man. Once I saw the flag, I already knew it was going to be some kind of buck dancing and bucking on the knees and chucking and jiving, because they got one of the largest YT statues over there, Jesus statues over there. So I already knew it was going to be some chucking and jiving. But that's the problem. Everybody want us to turn the other cheek all the time, right? We've been turning the other cheek for the last 65 years and kumbaya, let's go get along, while people continuously step on, disrespect, violate, and say the most vile, nasty, demonic things. This is why they're so colonized over there in the continent, because it's all right, it's YT, everything's good. If it's white, it's right. But this is why things not getting together over there, because everybody too docile. We gotta remove the docile mentality, soft and sweet mentality. If somebody is a demon, they're a demon. We got to call it for what it is, right? We
Bro,
can't beat around the bush. We can't. Now, we're not saying all white tea is bad and all white. Nobody's saying that. But if you are a white tea supremacist, a white tea nationalist, or racist, I'm not going to jump around or tiptoe around that neither. You are what you are, right? So
bro.
we call a spade here. I don't know what you do over there, but over here we call a spade a spade. And again, no hate, no bullying. But we're gonna be honest when we have conversations. We're not going to tap dance or nothing because the person is 10 minutes later. Not land.
Can I?
I'd like to share that
Everybody can't speak at the same time.
I'd like to share that Charlie Kirk himself had negative words to say about empathy. There's literally a clip where he basically says empathy is something that is used by the weak. So we could put that out there, right there. I want to comment on, I believe Young brought up that they want to fly the flags at half mast, which is usually restricted for politicians or Supreme Court justices. And that is ridiculous and lets you know a lot about this administration, because in his first administration, he didn't even want to fly the flag at half mast for John McCain, who was a decorated war veteran, POW, and senator and presidential hopeful. So that just shows you a lot of what's going on. I do believe that this is a Franz Ferdinand moment. And those of you who don't know Archduke Franz Ferdinand, his unaliving led to the beginning of World War One. And so I do think that this is a series of events. It's not going to be the one event, but it's going to be a series of events that they're trying to push to further divide this nation until we are in another civil war. And I think trying to play the fence like the young lady was doing before, Sin, is evidence of cowardice.
Yep.
And on top of that, just last thing, I'll land my plan. I'm sorry. He also decried MLK. He had a problem with Martin Luther King Jr., who did not deserve to be unalived because he never spoke hateful, hurtful words for anyone. He was the opposite of Charlie Kirk. So with that, for you to sit here and be like, oh, he had kids, they had kids, blah, blah, blah. So did Gaddafi. So did Osama bin Laden. So did half of the SS that was hung at Nuremberg.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question real quick? Did George Floyd have children?
Yes, he did. Quite
George
a few.
Floyd had children. Did Charlie Kirk care about George Floyd's children?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Sonya Massey too. He said something about Sonya Massey too.
Massey have children? Oh, okay. Yeah,
Exactly.
did Sonya Massey? Okay. Oh, okay.
Exactly.
So
Now you don't have to celebrate
let's
his
just keep that
passing.
energy then. Let's
Exactly.
just keep that
Add this.
Exactly.
Could I
yeah,
add
but
this?
we got to be real quick. So let's get to thank you, but I want to get to Vovo and then Auntie real quick, and because I got to go on YouTube. We probably gonna be back on later tonight, actually. You know.
Okay.
So I'm gonna let y'all come back up, but Vovo, yeah, what's on your mind?
What's up, brother?
I ain't talked to you in a minute, brother. You
Man,
been
been a minute, man. How you been doing?
I've been good. Brother.
Oh man, you look good, man.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, for sure. Let me say this, right? He was the one beating the drum the loudest about George Floyd dying of a fentanyl overdose. Even though we seen the video. But he's still putting that out there that George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose. Now we see the Charlie Kirk video. I'm saying something did hit Charlie Kirk, but I think Charlie Kirk died of a fentanyl overdose. I appreciate you letting me speak, brother.
Hey, yeah, man. I think so too. You know. And I think it's propaganda. We shouldn't call it what it's propaganda. Charlie Kirk, he had it coming, like George Floyd did, according to him. We got to wait for all of the details. We don't know what happened before the video. Let's wait for all of the information to come out, not jump to conclusions.
Did anyone find out who the actual shooter was? I mean,
No, it was a bad batch. That's what it was. It wasn't.
It was one of his dealers. Batch. One of his dealers took him out.
Yeah, but you know how like they released the first guy and it's not the real guy. Did anyone find out who the real guy is yet?
As of right now, they haven't announced that publicly.
You're still looking for the dealers.
No, but they found him though, right?
It was with his dealer earlier that day. It was his dealer.
Yeah, it was probably some gang beef, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's gang. Yeah, that's it.
Unless I want to get to Auntie, and then I got to get off because I still got to get stuff ready for YouTube, and then because I got a lot to talk about on YouTube, so I got to get ready.
I'm see you on YouTube, bro.
It was the Aryan Brotherhood.
I'm see you on YouTube, bro.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
I believe it was the Aryan Brotherhood. YT on YT crime is running rampant nowadays. So that Aryan Brotherhood probably were the ones that did it. But yeah, I'm gonna land because I think Auntie want to go next. My bad, brother.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to say that man knew he had children. He knew he had children, so he didn't care enough about his children to be at home instead of going around messing up other children's minds. And I don't know that much about that man because really, I mean, I'm learning about him now. But really, when it's people like him that's reaping what they sow, you know, how can we say we got to put a but in front of it when what does that mean? That means it's okay. It's okay that he do what he do. It's not okay. And it's time is winding up and people are learning that these folks is not as cool as it was when people's eyes were closed. When people's eyes were closed, they were saying, all right, you know, we understand that you're superior and we're inferior. But now it's coming out. It's coming out. The spirit is expressing what it's supposed to express. I mean, I can't even put it the way I want to put it, but it's crazy. It's crazy for us to think that chickens ain't gonna come home to roost.
Hey, that's true. Okay, we're gonna get to the last couple people up here, and then we're gonna wrap things up. Because I gotta switch around with the subject tonight and all that. It's a lot. Let's get to, let me see, Cash Shiesty, and then DLM.
Hello.
How you doing? Are you 18? Hold on. How old are you?
Well, I'm 17, but
okay. Well, I'm sorry.
No.
I got him. No. We
Sorry.
ain't doing that. No. This ain't Xbox Live. This is not PSN. We're not doing that. I'm
The
gonna bring
second I
somebody
heard
else.
him, I'm like, what the?
He said hello. We ain't doing that.
He said hi. No thank you. No thank you. I got my dad's phone. No.
Oh,
Can't do
man.
that. Can't do that.
The
DLM.
next second would have been the N word. We ain't doing that. Oh God.
Marshall, what's put you in such a good mood today? You're in such a good mood today. I don't understand. What's put you in such a good mood, brother?
I'm always in a good mood, man. I'm always laughing and smiling. This is nothing. You don't put me in a spot like that, Afro, man. Don't do that. You extra happy today, Marshall. What's going on?
All right. DLM, you got it.
Hey, what's up? I guess, I want to preface this by saying, like, when I first heard the news, I was fucking, I mean, I'm not going to lie, I was pretty happy. But I guess, like, trying to balance, being empathetic and, also having empathy for, all the victims of the shit that he was saying, right? It's just like, I don't know, I feel like we've become, like, a little desensitized to, lives being taken, right? Like we see this shit like every day in some cases. And I remember people were saying like, oh, I'm like, you could just really leave your house and get shot. And it's like, I mean, that happens every day, man. It's just doesn't always happen to the right people, I guess. But at the same time, it's,
if it doesn't happen to the right people, who should it happen to?
I mean, in my opinion, people that incite violence against other people.
Like Charlie?
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I guess, it's like, the point of what I wanted to say is like, I feel like taking a life, you know what I mean? It shouldn't be something that's taken lightly, but it's just that the message that people are trying to deliver by doing this, you know what I mean, needs to be heard.
That's interesting. Thank you. Let's get to Texas. Texas. When people saying like Charlie, if y'all don't know who Charlie Kirk is, y'all need to get out the chat room because y'all acting like Charlie Kirk. Y'all don't know who he is. Y'all in here too deep, not to know what he is and what he was about. Right. Everybody who's in here knows what Charlie Kirk was about, so let's not do that.
So you say he incited violence against other people?
Yes, he condoned it. He justified it. He justified violence, and he condoned the culture that brought about that violence.
Okay, you're making a claim. Can you tell me how?
Let me pull this picture up that Marshall got up here. Hold on, let me pull it up real quick. I'm sorry, Marshall. There you go.
No
This is
problem.
how.
Yeah,
This is how. This is
because
one of the
people,
reasons how.
yeah, people
Okay,
get
that's
they
just a
Helen
quote.
Keller, they
Okay,
Helen
that's just
Keller
a
when they
quote.
come down to the
That's how
they
is
Helen Keller when it
how
come
is
down to
a
the
quote
information.
different from promoting
Can
something?
you tell
He
me
had to
what he
say it.
said?
He
That's
said
what I'm
it.
asking.
All right, calm down. We're not doing that. This is not one of those lives where you're gonna be screaming and yelling. Let's take it easy. All
He
right,
said
you've been asked.
that's just a quote. It's a quote. He said it. What are you talking about? It's just a
No,
quote.
no, that's the title to a post. I'm asking you, what did he say exactly? You're just using a title to a post. That's not explaining anything at all.
That is a quote.
That's a
You see
That's
the
a,
quote.
quote motions?
Oh,
They
but
You
literally
see it?
okay.
quoted him. He's on video saying it.
Okay, do you ask yourself this question? Do you really believe in your mind that he meant that
Yes.
people? No,
Oh my
Yes.
that's
God.
Oh my
no,
God.
no,
If
no.
You
he
Hold on, one
didn't,
at a
if he
time, one at a
didn't,
time,
if he
please, one at a
didn't
time.
mean that, stop. If he didn't mean that, he would have cleared it up. If there was any misconception, if people took it the wrong way, and he was all like, "Oh man, that's not what I meant," he would have cleared it up. This
This is
happened in
what he meant.
2023.
No,
He's never retracted that statement. He's never cleared
he
it up.
doesn't have
He's never
to.
stop it. He's never apologized for it,
He doesn't
which
have
means
to.
he stands by it, and he stood by it till his dying breath.
Now, sir.
In the wrong way.
He's
Yeah,
he's
the
unalive.
dead
what?
can't speak. The dead can't speak. So don't make claims that he can't defend.
Well,
He
Don't
that's
speak
made
for
good for
him.
him
no,
to
no,
Do
no, no,
not
no.
speak
He
for
defend.
him.
said that. Don't do that.
But listen.
Listen, what?
You're making it out to be something that's not what it
What do you
is.
think he meant by that? Then what do you think he meant?
I carry myself, and if
What
I
do you
say
Texas?
if I tell you that people are getting unalived by gun PP violence, and I'm saying that's just a unfortunate price that happens in America, and that I'm willing to keep my gun rights. How is that me? So what are you talking about? He doesn't have to defend anything, change any type of quote, go back on anything. You people are taking it the wrong way.
You people
You're
are crying
evil.
over
You are
Oh wait, what
evil.
you
Hold
mean?
on, I'm not even
rhetoric.
finished. Please let me finish. Please.
You
All right,
crying.
no. You're
In
gonna
a
finish
statement.
because one, you talking about you people. Hold on. So
Can I
your
finish?
argument is that one, but he said many problematic things. That there's not just that one. You're trying to harp on that one as an aha moment, but he said that George
No.
Floyd took the narcotics. He made problematic
Did
statements about Sonya Massey. He's constantly denigrating. He said
what
black
did
people
he
have
make,
he
bro?
said black people have low IQ. Hold on. He said black people have low IQ. I can keep going on all the things that he said
No,
that was
that's not what he
problematic.
said.
He said
So
that.
That's what he
But
again,
said.
let's not lie now. Come on now.
He's literally speaking facts, and you can look it up yourself. And you are
What
just
what
mad
what
about.
facts is he speaking?
You were mad. I mean, if black people have a generally low IQ than other race, then that's just a fact, bro. What are you mad
Well,
about that?
not
Why are you
no,
mad
That's
about
that
a
is
not
not a
fact?
true.
fact. That is
Nobody
That's just
not
a
a
deserves to
lie.
be
fact.
That's a
unalive.
lie.
You
Nobody
know what is
deserves to
what
But
be
is
here's
what
here's
unalive.
what we're not okay. He's going, but let me say this. First off, he came up trying to defend Charlie. He came up saying that Charlie Kirk didn't say that. Charlie Kirk has never said that. And then we proved that Charlie Kirk said that. Then he tries to say, well, what's wrong with saying that? Then we show what's wrong with saying that. Now he's trying to say in every way he can't stand on what Charlie Kirk has done or what Charlie Kirk has said. Okay. But off rip, what he said about Charlie Kirk was incorrect and wrong. Off rip.
and
Okay.
so every angle, he just tried to defend Charlie, right? And then he said, "Well, it's not a lie. It's not that it's not that serious. You guys just man, it's sad how much people buck dance and buck break for
And
white
then he's gonna
supremacy.
call
We
us
got
dumb. Then he's gonna say, "You it ain't my fault you have a low IQ."
Charlie
And
Kirk,
then
he
he gonna
said that he said that we have low IQs. Charlie Kirk is a college dropout. If y'all didn't know that,
Exactly.
Charlie Kirk only has this money because it was given to him so he can, it was literally given to him as a handout. The Mr. DEI and black people get handouts and black people get stuff that they don't deserve. Charlie Kirk dropped out of college and was given a handout to start the Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk is
Right.
the definition of everything that he promoted against. He made it seem like everything should be off merit, and he's got nothing off of merit. Okay, and in using that opportunity that was handed to him that he didn't earn, he used it to promote hate and propaganda against black people. Okay,
Yes.
And
in
also,
spite of his own safety, he created a Frankenstein monster that wound up turning on him. So should we cry? No, we shouldn't.
We got was it B Car? I'm gonna call you B. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, how y'all doing?
Okay, after this, nobody else is coming up. We're not doing that.
All right.
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so as far as the prompt, chickens coming home to roost, I do believe that's the case personally. And to
You
add
got an
on,
echo.
Yes, I'm gonna mute everybody because he's getting feedback. Go ahead. You should be able to talk now. Go ahead.
okay, and to add on what you said, it's not just black people that he kept constantly attacking. There's plenty of different minorities, people of different races and religions who he would constantly attack, and not even just attack, but dehumanize and basically say that X, Y, and Z people don't even exist on the earth. And so, you know, I have my biases as someone. I'm an Arab, but the stuff that he said regarding what's going on in Palestine, it makes me have no sympathy for the man at all. You
Well,
know.
yeah, as that may be true, but let's be honest. We're not gonna make it an equivalent. Charlie Kirk did not attack every community equally. Okay, he blew up attacking black people, and his main content, the content that he's most viral for, you can go on YouTube, go to his YouTube channel and look up the content that he's most known for. You can literally look up the numbers of what he's most known for on YouTube, on Twitter, and all of that was attacking black people.
Absolutely,
So
I agree.
yeah, he attacked
Absolutely.
maybe the LGBT community. He attacked women. He attacked other quote unquote minorities. But yeah, this ain't no. He wasn't evil. He even handed. He was not.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree completely. And it's just everything's gonna hit home for everybody differently depending on what their background is. And so most of the stuff I saw up until honestly today was regarding the black community and all the attacks he had on the black community. The stuff I saw today that was going on social media, I think it's just because of who I follow, who are mostly, Arab people, Muslim people. I'm seeing all these things come up where, he's basically saying like, yeah, these babies in Gaza, let them die, let them starve. And so it's like, well, I feel the only people I feel sympathy for is this man's, little children. These little kids, they don't know what's going on. But besides that, I can't have no sympathy. Besides for the little babies who don't know what's going on. Besides that, what can I say?
Hey, what can you say? Let's be honest. Let's get to TJ.
Hey y'all, I'm gonna give my opinion on it. I just want to say before I do give my statements, multiple things could be true at once. So when it comes to Charlie Kirk and his death, I think that he is a product of the own things he spewed. I think he set that system up, and unfortunately, he became a victim to what he was advocating for. Do I think that he deserved to pass away for it? No, I don't think that from the perspective of diminishing and wanting to eliminate gun violence and put restrictions on it. I don't think cheering for it to happen to somebody, although he is a bad person and says certain things, is the right way to do it. The reason why I take that perspective is because I like to kind of critically think for the situation of like just in general gun violence. I think that a lot of times when it comes to and we've seen this in history. For example, I'm black, so I like to advocate for the black people specifically. But right now I'm a little bit nervous considering that things that have been taking place recently, because a lot of times black people are reprimanded for liberal actions. We look back into the last mass shooting that took place at the grocery store, and we look into the manifesto of the politically motivation for it. In the manifesto, he kind of discussed kind of like liberal ideologies in it, and we lost black lives for it. So that's why I take on this stance of like, I don't support it just because I think there's going to be an increase of violence of victims on both sides. And I think that black people typically take over the fall for liberal actions in general. So that's my opinion on that.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this real quick. I've seen a lot of white liberals literally like celebrating what we're doing is we're having a conversation about the hate that hate produced and the violence that he created. Okay. And because let's be honest, you can create an environment just by speaking about it. Okay. You can create it just by promoting it and defending it and funding it and platforming it. This is the environment that Charlie Kirk created, thinking he was untouchable. He thought he was safe. Okay. He thought he was safe in this environment. Okay. He thought in this quote right here, this quote, he didn't think that this quote was going to affect him. He was okay with it because he wants the empowerment and the complete domination and rule of his own community. That's what he wanted. That's what he promoted. That's what he preached. And that's the only thing he's known for.
Yeah.
And if we're going to be adults and solve problems, we're going to have to be honest about certain things. Okay? Because Charlie Kirk is one of the main people talking about how black people need to hold our community accountable. He's always talking about how we need to hold our community accountable. It's time for his community to hold him accountable. Because the environment that he created, the environment he promoted and defended and enabled is what took him. He was around hundreds of, I think maybe 1,000 or 2,000 of his own folk, of his own kin, his own people. And they're the ones that took his life. As in the middle of him speaking about black people. The irony in that.
So I'm gonna say this real quick, if you don't mind, brother Afro Lee. Another thing we got to stop doing is this fear thing. I don't know why a lot of our people is moving with this fear energy. We come from ancestors that never fled or ran, and so when it come down to it, I think we forget that every war that was ever won on the United States soil was because of our people and their viciousness and their combat skills, including the Civil War. I don't know why people keep saying, "Well, it wasn't for white people." No. We was at the front lines, and we were the reason why the Union won that war. Right? I mean, that WAR, right? So we got to stop moving with fear. This is not back in the day. 2A rights apply to all people. If you scared, get you a pew-pew, start going to training, start learning ways to defend yourself, get you a nice little Mossberg with defender pew-pews that have both buck and slug, and start doing things to protect yourself. But that fear, moving in fear, what would they might do? They might do something. We got to stop doing that. We'll be all right. We have a warrior class of ancestors. We'll be okay. We survived 400 plus years and not only made a way for ourselves, but made a way for other people to come here and be prosperous. We will be okay. So we got to stop that. That fear movement. Your closet should be looking like that Men in Black scene when he went into them people's house and they opened up into all them pew-pews. That's how your closet should be looking, because I know mine's do. All right. So let's start. Start moving in fear. Start learning how to defend yourself and start training. That's it.
When I speak on the, because I want to comment on that real quick, because I seen a lot of comments talking about the fear aspect of it, of why I said that. When I speak on that, I kind of advocate for like innocent people, because I think that, yes, we defend ourselves and we have guns, but even like when I argue with like, for example, a lot of white.
I don't know if you heard me. Pew pews for TikTok, right? We got to make sure we use TikTok friendly words. Pew pews.
My bad. But like a lot of white people I argue with when they like to bring up the crime statistics and everything. And I always say all the time that when it comes to white people, they don't typically, and this is statistically proven, when there are black murders, usually it's tied to personal connections, personal knowing. Compared to white people, it's tied to political. There's usually more commonly no motivation, no personal vendetta, which is why we see typically more mass shootings to a lot of innocent people. And that's what I was speaking of in terms of the fear, because at the end of the day, it's always going to be the innocent people who lose their lives in those situations. And yes, we have the right to defend ourselves, but let's be honest, black people do not do mass shootings and things of that nature to a lot of innocent people for no reason.
Yes, I agree. But what I'm saying is this, right? We don't do that wasn't my argument on whether we do mass shooter. We don't do things like that because we are godly people, right? We don't do things just innocent people to just go around and start unalive people just cause. That's not we don't have a history of doing that in mass. Now, if people want to bring up the whole gang round, that's less than 1% of our community, and they're doing that because somebody did something to them, to they own that little small group of people. But in mass, that's not what we do. So, but that still doesn't negate the fact that learning how to defend yourself. So when a mass pew pew come around and try to unlock all of y'all not running around with your heads chopped off, running around looking lost. You all can turn around and do what you need to do to defend yourself. It's a saying that they say, a pew pew state is a civil state. The only time you have a problem is it like in New York, you get taxi drivers screaming at you, people do all kinds of silly stuff, you throw their car in front of you and everything. You're not doing that in a place like Pennsylvania. They're very nice. You cut somebody off, they wave at you. Oh, sorry about that, sir. Yeah, because they know everybody got a pew pew. So again, it's a different level, a different energy when everyone has a pew pew. And we need to start learning how to defend ourselves. So therefore, a mass pew pewer is going to think twice for a place where everyone has pew pews than a place where people don't. He's going to think twice. He's going to hold on, let me be strategic, let me move around, and he's going to think twice. But if he know you guys don't have a pew pew, that's it's fun time. He's going to go all out. So you must know how to defend yourself. It's time to start getting in training. It's time to start learning and stop being afraid of the pew pew. Is what I'm trying to say.
All right, thank you. Let's get to Ali baby.
Hello, I'm
How you doing?
African American and I'm 23.
Okay.
And my thoughts on the whole Charlie Kirk situation is it's sad. Like, honestly, I know his opinions were very extreme in some people's eyes, but like at the end of the day, he was a father, a husband, he was a God-fearing man, and that doesn't, and his views might be not the best in some people's eyes, but it wasn't a reason for him to be offed. It's crazy work.
Yeah, no, right. I don't think anybody is saying it's a reason or whatever the case is. Let's not say that.
But they're trying to justify it, which is not right.
Well, I think they're trying to rationalize. I think a lot of people are trying to say that the environment that Charlie Kirk promoted, he promoted, like, for instance, his stances on firearms. Charlie Kirk promoted stances. Now, I'm a firearm owner, so I believe in that. But I do believe that there should be regulations. I do think that, and Charlie Kirk was against that because he was against it for his community. There was a recent pew pew incident, and then Charlie Kirk came out and said, hey, we're going to have some sacrifices. Okay. So, you know what I'm saying? There's a right and a wrong way to do everything. And to sum this up of, differences of opinion, this is a little bit more than differences of opinion. Let's be honest. This is hate speech. What he was doing was
I completely understand that, because as he was getting off, like in the occurrence of it happening, his last few words were comparing mass pew-pewings to G violence. I don't know how to say it on TikTok.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's.
But yeah, G violence. He was comparing the two. So I mean, I get how some people feel about the situation, but I'm just an empathetic person. I feel bad for the wife and the kids, honestly.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, I'm just getting everybody's thoughts. I'm just trying to read the community, trying to see what's going on with everybody. Let's get to Fugo 420.
Hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Fuego 420. But 420. First off, all right. So I'm Native American, but first off, so Utah allows guns on campus.
You got to say pew pew. You can't say.
Oh, sorry. Pew pew. So Utah allows those materials on campus. So with the fact that the kind of rhetoric that Charlie has said in the past about, hey, I'm willing for people to have their service disconnected as long as the Second Amendment is still there, and the fact that he got his own service disconnected by those same tools, I mean, that's irony. And quite honestly, white people don't care when they kill us, so why should I care about them? You know?
Yeah, you gotta say unloved. I'm gonna say this: a lot of people talking about his wife and kids, and that's unfortunate. I don't wish that, especially on his children. I don't wish that on his children. But I do think that we should have the same equal amount of empathy that Charlie Kirk had for George Floyd's children. Exactly. George Floyd had children. Let's be honest. George Floyd had children, and how much empathy did Charlie Kirk have for George Floyd's children? I think we should have no more empathy than he had for George Floyd's children. Now, when it's a black person, he don't care about their kids. He don't care about what's going on with them. So I just think we should share the same amount of empathy. All right.
Yeah, I
May I
want to
point
say that.
out?
Hold on. Let's BX. You gotta say something.
Yes. Charlie didn't believe in empathy. And there's also a clip going around stating that he doesn't believe in empathy.
Mm-hmm.
I think that he's faced with the same thing that he doled out, right? So his family is. He said he doesn't believe in empathy, and now his family, they didn't really ask for it, to my knowledge, but some want to be empathetic to them, and some are standing on what Charlie believes in. But he said it first, so I just wanted to put that out there. He didn't believe in empathy, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just want to say this. I'm a black man from the South, 33 years old.
Hold on, brother. There was a couple other people.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Okay, yeah. Let's appreciate that. I get to you. Let's get to Mark Jackson.
So my thing is, I'm a black man from the South. I'm 53. My thing is this, man. These people been saying anything out their mouth for years, and they didn't unalive Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and a whole bunch of other people. At the end of the day, what he preached is what he got. And the shit that came out of his mouth, anybody in this country can get it. That's just how it been going for the last 40 years, 30 years. Anybody can get it for what you say. We all know that. You can walk outside and say the wrong shit and be up out of here. So, I mean, if you talk crazy and promote hate and negativity, and Caucasian people, they like to kick their little smart comments here and there. Them days is fucking over with, bro. Ain't nobody putting up with that shit no more. I'm going to get up out of here,
Amen.
respectively.
Hey, real talk. Let's be real about it. Let's get to Dan. I don't know how to pronounce your
Just Dawn. Dawn is
Don.
fine.
Okay, Don.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a Native American, California, Pit River Nation, and I'm Mexican, so mix. And I'm 48. And all of this
Okay.
stuff that I'm hearing is it's pretty relevant and interesting. One thing that's stuck in my mind right now that I think is important for us to look at, which is some of the rhetoric that's coming out of the right, trying to place blame on the left, or partisan politics, and trying to blame specifically like the Democratic Party. And I'm not partisan, but I'm just saying this is what's coming out of the right now, the rhetoric, right? About like trying to put that blame on that part of the country and people. And I'm just thinking, and I'm trying to say to people, who benefits the most, the country and people? And I'm just thinking, and I'm trying to say to people, who benefits the most from this right now? Currently, the Trump administration is losing its base. It's a lot of the people that voted this guy into office are a huge amount of them are coming around realizing that he bamboozled them. They're starting to realize that he hoodwinked them, and he's losing his base. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And so you think about it, and then also like the whole scandal with the Epstein files, and that is a big threat to this guy in the presidency right now. So the question is, who benefits from something like this? You look at this fella right here, this dude that just got pew-pewed, and you realize he's not a politician. He was not a general. He was just a figure, a talking head that was popular, and he resonated with Trump's base. So there's all kinds, and it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but to me, there's all of the necessary ingredients to create a distraction and to create a sacrificial piece to bring his base back to where he needs it, Trump. And it's very suspect to me.
Okay. I mean, excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. Thank you. It's good to ask questions. That's all. Let's be honest. We should be asking questions. This was whoever was on the roof. They're saying that the person who um did what he did was on the roof and he did it. And I said this in the live earlier. It looked like he was got with a long pew pew. It looked like he was got with a long device. A long range device, and turned out that that was true. I could tell by just the accuracy of the shot that this person was well trained. So this might be deeper than somebody who's just a hater and somebody who might just not like his political stances on things. I mean, keep in mind that Charlie Kirk is not a politician. Charlie Kirk is not an elected official. Charlie Kirk is not a judge. Charlie Kirk is not a lawmaker. So, like, is this deeper? Does the rabbit hole get deeper than this? I mean, we don't know. A lot of people saying that this is political, but we don't know the political stance of whoever did this. We don't know the real reason of whoever did this. Did Charlie Kirk owe somebody money? I mean, there's millions of dollars floating through Turning USA. Did Charlie Kirk cross the wrong man? We don't. There's a lot. We don't know what's going on. So we should be suspicious and ask questions. All right. But yeah, that's true. Let's get to CT training. I'm not gaslighting. I'm not saying anything for certain. I'm saying that it's smart to ask questions because there's so much we don't know.
That
CT
shot,
training.
that shot that was taken, that's more than 200 yards. That was not an amateur. It takes a lot of training for someone to be able to hit a
Yes.
target at that distance.
To hit that, especially in the neck, and and Charlie was moving at the time too. Man, that's yeah, okay. That takes he's a professional. Whoever did it was a professional. All right. Just as somebody who goes to the range, I can tell you that yeah, you have to be a professional to do that. You're not an amateur doing that. This is not Call of Duty. All right. CT training, you got it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hello, everyone. CT Training, 25, Florida, Black American. If I'm completely honest, I don't care. The same way he doesn't care about Sandra Bland, the same reason he doesn't care about Mike Brown, the same way he doesn't care about George Floyd, Breonna Taylor. I don't care. And what makes it funny and ironic is that his last words were talking about pew pew violence, and he tried to mention black people, and he got offed by someone of his own race that looks like him. So I wanted to have empathy. I tried to until I opened Twitter. Hear what they're talking about us. Go in those replies. They're showing disgusting photos of their ancestors unaliving mine, and they think it's a joke. Trying to start a race war. I try to treat everyone equal. That's how I was raised. But at this point, I don't care. That's his problem. The only people I feel bad for is the kids, honestly. But I think we need to stop giving empathy to people who don't deserve it. Us as black people, we are so quick to forgive people who never asked for it. He got what he deserved. That's his problem. Prayers to the family. But at this point, I don't care. It's his problem. So he's going to have to deal with that. He made his bed. He's going to have to live in it. Dude's got him. See, this is what makes it so annoying. He's over here spewing rhetoric he doesn't even know about. Getting a microphone, talking this crazy nonsense. And this is what happens. So shout out to him. He won the Fuck Around and Found Out award. I hope there are many more to come. So congratulations, dude.
Yeah. Hey. Found out. But I keep saying, everybody keeps trying to say the liberals did this, and I'm not a liberal at all. Y'all know for a fact I'm not that. Nor am I a conservative. I'm not either one of them. I'm not a liberal or conservative, Republican or Democrat. But the thing is that a lot of people are trying to put this on the Democratic Party. Where is the evidence that this was done by the Democratic Party? That's what I want to know. I don't know that. Nobody has given any evidence that this was done by any political party. That's what I want to know. People are saying the liberals. Where's the evidence of that? Come on now. Let's get to
Afro,
BX. Yeah, what's up?
Myron Gaines, is that his name? Everybody's telling him to cancel his events. I think he has an upcoming event. So now people who have a mindset like Charlie Kirk are a little bit nervous. So it'll be interesting to see if Myron Gaines, who talks a lot of mess, actually goes and takes a stage somewhere. I'll yield.
Hey, it would be. I saw somebody saying that Myron is probably going to have to. Ben Shapiro wound up canceling one of his events. Ben Shapiro goes around, he does the same thing. And to be very honest, Myron Gaines is a lot more triggering. Myron tries to be more triggering than Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is sneakier and more condescending a little bit, but Myron is full fledged rude and just vulgar with it. He's way more candid with it. So hey, you know what I'm saying. And he talks a lot of shit. So let's see how much of a man he is. He's always talking about people not being a real man. Let's see. Um, let's get to the Black King.
So I
Wait,
think.
no, at the Black King.
All right.
Oh, my fault.
So again, 33-year-old male from the South. So I just want to hit a few points that I think does make a lot of sense here. One, like the gentleman was saying, like, there's a lot of Republicans mad now. Not saying that there was a party thing at all, but if we just trying to piece the puzzle together, we got to remember there's a lot of white men who have lost millions of dollars because of this administration. So with them trying to pin it on quote unquote Democrats or leftists is their way of copping out or basically calling the plea, trying to put their faults in this cabinet onto someone else. I want to put that out there first because one thing we do know is that white men don't like to lose money. Then this man said he didn't believe in empathy. He didn't believe in a lot of other things. And you calls for public execution of certain people and it happened to you. So now y'all want other people to have empathy for a man who said these things about people who not even committing crimes. My grandmother always says you have to be careful what you put out into this world because the things that you speak and you speak life into, especially of ill things, it come back and hunt you. That man taunted the George Floyd family on multiple occasions, saying that man didn't die for this, wanted the police to be exonerated and all these other things. But now you're in a situation where now people are trying to garner sympathy for you. I don't give a damn. I literally don't. That's how I feel because you people always keep screaming, "Oh, well, his kids was there." My ancestors' kids was there when they was thrown off boats, killed. I mean, unalived and things like that. Nobody care about that. You didn't see people in the uprage when those kids got unalived at the church. Nobody was mad and on panels trying to figure out, oh, well, what we gonna do this. They don't care about gun reform until it's them. I'm a gun owner as well. I never been to
You
jail. I
gotta say
never
pew
been.
pew. You
Oh,
gotta.
pew pew, my bad. I never been in any trouble. I don't have a criminal record. College educated man and everything. But again, they will still look at people like us and say, "Oh, this a DEI hire." You want to know why? Because of our skin color. So no, I do not feel bad that that happened to him, and I would never feel bad for that because you spoke the things you spoke into this world, and you got what you got. Unfortunately, it happened to you. You got to be careful moving around the world with hate. My grandparents always told me the most expensive thing in this world is racism. It has cost America the most money ever, and they still haven't clicked in their brains. You want to know why? Because they feel like they got the hand to do what they want to, and you will end up like people like him. And that's all I got to say.
Hey, yeah, that's true. A lot of people, from what they're saying, is because they caught a guy. If you guys don't know, they originally when it first happened, they caught a guy. He was an older white man, and then they said it wasn't him. It was some dude on the roof. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
As of right now, there's still kind of speculation of if they caught that guy. Okay, some people saying that they did or didn't, but the thing is that they're trying to get ahead of the narrative and saying that this was a political attack, but it doesn't really make that much sense
It doesn't fit the
because
narrative
Charlie
because he
Kirk
wasn't
is not.
a
I'm saying Charlie
politician.
Kirk is not a politician. Charlie
Correct.
Kirk, and nor was Charlie Kirk's not even running for politics. Charlie Kirk, now he's very involved in politics, but he's not a politician. He's not a lawmaker. He's not a judge, nor is he trying to be one. So to frame this as a political attack, I don't know. This might be something else with that. Who knows? And we should just be suspicious of everything right now.
And that's how I feel because of course I currently live in Texas now, so people are all upset saying, "Oh well, he didn't deserve it, y'all. It's a left thing. It's a left thing." When we really don't know where. And then my thing is, why would a leftist be a speaking or engagement where they said majority of mega people was. I'm not sure. I saw the video like everybody else. But again, you have to be careful what you put out into the world. If you put out hate and evilness into the world, you can't think when you pass on and go to wherever you're going that your legacy is going to be remembered peacefully. You can't do that. So if I cause hell every day in the world, everybody's going to get up here and say, "Oh, he was a great man. He went to work. He wasn't a criminal." All those things. Like, what are we talking about here?
That's true. All right, I'm gonna get some more speakers in here. We got some people. Appreciate you. We'll get to Adele and then we'll get to Mo. Thank you, brother. Adele, you got it.
Oh, thanks for having me. 39 years old, Miami, Florida, is where I am. I wanted to touch on two things. The main thing is, and someone said this earlier, that they had empathy or sympathy because he was a God-fearing man or Christian or whatever it is. I don't subscribe to religion, but I think we have to be very careful when we label these people in regards to their beliefs, because nothing he has ever done was Christ-like. This man has launched an attack on Black women, most importantly, Black men, and a slew of other communities. But I'm African American, so I only speak for the community that I belong to. And nothing he's ever done is Christian-like or Christ-like. So I don't believe that he was a Christian at all. The second point that I wanted to touch on is the fact that Charlie Kirk was extremely smart. Most people know that in college is where you go and you learn more about other people, other ethnicities, other races, other groups of people, and you tend to leave the things that you were taught, the negative things, the racist things that you were taught, because now you're more educated and you have more education about other groups of people. So that was Charlie Kirk's purpose for going to these colleges, to ensure that he keeps these young, can we say white or whitey people, minds where it is that their parents taught them. Keep in mind, this man is influencing generations of whitey young men and keeping them in the mind frame that Black people are bad. Black people make up 50% of the crime, which is a lie. Black people are this. Black people are inherently violent. These people are learning these things at these schools, which is why I never understood why he was allowed to go. And these are the eventual people that you're going to have to work next to, shop with, or be in a place where they decide that they want to be the person who's going to pew the movie theater that day, or the mall, or your house. So I think that negative things happen to people who brings negative energy. I do not feel bad for Charlie Kirk's wife. I believe she divorced him anyway. And I don't feel bad for his children either, because I feel like they would be better off without him spewing those sorts of things. They should have never even been at an event where you are having those sorts of negative conversations about people. Racism is taught, it's learned behavior, and he has no business at college teaching generation of white students how to be hateful. So all in all, I have no empathy nor sympathy for him or anyone else. I think the world, most importantly his family, will be way better off without him. Those are my personal thoughts.
One less evil man, right?
I just want to kind of remind the chat, even in the chat, the ones writing in the comments, you have to code your words. This is your verbal warning. If I see you are doing it repetitively, saying the wrong TikTok friendly language or spamming the chat, I will mute you for 5 minutes. Our goal here is to protect the lives so we could keep these type of conversations going. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's get to Mo, but everybody got to tap the screen. We got 600 people in the live and less than 20,000 likes. Come on now, everybody tap the screen. Everybody tap the screen. Mo, you got it. Go ahead, Mo. You got it.
I think it's just inherently wrong to not have empathy.
Where are you from? Where are your people from?
21 Minnesota.
Are you a descendant of American chattel slavery?
I'm from South Sudan.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
the way on live TV, no one should be able to pass like that. No one. And
Okay.
to say he deserved it, I just disagreed on almost everything he ever said. There's just no way to go out like that, honestly. And to say, like, all this hate speech, yes, bad, totally bad, but you just can't say someone deserves to die over it, because that's free speech. And to say that you fuck around and found out, that's just terrible. What does that say about free speech? Do you have the right to say everything?
Well, let me ask you a question. Where was free speech with Jordan Neely? Jordan Neely was on the train. Jordan Neely didn't assault nobody. Jordan Neely didn't put his hands on anybody. Jordan Neely was just talking to himself. And
Yeah.
then Daniel Penny jumped on him from behind and put him in a chokehold. Okay. And Charlie Kirk defended that. He was a homeless man on the New York subway. So where was free speech then? I mean, if we're gonna have free speech, if nobody should be assaulted for their political views or their free speech, let's just keep that a buck across the
Yeah,
board then.
no one should. It doesn't, like, I told you I disagree with Charlie Kirk on everything, literally almost everything. As Americans, no matter who you are, you should be able to speak your mind. Even though I don't think some people should speak about these negative topics like Charlie Kirk, because it perpetuates these evil things, like saying people are like DEI hires. That's just terrible. But no matter what, at the end of the day, you need free speech, as
All
anyone
right.
should.
Okay. But the thing is that before we start jumping to conclusions saying it's about free speech, we don't know that. We don't know why whoever did it. We
Yeah,
don't know
yeah, yeah.
that yet. So let's not jump to conclusions that this was about a political difference. So, but
No, like,
if
yeah.
it was, it wasn't one of us. That's all I'm saying.
I know. I don't.
Interesting.
It should not be. Politics should not be the way it is. Like, it's just how people are divided, saying it's the left it is or the right. It shouldn't be that way at all.
Well, yeah,
Honestly, I don't think he
we don't know
deserved it.
about. But let me get to some of the. Thank you.
Afroelite, the chat would like to remind everybody, especially Mo, that freedom of speech does not mean freedom of consequences.
Oh damn!
So
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth?
you
Appreciate.
get
Thank you, Mo. I mean, I'm not sitting up
what?
here. I'm not sitting up here saying it's a good thing. I have not said it's a good thing. There's about 600 people in the chat, which y'all really need to start hitting that like button. Y'all need to stop doing that. I don't want to turn the comments off, but y'all got to start hitting the like button. Otherwise, I'm gonna feel like y'all don't like it.
You get
So y'all start
consequences
hitting
if you speak
the
your
like
mind.
button. But Mo, we heard what you got to say. We got to listen to other people though.
All right, cool.
Right. So consequences could be that some groups are very protected, right? So let's take Kyrie
Yeah.
Irving. Let's take Kanye West. Let's take Nick Cannon. They made statements about another community or what could be perceived statements towards another community, and they lost a portion of their wealth. They had to fight for their businesses back. So were covered under free speech, right? But then somebody was offended, and then they held those black men accountable. So it's not hard to understand the statement, Mo, because I heard you say, what? Like, so that's what it is in America, okay? You have freedom of speech, but there's also consequences that could follow. So just be careful with certain things. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, let's get to. Let me see. Christy.
I haven't gotten a chance to speak yet, and I've been up here for a while.
Okay, were you here? You're next. I'll get to you next because I think
Okay.
you were right after Chrissy. Chrissy, are you with us? Okay, Chrissy might not be ready yet. Okay, you can go ahead.
I am 30. I actually live in Utah. I am Mexican American. I come from immigrant parents from Mexico. I really don't care what happened to him. I'm not celebrating it, but I don't feel bad in any way for him. He made jokes about feeding Mexicans to alligators in alligator Alcatraz. So I really have no empathy when people are saying, oh, he's a father, he has kids. So do they, their fathers, their uncles, their brothers, their sons, they have kids too. So it's okay to make those kinds of jokes. But when it's the other way around and people aren't feeling that empathy for him, we're evil, we're the problem, we're vile. I just, and I do feel bad for the kids, and I feel bad for all of the kids. I am disgusted that nobody is outraged about the two Democrat politicians that were just unalived. Why was there no mass flag or whatever for them? He wasn't even a politician. Why is there that for him but not for them? And they were important people. I haven't seen anybody really talking about the Colorado shooting that pew-pewing, whatever. I'm so sorry. That happened today. I have not seen any outrage over that. And that's the same man who said he was willing to accept that happening as long as he got his Second Amendment. He was okay with the, I don't know if I could say it, blood spilled of children as long as he got that.
He did say that, that is what he said. And we do have we don't know the fatalities of the incident at the school. I've heard that it's low. It wasn't that severe, but I mean, the news is not talking about anything besides Charlie right now.
Right. And I mean,
Very
even if
interesting.
it's low, like even,
It still is a story that needs to be discussed. Yeah.
exactly, because those are, those are parents, they're sending their babies to school to learn, to be safe. And I'm sure that they're outraged. I can only imagine that they're seeing that the only thing that people in this world are caring about is a white supremacist who was shot spreading racial, bless you, pew-pewed, spreading such negativity, and nobody is acknowledging what the actual problems are. Like, why is nobody outraged over these children? Like, that's what bothers me, really. I don't feel bad for him at all. One less racist in the world. Like, keep it up. Let's go.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. All right. Hey, well, I mean,
One
the
moment.
world is a little less evil, maybe.
Exactly.
That's what people are saying. Christy, are you with us?
One moment. For the culture, I see that they have entered the room. I'm not sure if they're in the request box.
No, yeah, they're not.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me up here. I'm going to drop down so I can hear more opinions.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right. Chrissy, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me? Thank you for having me. Can y'all hear me okay?
Can.
All right, thank you so much. Hope y'all are doing all right today. I think I'm sick of the gaslighting and the tone
May
policing.
we have your
And
ethnic group and if you're over
oh,
18, please? Yeah.
oh yeah, ADOS.
Okay.
I'm 44. I'm from Virginia.
Thank you.
Um, yeah, you're welcome. I'm sick of the tone policing and I'm sick of the gaslighting when it comes to black people and people of color saying that this man was a racist and that he had issues with our community and he dog whistled a lot of points to try to garner like hate when it comes to us. I'm sick of that. I'm also over the fact that people are like, oh, well, he was, unalived on TV and we got to see it. But yeah, I don't care about the trauma porn with the P word that we get to see when we see our black people pass for years. Y'all don't care when we have to see that. I've seen too many unalivings of my people by, that gang that we call the cops. And nobody has anything to say about that. So I'm trying to figure out why we supposed to be so moved about this man being unalived on TV or wherever he was. Like, I mean, what's the issue here? Also, they said there was like over 8,000 or so um, protest or something. What is it that you have to sign? Whatever it is you have to sign to try to get him from not going there to that location. He was so full of himself and just knew he was safe because he was where? In Utah, he just knew he was amongst his people and he would be okay. There was only like what, 4 cops there? Are y'all gonna send the state troopers or the whoever that's going out there? Y'all gonna send them to Utah because apparently it's wild over there. It's a wild wild west. They're unaliving people who who.
Apparently, I mean, in a crowd full of people in broad daylight, yo,
Okay,
Charlie
it's
Kirk
getting
loved talking
crazy.
about Chicago. Charlie
Okay,
Kirk talked about the
hello.
crime in Chicago. Like, let's talk about the crime in Utah if we're gonna
Let's
go
talk
there.
about it. Send the stormtroopers there to that location because apparently things were out of control. But again, they only had 4 cops. They just knew it was safe there. And here it is. He got it to the neck. And I'm also sick of really quickly. I was in another live. I was in the chat. And they were like, well, it's like MLK. Stop comparing this man to MLK. I don't want to become unglued. I try my best not to be a nasty person online. But that right there makes me want to go ahead and just really become unraveled. How are these two people on the same playing field? No, you will not. You will never ever come against, MLK talking some these two are the same. He was fighting for what he believed in. His right there man was spewing hate. That man was ugly spirited. That was not no real Christian. I don't know who he praised, but he will be seeing that person or maker or whatever that is soon. But that wasn't no real Christian. That wasn't no Christian like foolishness that he was saying and spewing. That man was hateful. And when you're hateful, that hate comes around like a boomerang. All the stuff he was saying was nothing but spells, and it came around back to him. He was putting those spells on his self. Everything he said came back to self. The tongue is mighty. You see what I'm saying? Stop telling people we need to feel some kind of way about, oh, this happened to this man. People pass away every day, B. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And you don't care then. So let's not try to pretend like we're supposed to care now. He gone. He up out of here. We ain't got to hear that foolishness no more. On to the next. Because you know there are going to be other people. And I want them all to feel afraid. I want them all to be ashamed. And I want them all to know that, hey, it's your people. This is that white on white crime right there that's taking
Yep.
you out, not us.
That's
Thank you,
true.
President.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get to Rob.
Okay, yeah. So I'll be the only normal thinking person on the whole panel, like usual.
Okay.
Have you ever heard the term sticks and stones, but words won't hurt me?
His
You
ethnic
said you're
group.
the only normal person in the room, and
Yes,
did you
and
just
y'all
rip?
can't even
Did you just fumble?
differentiate
Did you just
words,
fumble the sticks and stones?
and you think that words are
Are you
going
are you
to
are you sober right now,
justify
sir?
unaliving
Is it
someone.
just me, or did he just fumble the sticks and stones phrase?
I
Yeah,
cut it
I
I'm
off
always
waiting
got
for
short.
my
his
smartest
Will
man
break
in the
my
room.
bones,
Have
but
you
ethnic
heard
words
group.
will
this?
never hurt me.
White
Notice it was a
people who have
long
ethnic
pause
group.
too. Have you
Yes,
heard of
words will
the
never hurt
sticks,
me.
the stones,
Yes,
and the sticks,
so
and words and being
yes,
hurt by the
words will never
stones and
hurt
the
me.
sticks?
So
Did you hear about that part?
why do you go unaliving someone for their political views? And he wasn't a racist. And everybody wants to call him a racist. Try
Rob,
and tell me what that he
No,
said.
Rob. Now you don't
Y'all don't
overtalk the
even
host,
know.
Rob. Rob, don't overtalk the host. Let me ask you a question. How do you know the person who did this over his political views? How do you know that for a fact? Where is the proof? Because the FBI has not confirmed that. So where is the proof
We don't
that
know
the person who
who it
did
even
this
was.
over his political
The
views,
dude
Rob?
has not even been caught yet.
Well,
But
so
you're
how do
sitting up
you
here
know
and
then,
saying
Rob? If
his
that's the
views
case,
and
how do you know?
philosophies deserve
Because
him
you're
to be
saying something
unalived.
like it's a definite fact, and I just want to know how you know, Rob. How did you know, Rob?
I'm basing my
Tell me,
opinion
Rob.
on these TikTok lives where y'all are calling him a racist when he
No,
wasn't.
you said it's over his political views. I want see you got me stuck in the accent. It's over his political
Well,
views, and
y'all
I
are
want to
saying he
know how you
deserves
know
to
that
be
if the guy has
unalived
not
and
been
you don't
caught
even
yet.
care
How do you
about,
know that, Rob?
and you don't
How
even
do you
care that he
know,
had
Rob?
kids or a
Damn,
woman.
tell me the truth, Rob. Come on.
I'm telling it like it is right now.
Okay, go ahead, Rob.
Yes, you are sitting up here and I'm listening to everybody say he deserved this for his views. And like I said, you could call me a copper collecting, catalytic converter stealing, Sudafed buying honky cracker any day. And I don't care. I'm not going to go unalive somebody.
Mm-hmm.
I
Well,
don't care.
nobody on this panel unalived him, so.
Well,
On this panel gave their opinion because I didn't give my opinion.
Yeah, and everybody hasn't given his opinion.
everybody,
And hold on, no, Rob, if you say that we should have to respect Charlie Kirk's opinion, whether we agree or disagree, then you need to respect everybody on the panel's opinion, whether you agree or disagree.
well,
Nobody on this
y'all's
panel,
opinion is
right?
like
Rob, stop it.
go
Nobody
unalive
on this
somebody.
panel,
And there's more people to
nobody,
come,
stop,
like
Rob.
Ben
Nope, nope, nope. You
Shapiro and
can't do
stuff.
that. You can't do that, Rob,
That's
because
what you're
nobody
saying.
on this panel, that you stop. Nobody on this panel has done anything to Charlie. Nobody on this panel has done anything to anybody.
You're condoning it?
Everybody here, Rob, everybody here is just voicing their opinion. And if you're saying that we can't get mad at Charlie for voicing his opinion, then with that logic, you can't get mad at anybody on the panel for voicing their opinion.
His opinion wasn't racist. It
It
wasn't
was.
unaliving
It
people.
was.
And
No,
y'all say that
it
black people
was.
can't be racist.
It
And
was.
that's
And
totally,
nobody on this
and you're
panel's
proving
opinion has been
yourself
racist.
wrong from all the other people going
Rob,
live on
Rob
TikTok.
got some moonshine to drink, so it's Rob got some moonshine to drink, so we gonna let Rob get to it. We gonna let Rob get to it. He's
Can I say
still on
something
some
really quick?
moonshine and stuff, so we're gonna let
Can
Rob
I
go
say,
ahead and handle that. Um,
can I say something really quickly? If it's
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Um, I just think it's very odd that people want to say in the chat, "Oh, Christy, you're part of the problem." I don't know what that problem is. How do y'all tell Black people what problem we're part of? Well, we're not spewing hate. We're not happy this man is gone. We just don't give a damn. I don't understand. We're indifferent. What
Mhm.
problem are we part of? That's so strange to me that y'all want us to feel some kind of way about a person that could care less about us. What was he racist about? He said he wouldn't even fly if there was a black pilot. Let's not forget that he was anti-Muslim. I'm a Muslim and I'm black. So that's two strikes against me. Like, what are you talking about when you say we're part of the problem? This is what I'm talking about with the tone policing. I just wanted to go ahead and say that because it's a nasty piece of work where you try to make victims feel as though they're supposed to be feeling some kind of way, sorry about the oppressor. I
We
said,
gotta
you're not.
extend some type of grace to Charlie that Charlie never extended to
Never
anybody.
extended
We're
to
not.
it.
Yeah,
And then,
no, we're
and I
not
just
gonna do
want to
that.
say, and then they're
Charlie was
like,
known
oh,
for not extending any grace. I want to,
well, what is it
but
about?
let's get to a couple other speak. I appreciate you, sister. I got to let some more people because there's a lot of people who want to come
Go
up.
ahead and drop me.
You know,
I appreciate you.
appreciate. Thank you, thank you. You have a good one. All right, let's get to Tori the Gray.
Hey, I'm 40. I'm from Oklahoma. My ancestors are from Ireland and Germany.
Okay.
Um, Thank you for having a space that's so neutral and highlighting minority voices. I only wanted to come on to talk about the philosopher Karl Popper, his idea of the paradox of tolerance. So it kind of gets into this, why do we need to feel empathy for someone who was literally against empathy? And I really support that everybody's having a neutral or happy reaction, that they're allowed to have that feeling, and that that's a part of creating balance in our world, because he was a stochastic terrorist. So he hides behind that he never committed violence with his own hands, but he incited violence. So he has plausible deniability, but he absolutely is a terrorist. And not that I condone anyone being unalived, but the paradox of tolerance says that if we tolerate intolerance, it will erode all tolerance. And so when I understood
I'm
this,
sorry, Taurus. How was Charlie a terrorist?
You're
he
gonna wait your
was,
turn.
Saying
Wait
that
your turn to
and
speak. Wait
yeah,
your turn to speak. We'll let you
it's a
go.
great question.
We'll let you go.
He's what's called a
yeah,
stochastic terrorist. Stochastic terrorism means that it is random act of violence incited by people with a platform, and it is statistically predictable. If he says hateful things, the people that listen to him will commit acts of violence. I'm in Oklahoma.
has
The
acted in violence after Charlie had
If you
spoken.
do it one more time, lady, you're gonna be removed. Don't do that. Okay? She didn't interrupt. Don't interrupt. You'll get your chance to speak. Come on now. Come
so
on.
stochastic terrorism is specifically a kind of terrorism where you are not committing the violence with your own hands, but you are saying hateful things that incite other people to violence. This is a documented thing. You can read about it. I live in Oklahoma. Our state superintendent of education is a stochastic terrorist, and he goes on his little platforms and says hateful things about trans kids, and then we get bomb threats called into our libraries at our schools, and we get acts of violence against trans kids. We had a trans kid beat to an inch of his life in a bathroom. And so these people have plausible deniability. They, you know, they get to act like they're holier than thou and better, and they didn't do anything wrong. But like what the other person said, you know, your words are powerful, and they do create ripples of actions around you. So these people absolutely are not blameless. And if we look at the paradox of tolerance, which really holds me in moments like this, not that I'm condoning that he should have been unalived, but he needs to be silenced in one way or another in order to create peace. Because if we tolerate people that are intolerant, it will erode all tolerance. It is what will happen. We have to be blatantly opposed to people that are intolerant of others. And so that is kind of it's a paradox, and I hate paradoxes, but I think it's really important to hold space for that paradox here. And I'm very, very grateful to all of the people that are sharing their emotional reaction to this, even though it's unpopular, even though it makes you look like, you know, oh, you're the radical left, and oh, the tolerant left, and you're being violent. No, you're not. You're being human. You're being human, and all of your emotional reactions are valid. Sending you guys love from Oklahoma. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Let's get to Lips and Froze. I got to get some more people up here. Lips and Froze.
Hey,
Quick, hold
Wait,
oh,
are you gonna leave soon? Are you about to leave or no?
Oh no, no, they can speak. I thought you probably forgot that I was on the
No,
queue,
no,
but
I
she can
ain't
go
forgot
ahead.
about it, but Lips and Froze was here from the beginning, so she dropped down to come back up. So let's get to Lips and Froze.
so peace to the chat. I am a proud FBA Black Indigenous person, foundational Black American. I just want to say this on behalf of us, Black Indigenous American FBAs. We don't owe you our emotions. We don't owe you our empathy, and we damn sure don't owe you our sympathy. We gonna do what we want to do, how we gonna do, the way we gonna always do it. If we want to, if we don't. Like, we gonna do what we want to do. So anybody that is planning on coming up here flapping their jaws about how we're supposed to feel or how we're supposed to think, we don't owe you that. So just get that together and get that out your mind, number one. Now, moving on with the topic of discussion. In my personal opinion, I have no feelings for this man. I rather listen. It's like, okay, what's next on TV? What am I having for my midnight snack? That's kind of like where I'm at with it, because people like him, he goes around to these platforms and these colleges, and I think the reason why certain political parties are really, really upset that he's no longer around is because he had a connection in a way to talk to the youth in a manner that connected. And I believe that they were propping him up for something bigger in the future. But now those plans have been foiled. So now they run around here crying all these, White Walker tears and just having a whole entire fit outside because their connector to the youth has now been deleted. And good riddance. Far as whether it was political or not, I mean, it could be, it couldn't be. I can care less. I, for one, feel like people like that don't deserve to be on this planet. You're spewing hate. You're spewing all these negative things. And you constantly have a specific target on minorities and Black people constantly when he was popping his mess. And I don't care. I don't care. And if a lot of people come up behind me and say they don't care, don't you dare try to come up here trying to tell us how to feel. We are grown individuals. We're gonna feel the way we want, and Black people don't owe y'all nothing. We are foundational Black Americans. We built this country from the ground up. And when we were going through our blood, sweat, and tears in our movements, and our people were being deleted and pushed out of the planet, It wasn't all this empathy. I'm sitting here watching all this news all over the TV. People, you know, brainwashing the they're brainwashing the public. Oh, he was a patriot and he was a this and he was a loving this and oh, he was such a good man. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. That man had an agenda to put a target on minority and black people's backs. And people like that don't deserve to be here. So I'm actually happy he's gone. And in my personal opinion, they can take the White Walker tears and pour it on his grave. And all that crying you can save for him on their platforms, not over here. And for the time being, I'll mute. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Let's get to my brother Black Vanguard, and we trying to. It's a lot of people in the room. I appreciate
Yeah,
y'all
it
tapping the
is.
screen so heavy. There's a lot of people want to come up. Don't worry, we gonna get to y'all. Black Vanguard, sound off, bro. Sound off.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, so I'm a foundational Black American freedom. My people built this country. Now, my thoughts, Charlie Kirk. I don't have no sympathy for him though, because I watch a few of his speeches he did in college campuses. Man, he said a lot of anti-black stuff. Man, I remember one time he said something about reparations, that we don't deserve no reparations, that we gonna spend it all on all that type of stuff. So I don't feel sorry for him. Also, his last words before he got cracked on in his neck, he started saying a whole bunch of stuff about what about black or black crime, what about gang violence, and that's number ancestral karma what he did. See, he thought that he was in a white state, a white city, a white college campus, and he was surrounded with white folks. He thought he was safe, but it was like a John Brown type of situation that happened though, because you can't no longer spill anti-black rhetoric and expect nothing to happen to you though. But I don't feel sorry for this man, because this man had access to millions of people around the country, and then his rhetoric is the same type of rhetoric that get our people on the live. Same thing would happen to that I forgot that person got strange fruited though, Emmett Till. That's the same rhetoric what happened to Emmett Till, same rhetoric that happened to got on the live in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which my great grandmother told me stories how a white T woman lied on him and they have whole entire town bomb though, which is Tulsa, Oklahoma though. So I don't feel sorry for him though. What they were trying to do is that they were trying to prop him up to be the next I forgot Richard Spencer, but that actually failed. But I'm kind of glad. I don't condone no violence though, but he got what was coming to him though, because they were talking about what about the mass pew pews that go on all across the country, and he actually was actually deflected. I'll talk about what about black or black crime in Chicago though, deflected. See, white mass pew pews are a huge problem in this country though, and also ain't telling all the stuff he said with Candace Owens about Myra Gaines. I know y'all heard the story about Myra Gaines and Ben Shapiro. They canceled their meetings though because they scared that's gonna happen to them, and I'm kind of glad that should put them on notice though. See, this is ancestral karma that's being done to these white supremacists though, and also what one person said that he is a terrorist though, because even though he don't have a committed no physical act, but his mouth is actually dangerous though, because he had millions of people listen to him all over the country, even in other foreign countries listen to him. So his rhetoric was spilling out against black Americans though. That's the propaganda they were spilling. I'm kind of glad actually in it. That's all I gotta say today. I'm gonna allow other people to speak.
Thank you. Afro, can I just say this? I think the word that we people should put in their vocabulary, well, not foundational Black Americans, but those who are listening to foundational Black Americans speak, is desensitized. Right? That's a very good word for it. We're desensitized to some issues, but for the simple fact is that when we have our issues, people do it, get aboard for trend, right? They get aboard just to say they help, but they drop the ball in every other place, or they exhibit anti-Black American sentiments towards us and think we're expected to take it. So when we say we're not obligated to do anything for anybody, it's because we've extended ourselves enough. Everybody who comes to this country benefits off of civil rights, not only civil rights, but our ancestors' enslavement era, and they're the most disrespected. Every group that was harmed in America has received reparations or a form of reparations besides foundational Black Americans, right? All these groups, we were never polled on if they deserve it. We were never called to their meetings. Conveniently, everybody gets a voice over what foundational Black Americans deserve. But let me be clear. clear, everybody else is an immigrant besides a foundational Black American, right? These groups speaking. White tea people are immigrants too, and they have other issues because white tea men like Charlie Kirk are telling other white tea people they're immigrants if their family migrated here after the 1900s. So when we say y'all can't do what we do, you can't. And when we say you can't speak on our issues or we don't care about what's happening, it's because we're desensitized. There was a time we could see pictures of our ancestors strange fruiting on Facebook. So I come from that era where people were posting our ancestors as memes. And you know what was so alarming about it? The children were there smiling too. We can't post those things today because if we could, white tea people would shut the hell up and it would be a learning moment for the melanated immigrants. So let's be clear, we're desensitized because of a history of enslavement, oppression, redlining, Jim Crow, Reconstruction, and all these things are still happening today. And some of those laws are still on the books today. Y'all, thank you.
Let's go. Let's go. We're gonna get to
Tango is up here. He's been up here for a while. Tango.
yeah, we'll get to Tango, and then we'll get to uh what's his name? Where should I think it's Renisha. Renisha. We'll get to Renisha. Okay, my bad. Sometimes it's difficult to read the names. So we'll get to Tango, then we'll get to you, then we'll get to I think then we'll get to I Be a Lady, and then Kiki.
Okay, yeah. Shout out to you, Afro. So look, whatever happened, he had a long list of enemies, right? He said things to upset a lot of people, everybody from the feminists to the LBGT to the migrants to even the Democrats, Muslims. But my issue with him is how he would really either openly lie or distort information about Black people, Black Americans specifically. That would be my issue with him, and not just him, but people like him because they do this all the time. And you guys, I think you guys hit on the Black pilots, DEI. They would take stuff like DEI and say, oh well, that's an unqualified Black person. Like he literally said this. A lot of if you look at some of the stuff that's popping up today, if you kind of scroll through, you'll see some of the people have kind of made compilations, DEI is basically an unqualified Black person getting an opportunity over a qualified white person. That's not what DEI is. So when you do stuff like that, that's open distortion, that's disinformation. And he did that, on purpose, and he did that on a regular basis. He did that against Black women. One of the some Black politician was talking about how she benefited from affirmative action. But then he was like, oh, yeah, we know you benefited from affirmative action. That means you weren't qualified. So again, that whole thing, the way that he would spin it and just, basically dump all over Black people. He had a lot to say about Black fathers, but not anything to say about, the overall effort to make sure Black fathers aren't even in the homes. That's the one thing I really, kind of took an issue with him when he was talking about Black men and fatherhood and all this other stuff, because it's just very interesting to me that everybody has this idea that we can talk about what Black people, Black men and women are doing. But meanwhile, if you guys have been paying attention to stuff that's happened in the last few weeks, they're all up in arms about that incident that happened on the train with that Ukrainian immigrant. But literally, a Caucasian man, took out 3 Black immigrants just around that same time frame, and that's my issue with them, is that I could actually have some respect for the criticism if they were equal across the board. So as soon as something happens and they're doing something on their side, and somebody in their group does something that's heinous, it's just crickets over there. And that's the one thing I can't stand about it. If you're gonna critique all of these people, then you need to have and these are the first group of people to run around here talking about take accountability. That's all I hear. That's all I hear out of them. Take accountability, take accountability. And then when people from their group are doing stuff that's heinous, committing the mass attacks all over the place and crime everywhere and doing a bunch of stuff, they're completely silent on it. So, and he was one of those same people. He went so far as to blame a Black fire chief from a whole nother town. I don't know if you guys remember that Texas flood where all those little girls lost their lives, in that flood. He blamed a Black fire chief that was hundreds of miles away. It wasn't even his district. Like, this is the stuff that this guy was doing. And then people want to sit here and say, well, he wasn't anti-Black, he wasn't racist. Look, that's him being racist. That's him lying. That's him distorting the truth. That's him, basically dumping all over Black people. And then every time, and let's be clear. Yeah, he talked about all the other groups, but he made his bones on dumping all over Black people.
Thank you.
That was his big. That was his big money ticket item. 1350, 1350. Look, dozens of videos of him talking about 1350, 1350. And when people say that, they're trying to actually say that all black people are criminals. That's ignoring the millions of productive, hardworking, law-abiding black citizens that get up and go to work every day, that follow the law, that don't have any criminal record, that don't get involved in anything, that are actually working hard and doing the stuff they're supposed to do and being good citizens. That's ignoring all of that and just saying, look, all of y'all, and even if you're black, you're just a criminal. And
Mm-hmm.
and black people should be offended about that. And I know I'm getting a little bit excited here, but I feel a certain type of way about that. So, I mean, it's just a lot of things that he was doing. So when people try to do this thing where they go, well, y'all should feel this and we should be doing this and how we're supposed to respond to it, like it's I do like the word desensitized or indifferent because, again, where was all this empathy when, Dr. King, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, Medgar Evers, and Fannie Lou Hamer, and they were getting attacked and taken out? Like, where was all this empathy? That's the
Mm-hmm.
one thing I always try. People do the same. Well, yeah, you're going back into the history. No, the history actually informs the present. And even today, when black people are harmed, people are, that whole George Floyd thing. People are still making fun of George Floyd and then lying about how his life was taken. Nobody, we weren't, glorifying him. We were talking about the incident as it relates to what police were doing and openly abusing their power and authority when a man was handcuffed already on the ground and under control and you got a knee to his neck. That's what black people were complaining about. And that's a legitimate complaint because if that's normalized, then you can do that to anybody and everybody.
Yes.
So, I got a lot to say, but I'll go ahead and land right there.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. We gotta get some people in here, so let's get to. You said your name was Renisha, right?
It's Renasia.
Renasia. Okay, you got it.
Okay. I kind of find it ironic
Lips
in a
and
way.
froze and Tango. I'm gonna let y'all down so I can let some people up, but I'll let y'all come back up a little bit later.
No problem. No problem. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Renasia.
Okay. I just find it ironic in a way that people keep saying that they don't really care about this man's death, but yet we're on a live talking about it. I'm not a fan of this man. I don't agree. I've seen some of his videos. I haven't seen all of them. I don't agree with the majority of his takes. I do think that it should be acknowledged that the way he passed was sad, and it's just like if you don't see it that way, I don't think it should be talked about in this way that people don't really care. Like that's sad. This man died or was off, excuse me, in front of his child. And
In
also
front of
in a
his
very
child. His child was there. I didn't know.
traumatic way.
Okay.
Yes, it was reported that his child was there, and I believe an ex-wife or his
I
current wife.
tried to Google. I can't find any reports of a divorce. I'm not sure if he was divorced or not. I haven't seen any confirmation of that. How should we be taking the situation?
I just feel like if you don't really care, then maybe you should just keep that to yourself and move on. I don't think it should be a live debate about you saying how much you don't really care
I mean, well,
about his death.
I'm saying, what are your thoughts? I'm just saying, and I'm letting people express their thoughts. And if some people are saying that, hey, man, because this is trending, it's all over the place. It's the only thing the news is talking about. It's the only thing politicians are talking about. It's the only thing. It's literally taking over the airwaves right now. So if people are coming in to express the fact that, hey, because of who he was, they're not mourning his death. That's what they have to say. How do you feel about it?
It's very traumatic and it's very sad. I feel like it's very disheartening for his family.
Mm.
Honestly, if me personally, I don't know too much of his history, but if he wasn't a rapist, if he wasn't out here, pew pewing and I don't know the words I could say on here. Like if he wasn't causing hurt and pain by physical touch or anything, then I don't think what am I trying to say? I don't know. I think people shouldn't just be so senseless about it in a way because his family and stuff are on social media and they do see this as well too. I just think it's very sad. That's why I think.
Well,
Me
the thing
personally.
is,
Renasia, what's
I
your
think
ethnic group?
overall, of course, you're going to have some people who are going to be, dramatic with their responses. Of course, you're always going to have that on both sides politically. I'm seeing people have extreme responses, but I'm seeing people say that the rhetoric that Charlie Kirk was known to spew, the hate that Charlie Kirk was known to spew, has caught up with him. What do you think about that? That the hate that Charlie Kirk has spewed throughout the last 10, 12 years has finally caught up with him. If somebody was to say that, what would you say? If somebody was to say that it's his karma, the same way he said Jordan Lilly faced his karma, what would you say about that?
See, but I think I'm above that. So I disagree. I don't think anyone should die because or be killed because of their opinion or their difference of opinion.
Gotta watch
Okay.
words.
Yeah, you can't say that. Okay, all right. Well, that's your stance on it. I'm just saying, what are your thoughts? Okay, well, that's your stance. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Let's say be a lady. Be a lady. Come on, you were cutting people off before, so now let's not do that.
Here I am.
Be a
So I
lady.
definitely agree with. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So I agree with the lady before me. I just think that like Charlie passed away in a very horrific way, and I feel like people, since I've been listening to this panel, people have been on here kind of like being super rude, in my
Mm,
opinion. And I think that, when someone passes away, we have to all kind of like be a little bit more remorseful and kind of be a little bit more empathetic, whether we agree with their viewpoint or not. And
hmm
I follow Charlie on, I think, Instagram, and his videos he's a Christian. I'm a Christian, and I think that from
Oh,
what I've
okay.
seen, from what I've
Was a Christian?
seen,
The Triple K, they were Christians too,
I'm
radical
sorry.
Christians.
I'm sorry. Who's
The
speaking?
Triple K were also Christians, ma'am.
Oh,
Just
Many
because
slave
somebody's a
owners claim to be
Christian,
Christians
right?
as well too. But go ahead.
oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know what she's talking about, but I don't want to cut
Hey,
you
have
off.
you heard of them? What is your ethnic group?
I'm black.
But what is your
What ethnic
ethnic
group?
group? Black is a race. What is your ethnic group?
I'm so scared of your tone, but I don't know
But
what
I
you
don't care.
mean.
What
What do you?
etnicity? What nation do your family
Oh,
lineage
I'm
come from?
American. So
You who?
my mom is American. My dad is
From where?
Grenadian.
Caribbean.
Yeah,
Okay, we
he's
got it.
yeah,
We got it. So the
yeah.
Triple K are the Christians who went
Mhm.
around because and unalived our ancestors by a rope around their neck from a tree. That's who the
But
Triple K are.
but isn't that what happened in America as well? Why are you mentioning the Caribbean? I'm
Hello.
so
I am.
No,
confused.
Are you a dingbat? Because
Well,
I'm
no, I'm
talking
just.
about America. I don't care about the
Oh, you
Caribbean right now.
mentioned
This is
my.
America.
I said I was
So
American,
you
and you
were a
said
Christian,
my.
and so were the Triple K, and your thoughts align with Charlie Kirk, who could be a hood wearing member at night. We don't know.
Possibly, we don't know. I don't know who you are
Okay, so
either.
let
so
me
You could
say
so
be.
this.
don't
Let
You
me
lead
could
say
on
also
this
be
for
a hood
Christianity
everybody
because
who
wearing.
we
sit
know
up there.
I
Christians
don't
could be
know
the
who you
worst.
are. You could be a hood
Okay,
wearing person
hold on, man.
too.
Let me
I
say this.
mean,
Charlie
let's talk
Kirk,
about it.
do you
Let's
feel
talk
like
about it.
Charlie Kirk
You
now?
could talk about it from your
Charlie,
Let's
father's
talk
bone,
if
about
baby.
it,
we
That's
want
what you
to,
sweetheart.
could do.
let me say
Let's
this
talk
for
about
all
it.
of
I'm
the
from
people who
Manhattan.
are
Let's talk
claiming to
about
be
it.
Christian. Hold
I'm
on,
from the
for all
Bronx,
of the,
ma'am.
I
You
don't
ain't
for
care.
saying
all of
nothing.
Manhattan is number
ma'am,
You're an
one.
immigrant.
man,
Oh
Manhattan is
my
number
God.
one.
hey
Manhattan
y'all.
is number one. What's up?
That's enough. That's
You're a
enough.
young-minded
That's
Triple
enough.
K supporting wench.
Man, BX. All right, let me say that because I want to get to more people. Okay, I'm gonna say this: you are a Christian, right, or whatever the case is. Charlie Kirk has said things that go against many different Christian values. Charlie Kirk is a hypocrite. If you're a real Christian, if you're a real Christian, you shouldn't support Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is a hypocrite in many different ways. He spewed rhetoric that goes against the Bible, the Word of God, in many different ways. If you're a real Christian, you wouldn't believe in that. Are you one of those Christians from the Bible of the slave days where they would edit and cut out certain pages and make you read certain parts that make white men look good? Are you that type of Christian? Are you one of those the white man is God type Christian? What color was Jesus, ma'am? Do you know? Because the Bible says it. Because all of this, he's a Christian and we shouldn't be this. I just think that, if I'm not mistaken, don't Christian and Christianity talk about do to others what you want done to you? Let's be
Yep.
honest. So all I'm saying is let's keep the same amount of empathy. I feel like at this point in time, you want us all, the community, to have more empathy than Charlie Kirk has ever expressed for any of us. And you're getting upset that the community is not sharing more empathy and having more empathy than Charlie Kirk. Because Charlie Kirk wouldn't have, if the roles were reversed and it was you, ma'am, fellow Christian, if it was you who got unalived the same way, he wouldn't be having no empathy. He would be racializing and pathologizing
You
your
don't know that
life.
though. You don't
Yes, he
know
would.
that.
Yes, he
Yes,
would.
he
But
He
why
would
would
be
would.
you
doing that.
assume
Yes,
that?
he would.
But why would
Because
you
he's
assume
always
that?
done that. He has a track record of over a decade doing that.
No,
So don't make
I
it's
don't
not no
assume.
assumption,
Can I
ma'am.
say
Come on
something?
now.
Can I speak?
I'm gonna let you land your
Okay.
plane, but let's
Well,
not
yeah,
do
what
that.
I'm saying is you can't assume someone's thoughts. I don't know Charlie
I
Kirk.
don't have to assume
I've
his
never
thoughts.
met
He gave
him.
his
But that's what
stances.
you're doing. You're
No,
assuming
he
that
gave his stances for over
you
a
just
decade of how he
said if
felt and
I
how he
passed
reacted.
away that he would act a certain kind of way. You don't know him. That is foolishness. Do you
Okay. All of
And
that.
we at
Oh, we don't have
Manhattan.
to
We say
assume your
Harlem.
thoughts.
Can
No,
I go?
no,
Cosplayer.
no.
Yeah, but she watched some of his videos, right? She did say that she followed him on Instagram and he's a Christian. Okay. She is a cosplayer who probably isn't even from New York because she says she's from Manhattan and not Harlem. It's Harlem World, honey.
Hmm. Here's some of the things I'm noticing, y'all. A lot of the people who don't want to really stand fully by Charlie Kirk, because if you stand by Charlie Kirk, you're gonna have to stand by his rhetoric. So what I'm
mm-hmm.
noticing is a lot of people don't want to stand by Charlie Kirk's rhetoric. So they're saying, "Well, I kind of knew him a little bit, but I didn't really know him that much." So that way they don't have to stand by everything he said, but then they defend him. Ma'am, you're doing a lot of defending of this Christian that you earlier claimed you didn't really know that well. That's very interesting. Because the first thing she says is, "Well, I mean, I watched a couple of his videos. I don't really know him that well." And then you went on defending. I said, "Hey, Charlie Kirk is a hypocrite. How dare you say that?" Oh, damn, ma'am. I thought you said you didn't know him. What's going on?
Yep. And can we like also mention the fact that he also like wants to do a full term pregnancy for his 10-year-old if she was assaulted?
Mm.
Like, are we all forgetting that? Like, that's nasty as heck. Hello, my name is Alexis, by the way. I'm from Philly. And um it's just it's sick. I honestly think it's sick. If that's the type of people that y'all support, then good riddance. Good riddance. I don't want to be near somebody that thinks that if a 10-year-old was assaulted, brutally sexually assaulted, that they have to carry full term. They could be unalive during pregnancy. Grown women get unalive during full term pregnancies, all the way up until where they give labor. So how can y'all sit there and say I'm a Christian and X, Y, and Z when you're trying to force childbirth? And then the same type of people that are Charlie are the same type of people that aren't even getting rid of laws that protect children when it comes to sexual abuse, that they don't do anything when it comes to children of sexual abuse. And so why should I sit there and feel sympathy for this man?
I don't know if you, yeah,
You gotta
BX
stop. You gotta
is
coach that word. You
Oh,
really
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm new to this. I
S-A-S-S.
never did like a live before.
It's
Um
okay. We
and
understand.
oh, okay. But yeah, that's like my thing on it. And I I'm sorry. He deserved what happened to him, because when you put that type of negative energy out there and you're not going to get anything positive. You're not He wasn't out here doing donations,
I'll be
feeding
right
the
back, BX.
homeless, helping kids with like, colleges. He was literally in colleges debating people on why women need to carry full term after they've been assaulted. So I don't understand the rhetoric around like him and all his debates. He's been getting chewed up in every single debate that I've seen, every single last one of them. And if that's the type of people that y'all support, that these people support, and then you're a Christian on top of that, then we need to like everybody needs to stay away from those types of people, because they're dangerous. They're going to put you in jeopardy. They're going to put your kids in jeopardy. Everybody around them is going to be in jeopardy because they kid lovers. Okay, like that's what it is. We're just going to call it spade for what it's like. I'm not going to sit here and BS. Like, that's not what we do here in Philadelphia. Like, you're kid lover. Like, it's trifling behavior. And they want me to feel sorry for this man, and he was sitting there talking about black people of color and the LGBTQ community and said all these nasty
That's
things
another
on
word you got to
Twitter.
code. That's
Oh,
another. So some
sorry.
communities are protected. That's one. The small
Yeah.
hats. That's another.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, and second of all, why was his children even at that type of event? That's not a place where you even bring children, even speaking on stuff like that.
Yeah, I got to confirm that, like, because I haven't
That's
heard any
crazy.
official source say that. Now I'm hearing, oh, his kids are there. Y'all want to add extra sympathy points by saying his kids were there. We
Right.
got to see about. I'm not saying it's not true, but we got to really see about that.
Right, and they shouldn't even be there because of this simple fact. We like, come on, we can't be this stupid. Well, all this stuff that's going on right now within these past like 3 weeks, you think it's smart enough to sit there and bring your child around to something when you're debating stuff like that, knowing that people are cuckoo for cocoa puffs? I don't understand. I just don't understand it. I
Hmm.
genuinely just don't understand it, and it's it sucks for the students of that university because yet again here we go, just a cycle of repeat, and they're I feel like they're the Republicans are learning the hard way, and I hope this is like a eye opener to a lot of people, especially Republican supporters, that like it don't matter if you're a good person. Stuff like that will it's going to follow you when you say stuff like that and talk about this, that, and the third, and what this community doesn't do and that community, and then you just keep critiquing, and then don't offer no solutions, no see other people's perspective or even agree. Every debate he never agrees with anybody that he debate, or yeah, I see what you're saying and what you're thinking. He never he was always like cocky and
Hmm.
like egotistic, and that makes me not want to like him because it's just like, how can you be like that knowing especially the history of how America is? Like, how can you sit there and then you saying stuff like, you know carrying stuff to fourth term, and you got a child, you have a daughter,
Yeah,
you have
I'm
a
gonna let you
daughter.
land because I want to make sure we get to a lot of people. So,
Yep.
Afro Elite.
Yep, I'm good.
What?
But thank you for
And
having
Afro
me.
Elite.
thank you. Yeah, what's up?
What Afro Elite? Well, I'm gonna be real quick. One thing I noticed is that, and shout out to our Foundation Black American Family for delineating. You notice that other woman that came up. She said she was from the Caribbean, right? I've been
Hmm.
seeing a whole lot of these terrorists been capping for Charlie Kirk anti-black white supremacist
Right,
self
Coach.
though,
Yeah.
and she said she's from the Caribbean, so that raised a red flag to me. So over there in a lot of these Caribbean and African nations, they've been psychologically, mentally conquered in their mind. They see the white man as a god over there in their homelands. So that we need to keep in mind, like the Candace Owens, she's a Caribbean from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Myra Gaines, she's a Arab from Sudan. So a lot of these people have a superiority complex when it comes to the white community. So of course they gonna feel sorry for them. Though that's all I gotta add to that.
Hey, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. We've been noticing the people who've been sitting up there like we shouldn't celebrate. Let's notice. Let's call it out. Let's call a spade a spade. It's not everybody, but we do have to notice who's saying it, who's defending it, or who's trying to tell us we doing too much. But thank you. That's a good point. Let's get to Kiki talks.
Okay, thank you guys. I've been like just listening to everybody and hi y'all, Kiki Talks from Denver. And all I have to say is I just think that for you guys to expect so much sympathy and empathy from someone you don't even know. Mind you, half of you probably didn't even watch his like Jubilee podcast or like his debates with certain people where he was actively like letting you know he has a lot of disdain for most of you. Like he really only likes to be friends with people that have his own political beliefs. And mind you, I'm Christian. A lot of the things he said, I was like, oh wow, like I don't think that would even fit in the moral guidelines of the Bible. Like if we really wanted to go base by basis on it, like he was saying that he doesn't support that, that he was basically for slavery. Like let's not go
Yes,
past.
he did defend
He
it. He did
definitely
condone
said
it.
that.
Mhm.
He said that we should basically pew pew people of different sexualities like back in the day. Mind you, the Bible was against murder in general. So that's not something you should be, actively saying, hey, let's go back to those racist times or let's go back to this. And again, it only protects his own race, white tea people. Like he clearly was only speaking for them. So when I hear other people of like Black American, descent and stuff like that speaking and saying, "Oh, you guys should never condone certain things." Now, I don't condone murder. Like I don't think that's a good thing. But like I said in the comments, words have consequences. You may have freedom of speech. I can have freedom of speech right now, the same thing. But if I go down the street and I see somebody who didn't agree with my opinion and I get punched in the face, that is a consequence of what I said. Yes, I can say it out loud. Yes, I can do what I want. I can say whatever I want. But it doesn't mean that you're not going to have consequences to the things you say. And like they're saying, he was not like a politician. He was literally just someone who spoke on like political things. So in my opinion, I feel like if you're going to host big events like that, if you're going to have thousands and thousands of people watching you, maybe you should do it in a more protected environment. If you know that your head's on the line, per se, because I just feel like if you're going to be friends with Donald Trump and people who have allegations against them that have to do with children, mind you, like that nowhere in the Bible does it say, "Oh, let's be friends with people who have allegations of certain things." And like they said, his death is just all over the news. Like it's taking over the Epstein files, like things that are being released, things that have actual substance. And everyone's just saying, "Well, you should feel sorry." Like when I went on Twitter, the racism and in Twitter is crazy. Like and what does it have to do with us? It wasn't someone of Black descent that shot him, mind you. It clearly was not. He was in a fully conservative state. Like I just don't understand why we have to keep on being brought up in these situations when we have nothing to do with it. Everybody's saying we're racist in the comments because we have an opinion. I thought what? Why is he? Is he not racist? He has his opinions, and they were clearly racist, but he's not racist. He was just speaking his mind. He's not whatever they call him as far as the people he associates himself with, because he knew a lot of politicians. So if you're going to know a lot of people who have their head on the line, maybe you should also protect yourself. Maybe you should also protect your children. I don't know if his children and his wife were there like they say, but as a man, if you know you're speaking very dangerous words and like a lot of people said, he was very egotistical. Why would you have your children and your wife there? That's not even a protective thing. If they were there, again, it's allegedly, so we don't know yet. But if your children and your wife was there, why would you have them there as a man, as a leader, as a God-fearing man who wants to protect his house and be the leader of the house? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's just a lot of things. Everybody gets to have their opinions, but when it comes to Black people speaking their opinions, we're racist, we're aggressive. Like when BX was speaking earlier, "Oh, I feel like threatened by your tone." Her tone was firm. That's all that was. You don't get to come up here and say our opinions don't matter, but your opinion overweighs our own. It doesn't make any sense. That's the issue we're having. It's double-sided. It's always been double-sided. And I just feel like empathy is given when empathy is shown. He did not give empathy. He did not care about certain opinions. And how could you dare say, "Hey, have empathy for someone who said that the things about George Floyd"? You can say whatever you want to say about that man, but he died. He is dead. His family already had to go through that situation of having to grieve him, having to go through court, having memes be shown all over Twitter, all over Instagram, all over TikTok. And you dare come to me and say, "Hey, don't compare my political leader speaker to George Floyd." They both died. They both deserve their grace.
Remind you of your words. I got to remind you. Yeah, we have to. And I kind of want to stop you because before you keep going, I need everybody to remember that even the Triple K, when they had their picnics, if you know Black American history, they brought their kids. I just said it earlier. So we do know that racism is a taught behavior, right? That's what they tell us. So it's going to be natural to see white tea children in spaces like that because that's how it's always been in the history of this country from when they were
BX.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, BXC, if they at BX and then if they were smart, especially all the anti-black stuff he was saying towards Black Foundation Black American Society, somebody should have pulled Charlie Kirk to the side, told him, "Hey man, if I were you, I would avoid going public speaking though. I would go to a private venue." He probably thought he was safe, like I said earlier, because he was in a majority white state, majority white city, a majority white college campus, and it was a white T man that did it to him. And then they try to spend it Charmaine, because they can't spend it, say it was us because we not out there like that in Utah. We don't know no foundational Black American state of Utah. I don't know any foundational Black Americans as in state of Utah. So they call him off guard, so they can't spend it. That's why he's trying to say that all y'all ain't being sympathetic. We should be sympathetic. And a lot of people don't realize and understand what he said about reparations. How we don't deserve reparations, that y'all want to enslave, and also he actually said disrespectful comments talk about we was better off in slavery than we are now.
He sure
He
did.
said a whole bunch of black negative stuff. He also making fun of Breonna Taylor, that she deserved it. Jordan Neely's situation in New York City, that he deserved it. He said he was mentally ill. He's bothering people on the train. Also about George Floyd, that George Floyd deserved it. So this man just said all types of disrespectful, anti-black stuff towards Black Americans, though. So that's karma. He been saying this for over 10 years, 10 decades. I'm surprised he lasts and survived that long.
Mm-hmm. That's what happens. What Kiki, I'm gonna let you land, and then we gotta get to some other speakers.
Yeah, and again, I just want to say, like, I don't condone unaliving in any way, shape, or form. And yes, it was very traumatic to see that on TV. Like, if anything, I feel bad for the people that were exposed to that, because they were just there to watch a simple debate and they had to see something super traumatic. Nobody's speaking about that either. So I just feel like, words have consequences, and the Bible also talks about an eye for certain things. Do not speak about certain things if you don't want those things to happen to you. Don't speak about someone's unaliving if you don't want your own aliving spoke about. And that's just all I have to say about that. And I just hope you all have a blessed night as well. I will drop because I just want somebody else to come up and talk, but I'm going to be down in the comments. Thank you guys.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Kiki. All right. All right. Thank that. Let's get to, okay, so we're gonna get to Navy Sway. And then after Navy Sway, then we'll get to La Dila, and then we'll get to Duran.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
What's the word, bro?
Not much. So I've been like at least 9 to 10 of these different panels on this same topic. So I'm a little exhausted about the topic, but I'm still going to speak my thoughts. I've been here for a little bit, listening to everybody's opinion. Now, I will say there's one thing that seems to be the go-to of what people do is they're throwing in the whole, oh, the way he went, this should never happen, no one should be unalive for their political stance. Well, then tell that to the person who pew-pewed Martin Luther King. Okay, you're pretty much playing apple to oranges here. And another thing I wanted to say was simply somebody, in the words of Kendrick Lamar, turned his TV off. He had the wrong programming going around this country, thinking that you were able to spew and talk about all these different ethnic groups of people and different marginalized groups and try to make them seem like they were less than as humans. Pretty much, they had no value to them. They didn't deserve basic things like life and to be in certain circles, in certain spaces, and just the whole stance he had on like LGBTQ people and stuff like that. And I also want to speak on the fact that this was a man who thought everything what was going on in Gaza wasn't happening. So as people are coming up in here and saying, oh, we should have more sympathy, how are we supposed to have sympathy for our oppressor? Like that makes absolutely no sense or logic to me. Obviously, what happened to him is tragic, but at the end of the day, if you live by the sword, you're gonna be unalived by the sword. It's point blank like that. Like, you really thought you was gonna be able to go into a public space like that, no matter if you had supporters, no matter if you had 100,000 people out there for you, you went into a public space after. Because I've watched some of this guy's videos, and let me say, he's cutthroat to it. He don't hide who he is. He give it to you right off the dome. So you thought you was gonna go into public and be safe just because you had a couple of Trump fans, and they don't even know better. You talk to some Trump supporters, and they don't even know half the things we up here speaking about and talking about, but yet in our circles. So I put it this way. he ain't gonna be the first one because people are realizing people like this don't deserve to have a space in this world. When you got people trying to build a better life, live peacefully, love their neighbors and stuff like that. This guy didn't even follow half the teachings of Jesus. And I'm not even religious, but I'm not religious due to the simple fact I knew what that book was all about. But that's a different topic of conversation. But the fact that is just you're seeing all these excuses and people acting like we're supposed to have sympathy for the same groups of people that has caused 400 plus years of trauma, pain, suffering, and unaliving to our kind, and we supposed to feel sorry for him. I can't really wrap my head around that. It don't make sense to me at all.
Nope. Yeah, I agree. All of these people with these big hearts, it really doesn't. Thank you. Yeah, BX, what's up?
So I see there's about 15 people in the box. I don't know what your time is looking like, if you're tired, if you got, so and also my suggestion would be to put them on a time, put the panelists on a timer, if you're in a rush, because it seems like so many people want to speak
It's
about
yeah.
it.
BX, we're gonna be
Yeah.
here till the morning if we try to get to everybody. So I want to get to, and this is why you guys should become fans, because I always try to prioritize the fans when they want to come up and speak. So that's why if you guys are here, you guys need to become fans. That's what you guys need to be doing.
I also got to tell you, Afro, it's been brought to my attention that the ladies like when you put your glasses on.
Well, thank you, appreciate it. Love the ladies, love the sisters. All right, let's get to Dila.
Hello, guys. It's Delilah
Delilah. Okay.
from Washington, D.C. I think it's so disrespectful how they're using Charlie Kirk for a distraction from releasing those files. It's sad that he had passed away, but can we move on to something that's going on that's way more important to him? Because he wasn't important, and it's just insane.
Well, I mean, Charlie Kirk is it's a situation, but you said you want to move on to what else is what else?
No, because they're just talking about, no, I'm not talking about your panel. I'm talking about in the news, they're just talking about him.
Yeah, that's all. Yes, that's literally all the news is talking about. Like,
And we really don't care. So, yeah. But anyways, he was just so evil towards every walk of life. The rainbow community, the unicorn community, Black community, immigrants. He was just such an evil person. And I just came up here to let you guys know that I don't care. Rest in peace. But that's it.
hey, everybody got a right to feel how they want to feel. Charlie Kirk was a man who preached against empathy. He preached against empathy. So it's just kind of crazy how people are talking about, well, we need to have empathy in the moment for a man who never respected anybody else's passing, who literally preached against empathy. That's insane to me. Let's get to Doreen. Dorian, I mean.
Durian, Chicago native, now live in Tennessee. When I seen this, I basically said that this is a weaponized event because all that this man did was spew hatred and messages of intolerance, as the other young lady had said that came up. I would warn my people to pay attention to your surroundings after today. Be very aware of what type of spark this is causing and rippling throughout America right now amongst the YT and those diehard so-called Christians that will do evil in the name of Jesus Christ or God or religion and love. Understand, this man is being seen as a martyr right now and is being weaponized by an administration who already don't like us. And those of you who understand what I'm saying, us, it don't matter what you believe in. These folks don't care about a belief that you have. It is something else going on. It's so much deeper than this man. And I do not care because it does not really impact me in that way. Like, oh, I feel sad because this human being, but this human being chose the words that he chose, showed us many times how he felt about any hued man, from any walk, color, creed, whatever you want to say separates you or makes you whatever. This is being used as a weapon. The climate in America is going to go to fucking 1,000 off of this. And you know how many ignorant white tees that claim educated or not are going to be heated. And this is a weapon against our people. This is a weapon against many people. Trust me, this is going to be something else. This is going to spiral into something big. This is a snowball. This is going to keep going. That's all I got to say.
It's going to be very interesting, but I do say I was just on YouTube and I had a whole bunch of people calling in on YouTube. I also have a big YouTube platform, Afrolino on YouTube. You guys need to follow. And somebody from Utah, was a black man from Utah who called in. He was like, I'm at home. I got the lights off. Nobody knows I'm home. Right now, especially given the situation, this is right off the cusp of what they're finding out about that woman on the train, if you guys know about that situation. So the alt-right community, they're going to be feeling like their community is under attack. They're already speaking. I'm literally seeing on videos that they're speaking like, oh guys, the conservatives are under attack. That's how they're trying to frame this situation. So that means that they're going to be trying to, in their way, get their lick back. So what we
Yes.
need to be doing is we need to be making sure that, I'm not saying be paranoid. I'm not saying be locked in the shelter. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that they tough like that. I'm saying be aware of your surroundings. That's all I'm saying.
Please. I said that on Facebook recently. I said, please be aware of my people. This is being weaponized against so many. It's not just black and brown people right now. It's other people who's choosing their lives, who's walking in their truth. And there are others out here whose truth does not align with any of ours. You could, that Christian bullshit, please throw it out the window. Christianity is a crock of shit at this point. It is a crock of shit, and those that continue to believe in it and you have not awakened, you are just you setting yourself up. A snake is not trying to smile at you. A possum don't smile and show his teeth because he's smiling at you. You know what I'm saying? The Bible tells us to be cunning as serpents, but as gentle as doves. You got to know what you know and stand on that. If you don't believe in Christianity, whatever your truth is right now, it is going to have to come to the forefront because hatred is going to be on the rise right now.
That's
It
true.
is going to go crazy right now.
Yep. For the
That
sake of the
Epstein
room, we
list,
got
yeah,
a
go
lot
ahead.
of
I'm
people
good.
in here. We have a lot of people in here. I will say, for the sake of it, and I respect your belief, brother. I really do. We're just gonna respect other people's religious and spiritual beliefs. As of right now, based off of the Bible, Charlie Kirk was not no Christian like that. But I'm not gonna sit up here and condemn Christian. I'm not gonna promote it, condemn it, or anything like that. I'm just gonna say we are gonna this, as the host and the mod, we do respect other people's different religious beliefs. All right, so we're just gonna say that for now. You can have your opinion. I'm speaking for myself as the host. But thank you. Let's get to. Let me see. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to tell anybody what to believe in, what not to believe in, but I'm just trying to say, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to, say anything, because there's a lot of Christians who are going to feel some type of way. There's a lot of Muslims. He spoke on he spoke on Islam, so there's a lot of Muslims who don't like him. He spoke on other beliefs, so it's a lot of people who don't like him. It's a lot of Christians who don't like him. So I'm saying, like, we don't have to lose the plot like that. Let's not do that. Okay, we can still be respectful in other people's belief. All right, let's
Can I say this, Afro?
yes.
I don't want my black people to be fooled, right? So I'm not speaking on the religion, right? That's his opinion. I do agree with him that we need to be alert, because on Twitter now, in certain comment sections, for some we don't even know why this man was unalived, right? But somehow black people are being blamed for it. Like everything that goes wrong, we're the blame for it. So we got to be careful. It's going to be a really high time. He's not even a politician, but he's considered an ally for Trump. And so they have flags that have masks and stuff. So my people, just be vigilant. That's all I want to tell you. And don't be fooled that even though the shooter was, oh, sorry, and I'll be up here getting on y'all, right? Excuse me, I slipped. That the pewer, was a white tea, right? Alleged to be white tea, that they won't hold some animosity towards us. That's all I wanted
Very
to say.
true. That's very
Yeah.
true. A lot of them, they'll lash out. I'm seeing them crying online, and you know what that means. That means they losing their minds. So what that means is it's a lot of them who feel like we got to go get us one. So all I'm saying is be careful. I'm not afraid, but I don't want y'all to be afraid either. I just want everybody to be careful and safe. Let's get to we'll get to Brandy, and then we'll get to what's your name? Empress Erwin Cola. Emperor Erwin Cole. So let's get to Brandy first.
Hey, okay, so I wanted to talk about my reaction to seeing the video initially was like it was traumatizing to watch because of the actual like the graphic. Like I like seeing it, I was kind of taken aback. But then I started to think about the things that he like has said, and something that I actually like know that he said word for word was I think empathy is a made up new term that does a lot of damage. So I don't think that he actually really wanted empathy at all because he preached against it. He's also the same person who said that if his daughter was raped, he's going to make her carry the baby to full term. He also said that he was laughing when okay, I want to say something about the kids too. Like if his kids were there, I do feel bad for the kids, but I don't care to have moral superiority. Like right now, I don't feel bad for him.
Yeah,
That's all I have to say though.
hey, appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not preach against preach about morality when he was preaching again, or not morality, but because we are moral people and we will always be moral people. But let's not preach about empathy about to somebody who literally spoke against empathy. He spoke against having empathy for other people. He showed no empathy, no remorse, no grace or anything for anybody. So let's not. We don't have to do that. Thank you,
I
Brandy.
can I have an opinion on this whole if his daughter was 10 and attacked. I don't want us to lose sight that whether she carries the child to full term or has an AB, that she will still be traumatized no matter the decision. And I'm not saying that in support of him. I just want us to remember that SA is wrong. And no matter what we do as parents, sometimes it happens. And the goal should be to get them therapy and stuff like that. So I just wanted to input in there because I see a lot of people bringing that up. No matter what decision a parent makes, right? Let's take him out because these things do happen in all communities. The child will still be traumatized. So please, if your child is exhibiting strange behaviors or saying they don't like to go to a certain person's house, please don't make them go. That's all I wanted to say about that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it's a very sensitive topic and it's a very serious topic about protecting children, especially from that. You know what I'm saying? Especially considering the fact that just the process of that is so difficult to process. Most children don't know what to say and don't say anything, at least right then and there. So we got to be very careful the way we speak about that subject. That's very true, BX. That's very true. True, very true. Let's see who is next. I guess Emperor Emperor Aaron Cola.
Hey, we ain't gonna lie, but you could just call me Emperor. That's what I'm known by in these TikTok streets.
Okay.
So hi Afro, thank you. This is my first time coming up, and I've avoided talking about this man all day. I was on my own live and I refused to talk about it. But I just want to start here, okay? Black people, and especially Black women, have always been on the front lines for human rights. We've stood up for labor rights, civil rights, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, and every fight we've been the backbone. But when it comes to stand up for us, it's crickets. If we talk about the women's suffrage movement, Black women have fought and organized alongside YT women. And when that victory came, they pushed us out of the way and told us to wait for our turn. And that's been the story over and over for Black people. We build the stage, then we get told we don't get to perform on it. And when we have been the emotional construction workers of society, especially in America, patching everybody else's foundations while no one else holds the line for us. No sympathy for us, no empathy for us. And I'm done pretending like we owe it back, because history is ugly. They used our Black babies as gator bait, throwing kids literally into swamps to catch alligators. They ran Tuskegee experiments. They let Black men unalive slowly so they can study a disease. They turned strange fruitings into community events, whole damn picnics, selling photos and postcards. So for the racist people in these comments, you don't get to come in here asking for our tears. And that brings me to Charlie Kirk. White supremacy is going to try to turn this man into a martyr, because they always do. But let's be clear, this man is not a martyr. He's a mascot for the cream of wheat crusade. Bland, overcooked, and ain't nobody asked for it. With big gums and a small brain. And every time he smiles, he looks like his teeth is holding a press conference. This man called George Floyd a scumbag. He said white privilege was a myth. He questioned if Black pilots were qualified. He trashed the Civil Rights Act. That is not courage. That's a clown with a fucking microphone. I'm sorry. So no, as a Black woman, I don't have empathy or sympathy for Charlie Kirk. He's not a martyr. He's not a hero. He, again, is a terrible man with big gums and small thoughts. And to the person in the comments saying, so does he deserve to be unalive? Let me make it plain. No one here has ever said he deserved to be unalive. We said we're not crying about it. His whole career was built on tearing down my people, tearing down all people that did not look like him. So don't ask me to build him up in his unaliving, because sympathy is a choice and I don't give it to my oppressors. And to the other person in the comments that said, oh, but his children were there, they watched him unalive. Let me remind you, they watched us too. They brought their children to our strange fruitings and sat under our strange fruit and made fucking postcards, out of Black bodies swinging from trees. So don't talk to me about his 2 children watching his unaliving. Because there were thousands, if not millions, of other Black children that were sent and forced to be watching their own parents swinging from fucking trees. Your children watched ours do it for centuries. So don't come here asking for our freaking sympathy, because we are fresh out. 500 years of brutality has taken us fresh out. And I'm going to land my plane there.
Hey, that's real talk. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Let's be honest. We talking about all this sympathy and all of that stuff, and a martyr, Charlie Kirk. And one thing I will say before we move on is that people are trying to frame this as, well, this shouldn't happen. Nobody deserves this over their political opinions. We need to not allow them to frame this. First off, we don't know why the person who did it. We don't know whether this person was paid to do it. We don't know what's going on. So we're not going to say this is a political attack. They keep trying to frame it that way. They're getting ahead. They keep trying to frame it that way. But when they say, well, nobody deserves this over things, yeah, I may have disagreed. No, this is more than just disagreeing over a policy. I can disagree over a zoning policy, over property taxes. I can disagree over that. Those are things that people can have a civil disagreement on. He's disagreeing, and he's saying that slavery was a good thing, that Black people were better as slaves. That's not a political stance that we can just say, well, I just disagree. If he's saying that Black people were better as white people's property, that's not something that we can say, well, you know what, I guess people have a right to their own opinion. No, it's not. And we're not going to let that happen. No, it's absolutely not. Let's get to Alyssa.
Hi, my name is Alyssa. And like you were saying, I agree to disagree to most everything that y'all saying, but I want to lay out, let's just, like I said, I don't really personally too much, care about that, the person in general. I want to put past that physical person that we are talking about. Like we said, like this shit is still going on today. These studies, these things that been done to us today are still happening. It's just happening in a new age, in a different time. They're still studying on us. They're still doing the weird shit to us. They're still doing it in the school systems. And like I said, when y'all was talking about the SA and the things like that with the young women, what people forgot to mention, and I don't know if anybody know this as well, why some of the laws that got passed on some of the stuff like that too, we have to remember that why most, like I said, I'm a survivor of that multiple times. The reason why us as women get pushed back like that, because we have women also. It's a double standard thing. We have women also who use those things as a form of birth control, which makes it harder also. So they make it, they already trying to push it as, because we still need those things. Because guess what? I could have been a victim of carrying a cousin or an uncle baby. You get what I'm saying? But at the point of, if we had it to where when we accepted women's right, we accepted a lot of stuff. But what I don't like is when they don't talk about the women who use it as form of birth control, and they look at us as the women get looked at as, well, what are you doing?
But
That's basically mass genocide when you do those
yeah,
things.
but
When
let's
it's when
okay.
women when women
I'm gonna
use
let
it.
you land that. But do you want to say something specifically about Charlie?
Yeah,
Uh huh.
yeah. But as far as Charlie and stuff like that, honestly, that man, like I said, to what I'm talking about, that you can't really stop things like that in bases like as a Charlie. That man says a lot of controversial stuff that he shouldn't say. Like the man that came out here is deeper than just the things that that man is saying. It's deeper than this race war. It's deeper than just these people opinion at this point when it comes to us. And what people need to realize that this is a humanity war, spiritual war at this point. This is nothing, this is past skin color. This is past 400, 500 years that we didn't endure. They know exactly who we are. They know scientifically who the fuck we are. So it's going to keep, if we don't all wake up to see that shit and how deeper this stuff is, past politics, past what they do behind that office, we are in big trouble.
That's true. Thank you.
Seriously. And I don't got to say nothing else about nothing. And I'm done. You know, you got a lot of more people on there, but it's deeper than this man that got shot. Like I said, when it comes to sympathy, that ain't got nothing to do with me. Cause like I said, I don't know why he got shot. Nobody knows.
That's not. We
Like
can't.
everybody else said. But
Yeah,
it's
we got to
deeper
be
than
more
that shit.
coded. We have to be more coded though. But
Oh
thank you.
yeah.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's get to Essie. I'm gonna have to drop some of y'all because it's already past 2 o'clock, so I got to make sure I get a few more people in here. Essie, you got it. But I
Okay.
appreciate y'all, sisters. Thank you.
Okay. Hi guys, my name is Essie. 24, black and liberal. But I'm also gonna say something that a lot of people are not gonna like, so prep yourself. I'm a liberal Christian, so just start with that. First, I just want to say that I personally don't stand by gun violence of any sort of
Let's say
anyone.
or something like just for
Oh,
TikTok's sake. But you got it.
okay. Okay. Or yeah, I don't stand for, that kind of violence towards anyone and a life was lost, and to me that's heartbreaking. But I also understand why some people struggle to feel empathy. I completely understand. Charlie Kirk is someone I have not liked for a very long time. He says so many horrible things about the LGBTQ community, the black community. He said things that are very vile, disrespectful, ugly, heartbreaking. And so I understand it when people say, well, I don't feel any sympathy for him. I don't feel any empathy. I don't think anyone should be forced to feel anything. If you feel nothing, that's okay. If you also feel something, that's also okay. If you feel empathy, guess what? That's human and that's all right too. If you feel nothing, guess what? That's also human. But refusing, for me personally, I'll speak for myself. Refusing to celebrate someone's death does not mean we ignore the harm that they caused. Does that make any sense? We can sit here and say, Charlie Kirk did all this, he died, whatever. But at the same time, there's things that he did that was not okay. And we can say that. I think there's a painful paradox in this whole thing in that he constantly opposed gun laws. He constantly was like, "Oh, but it protect our Second Amendment," but yet it was the tool that he opposed that ended his life. That's a very tragic and painful paradox. Doesn't mean he deserved it. To me personally, doesn't mean he deserved it, but it just shows how deeply, the pew pews affect everyone. This, to me, this could happen to anyone, any side of a political spectrum. Someone could even hit you for believing in the liberal, in the liberal side of things, if that makes any sense. That's why I think personally, who you vote for matters. Putting your voices out and voting for people who will end gun violence and who will put stricter gun laws on violence is super important. And I think you have to be consistent opposite consistent opposition to gun violence. Gun violence to me matters because I've had
Stop
to
saying that. You
I've
gotta
had to
say
deal
pew
with that
pew.
before.
Yeah.
You gotta say pew
It
pew,
protects.
Bessie.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes. Opposition to pew pew violence matters because opposition to pew pew, violence matters because it protects all people and not just people we agree with.
Okay.
I think we need to address that violence with much stronger, sensible laws to tragedies because as it stands, we're still waiting, right? And maybe just this time, maybe our leaders will listen. I know people don't like what I have to say, but for me, at the end of the day, it's the pew pew laws that matter to me. That's what makes my heart ache the most, and I think that's what we need to start paying more attention to. And who you vote for is also important, and calling out the senators and the presidents and whoever all the governors and people that rule this nation. That's really important. Again, coming from a Christian side of it, I have empathy, but I understand why someone wouldn't. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna BX. We're gonna put a
Huh.
timer because it's like going on 2:30 right now.
Sure.
So we're gonna, and I still got stuff, videos I got to edit and all that stuff.
Uh,
So we're gonna put a timer on going forward. But I
I want
appreciate
to
every
say,
single last one of you guys
yeah.
for
So
liking, commenting, all of that.
we had wow. So the numbers just went down, but it's like 788 people in here. Can y'all please tap the screen where Afro is at 193,000? Can we get that number up to 200K likes? Also, I want to say this: New York has some of the strictest pew pew laws, right? And there, it's like the wild, wild west at times. So I don't really know if even more GUN or pew pew laws, what is that going to do if the criminals are still getting them? So I don't know. That's like something perplexing. I just don't
Yeah,
know. Yeah,
yeah. It might be a little bit deeper. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
yeah.
Because let's be honest, a lot of these people, especially the people in like the alt right ish stuff, the skinheads and the Proud Boys and stuff like that, a lot of them are connected to former military. A lot of them are connected to law enforcement. Let's be honest. So a lot of them, they get their stuff straight from the source. Now, when they talk about Chicago and stuff going on in Chicago, they don't have the connections to the plugs like the Charlie Kirks and his communities do. Their dad is the sheriff. You know what I'm saying? So it's a kind of different situation going on, And actually, we have seen that where people have gone around and they've committed mass pew pews, and their mom was the sheriff or something like that. So their whole thing is way more severe than what we got in the community. All right. Let's get to Reek.
Okay.
Yep.
Just let me know whenever you put the timer on. I'll try to be quick though.
All
I
right. Let me see. BX, you think how long you think? 2 minutes, right?
Yeah, I think I can do that.
Okay, you got it.
All right. So I've only been in a couple of this, but I'll just say where I'm at. It's 3 a.m. I've been up. My adrenaline's running. I'm gonna sleep right after this one though. But I just got to make sure I put this out there, and I'm putting it out there as much as I can. This man is not just somebody who got hit because of the way that he was speaking. He's not someone who's hated just because of the way he is speaking. That is not his only impact. This man has been instrumental in the administration that we are going through right now, that is actively committing violence against people of color, people who are immigrating to this nation, and people of different levels of, wealth, just basically indiscriminately at times, just picking and choosing because they've dismantled a lot of the regulations on people. Turning Point USA is a lobbying group, which he is the CEO of. And at this point, there is an individual who is more outwardly and confidently a white Christian nationalist by the name of Nick Fuentes, who I, even in one of the previous conversations I had, brought up to say like, oh, they're like 1 and 1. They try to tell me that they're not. In 2023, that man, Nick Fuentes, literally said, we are allies in the guerrilla war for our cause, and we are winning. That is this man who just lost his life. That is who we are talking about right now. This is one of the most obvious ops that are out there right now. Literally, JD Vance just now, I think, just in the last hour or so, tweeted a post that verbatim said, this man introduced me to Trump. This man led me through my entire career when I was a nobody. This is the person who put me where I am. That is who we are talking about. So when we talk about why this man lost his life, what the impact was, what the reasoning behind it was, this is what it is. The only thing I now question is what the impact is going to be after that it's happened. And like other people have said right now, I think we should have been trying to prepare ourselves for what's to come. But if this man losing his life is that scary to you, there's more that we need to be prepared for. That's where I feel it. That's where I'm landing with it.
Yeah,
So
man. If we should be scared, we should have been scared. That's a good point, though. And when we talk about Charlie Kirk, people say, well, his political opinions were a little bit different. No, Charlie Kirk, let's be honest, Charlie Kirk knew some people, and people knew Charlie Kirk. So the rabbit hole might be a little bit deeper than what people are letting on when it comes to what happened to him. We don't know. Charlie Kirk was tied into some folks, some pretty powerful lawmaking folks. So we don't know. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but I'm just trying to say, let's ask some questions. This was not just some guy who had a different opinion. We can't just frame it as this was some average Trump supporter. Oh no, that's not who Charlie Kirk was. All right, let's get to our sister Mary. Thank you, Reek.
Thank you. I'm sorry about earlier. I got a call. It's 2 p.m. over here. But I just wanted to 2:30. I'm in Thailand.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say something real quick about I feel like some of the people who came up here earlier were just basically telling on themselves and their racist views, because I'm Black, obviously, and I care about Black people, and that is my focus. But I'm also human, right? And I've been watching for the past 2 years of children getting pew-pewed in the head. I've been watching it. I can see it online. I've been seeing it. And for some reason, I'm supposed to care about this particular man who is a YT supremacist. And everyone seems to say they need to have empathy and sympathy, and this was horrific. Well, why don't you have that same view towards watching all of these children being unalived over there where you guys know? Like you're sitting, what is it about him that you don't see the human in these people who are dying, but you see something in a person who is literally going around spewing YT supremacist talks, just generalized hate towards multiple groups, but yet you don't care about these children? It means you don't care. It means you don't give a damn. So that's just my only thing about it. I don't know why, like, when it comes to, like I said, they want you to have sympathy, all this empathy, and it's like, it's such a manipulation. You desensitize people all day, and you trying to tell them what they're seeing with their own eyes is not true. but I'm supposed to feel differently all of a sudden about this other man. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Appreciate that. That's real talk. Real talk. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
brother. Appreciate that. Let's get to, yeah, all of this. We gotta have empathy. And you, what if that was your dad? My dad don't do that. Yeah, for everybody saying, well, what if that was your dad? My dad wouldn't be out there doing that. I can't relate to that. Let's get to Rachel. Rachel Tyra. Okay. So let's get now. We'll get to Den Denzimus, and then we'll get to Wintertime and Cookie.
Hello, it's Denzimus.
Denzimus.
Hello, proud Black American, proud Black American. Look, just like a lot of other people who got up on your lovely stage, I really don't have any feelings towards Charlie Kirk like that. Hell, believe it or not, I just discovered who he was last week. I didn't even, I don't really care about the dude. But I'm gonna just say this: this man he had the voice to
Nigger,
lead
nigger, 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 big
thousands.
fat nigger,
Okay,
nigger, 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 big fat
okay,
nigger, nigger.
what? Okay, somebody needs to go get their mayonnaise jar. Anyway,
I want y'all to listen to that, to all of the people talking about we need sympathy. Just hear that again. Listen to that for all of the people talking about we need some sympathy. I actually pressed hit the wrong person. You know what? But go ahead, bro. Sorry about that.
yes. I'm glad that person, to a certain extent, came up because it's going to tie into what I'm about to say. This man, Charlie Kirk, had the power. He had the voice to lead thousands, if not millions, of people in the right direction, but he chose to lead his followers to degeneracy and evil. So I just can't have empathy for someone like that. And just like that sapien that had the nerve to get on your channel and curse, this is why we don't have sympathy. Because not only do they justify their deviltry, they revel in it. I can't feel sorry for someone like that. And best believe if this man was still alive, he would be teaching the same degenerate crap to all of the people that follows him, even his kids. Unfortunately, I know I don't want to talk down on nobody's kids or anything, but I personally feel like it's to a certain extent too late for them, because they're already in those circles. They're not going to change. Those kids are going to grow up to be maybe they're going to grow up to be politicians, and they're probably going to most likely end up being the next generation of oppressors. So this is this man's legacy, unfortunately, in the world, and this is what he will be remembered as a complete evil, degenerate entity. And I just don't feel nothing. I don't feel anything for him. And good riddance personally. And that's all I have to say.
All right, appreciate that, bro. Appreciate you. As a proud Black American myself, I second that. I second that. Let's get you. Who did I say? I said wintertime, and
Can you hear me?
yeah, yeah, we can hear you. We could hear you. Wintertime, you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Um, I just learned about this guy recently, or scrolling through TikToks, and I would come across some of his speeches while rallies while he's at the college campuses. So I really wasn't familiar with him until today. But however, my primary concern is the other TikToks I've seen since his unaliving by male colored people. And going back to your other point when you said how they're going to weaponize his unaliving and make him a martyr in some type of way. There's people putting TikToks up making blatant threats against melanated people for some reason it's our fault that he was obviously unalived by a skilled, um, pew pew person.
He was a skilled marksman. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, from 200, what is it, meters away? Like that's not your average drive by. You know what I'm saying? So this is to me, in my opinion, it's orchestrated. It could even be orchestrated by the very people he was in alliance with, and it's a greater agenda at play here. So I'm just, telling all my melanated people to stay vigilant, stay prayed up, read your scriptures, and just keep praying because it's a bigger agenda at play.
Right. Thank you, sister.
Hmm.
Yep, that's true. Thank you. Whoever did this, let's be honest, that's not no small feat. That's not no somebody who just happens to dislike him. No, it's coming off like a hit. It's coming off like a well-paid, high level hit. We don't know what's going on over there. We don't know. I'm not making any allegations. I'm just saying that's what it looks like as of right now, based off of the evidence that we have right now. That's what it looks like. So we don't know, but it's good to ask questions. Thank you. Let's get to Cookie.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, guys. Thank you for having me up here. And I want to say that I'm very pro black. I thank God that I'm black a lot, almost every day. But unfortunately, I do have to disagree. And I have to say that we should have empathy for Charlie Kirk and what happened to him today. This is above color. And this is above white, black, whatever's going on. That shouldn't happen at all. And a person that has good faith in Christianity can see that something like that shouldn't have happened. No matter how radical or right-winged he was, it's just not right. The same liberals and Democrats that spew progressive and loving rhetoric are the same people celebrating the death of someone getting shot out of the neck just because, pew-pewed out of the neck because they had differing beliefs, and I don't believe in that. I can't believe in that. He's a brother in Christ at the end of the day, like we all are brothers and sisters in Christ. So it's just kind of like.
Well, let me ask you. Let me ask you then. If
Or like
and
Antichrist.
where let me ask you, where does the line get drawn between a person spewing evil and us should we have sympathy for anybody who happens to pass away? Is that the case? Anybody?
Absolutely, because Jesus
So if
Christ would, and
well,
Jesus
no,
Christ died
no.
for all
Let's
of our
be honest,
our
and this is
sins.
some. Let's be honest. We're having a conversation. The Bible also strongly condemns actions. And I find it very funny because a lot of Christians are coming out here and they like to use Christianity to their convenience, whatever fit. And I'm not saying you're doing it, but it sounds like it to me. It's sounding like you're using the Bible or religion to your convenience and saying, okay, well, yeah, we might not disagree, but let's have empathy. But the Bible also speaks an eye for an eye. The Bible also speaks about when you do evil, evil will come on to you. The Bible also speaks about consequences. The Bible speaks about that a lot. So do you not feel like this is almost a biblical situation of consequences? If we're going to use the Bible, that is.
I feel like it shouldn't have happened to him in front of his wife and his kids. I don't think it should happen to anybody. I just don't.
Well,
And that's just where I
I don't
stand.
think a lot of people are saying it should have happened to him. I think people are saying that even when they say they deserved it. Let's be honest. I think a lot of people are looking at it like this. If somebody is drinking and driving, they're probably not saying they should get into a fatal car accident. They're not happy that they're get into a fatal car accident, but that is what you bought yourself. You bought that on yourself. When you started drinking and you started driving, you bought it on yourself that you could get into a fatal car accident. So with the hate and rhetoric and the environment that he spewed, the danger that he spewed, and he promoted, he kind of bought it on himself. That's the way a lot of people are looking at it.
So do you agree with the Democrats and the liberals sitting up here posting and celebrating this man getting shot?
Uh, I've seen the only Democrats, whether that's Obama, whether that's Kamala, whether that's some who's that Democrat of the House? I've seen them all condemn the shooting. So I don't know what them
Both of y'all, Afro and Cookie. Please watch that S word.
okay, I've only
Thank
seen
you.
them
Oh, I'm sorry.
condemn the action. So I'm not saying now I am seeing some people like, yeah, he's doing, and I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I don't think that should be done. I think we should be more mature about the situation.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
With the turn of events and the culmination of his death, I truly just believe it shouldn't have happened.
Hmm.
And I don't want that to happen to anybody
What do
except
you
for
think
people
his
that deserve
legacy
it.
is going to look like?
I've been watching him for years, and I'm a conservative Democrat
Mm,
myself, heavy on the conservative part.
okay.
So it's just kind of like I can't sit here and completely agree with all of his rhetoric. Do I agree with him all the way? No. But does that mean I think he should, be unalived? Absolutely not. And not in that fashion either. It's just not in good faith to think that that's justified or right. That is not up to us. That is up to God. It's just not right.
Well, I mean, okay, that's true. That's true. But now you've been listening to him for years. What do you think his stance was when it came to Jordan Neely and Daniel Penny on the subway, where
I
Daniel
think he
Penny
had
stood
a
for him?
very
Yeah,
narrow,
I
like,
mean,
I'm
he
not
said
gonna
he
lie.
he bought it on the. So, what do you think of that? Just real quick.
His mindset was very, it was like tunnel vision for me because, of course, he can't see things in the way we see them, of course. And I feel like he should have been more educated on certain topics, like a very very stereotypical mindset that he had upon black people. But I'm
Hmm.
not going to sit up here and say, oh my gosh, he's a racist. He had his way of thinking as a white man that grew up privileged, but I also can't say he's outright racist. I'm not going to
Okay.
say that either. I've been watching him. I promise. I know a good bit
Okay.
about
All
Charlie
right.
Kirk.
Who can you say is racist? Can you name a racist?
Like a racist advocate,
Yeah, any racist person online, like any well known, would you say if Charlie Kirk's not racist, who would you say is racist?
shoot. Like, are we talking dead alive? Oh, sorry, dead alive,
Yeah,
unalive.
alive, somebody who's alive and got a profile on social media or anything.
I mean,
Is who's
no,
that?
I'm not gonna say Trump's racist, guys.
Not
I
Trump,
voted
not
for
Trump. I
Trump.
wasn't gonna say him. I was gonna say that other dude who's he's Hispanic. What's his name? Fluentes. Nick Fluentes. Is he racist?
I wouldn't say so. No,
Nick Fluentes isn't racist, even though
no.
Nick Fluentes has publicly said that white people are better than black people.
Actually, that was debunked, and
Yeah,
that's
it's
not
been
actually.
debunked. Of course, yeah, that the
Yeah,
fact
no,
has been
that's
debunked.
debunked.
No, Nick Fluentes has said that on several occasions, out of his own mouth. Nick Fluentes has said that.
Do you guys have any source? Is there
Okay,
any
so
like?
He openly said he's a racist. He
Nick
proudly said it. I've
Fuentes
seen it with
has
my
quite
own eyes.
literally labeled himself as a white supremacist. Okay, so we're not even gonna. You're gonna say no. According to Nick Fuentes himself, that's what he is.
I mean, I heard that was debunked. I'm just going off of what
No,
I know
it came out of
personally.
his own mouth, so it's not been debunked. And
So
he's
throw it on
about
TikTok. There's a
someone like
video. Like,
Ben
no, I would
Shapiro?
absolutely love to educate myself on it. If you guys
okay.
have any type of links or sources that you want to send to me, I will absolutely read them.
Cookie, what
You
about
can
someone
search it
like
on
Ben
YouTube.
Shapiro?
There's several videos of it, and it shows him openly saying it out of his mouth. It's not other people saying it. And if you feel that way about that, then now I see how you feel about everything.
Yeah, and
You
this is
don't
the
One
think
moment.
anybody is a
context
racist.
of
One
why
moment,
you're saying
y'all.
the thing about Charlie Kirk.
Can I
I,
ask you if
But we're
you
gonna.
are a United States descendant of chattel slavery? Do you descend from our chattel slavery ever, ma'am?
I'm sorry. What's your question? I have to turn you up.
Yes. Are you a U.S. descendant of chattel slavery?
Yes.
Okay. Are you by ethnic?
No, I'm black.
No, no. I know your race is black, but what is your ethnic group? Are you Afro Caribbean? One of your parents come from Nigeria, like the continent of Africa? And
African
it's
American.
important
Straight
that
African American.
we answer these questions honestly. There's a reason why I'm asking.
Of course, I'm straight African American. My family's been in America for a lot of years since the transatlantic trade. Yes, we've been here.
Okay.
Okay. We are not a monolith, right? And for her to say that she has followed him for years and she doesn't necessarily believe that he's racist or that Trump is racist, I believe we might be talking to a divester.
And the thing is that, ma'am, you on your profile you say you're 21. You got 21 on your profile. You're a very young lady. You need to be very careful. That's all I'm gonna say, and then we're gonna move on. You need to be careful because these would
She
be the
probably
same.
date Chad.
These would be the same men who, if you was found in an alley, they would say that you deserved it somehow. They would try to rationalize it and say that you bought it on yourself, like they've done to many other women your age.
Ooh.
I'm gonna be Nick Fluentes, the man you said wasn't racist. Well, you immediately had an instinct, a knee jerk reaction to defend his ass, even though he said it, he's a racist. Okay, so you just need to be more careful. But thank you. You gave us plenty of context to why you think the way you think. All right, you don't think anybody is racist, apparently. So even the people claiming to be racist, even the people who are
Wait,
proud
Cookie,
about being
Cookie.
racist,
Yes.
you
Is
don't think it's
is
racist?
Kanye West racist?
Kanye West, he has said some outrageous things. That is a whole different
What about
type of
Candace
battle.
Owens?
Oh, I like her.
You like her?
So,
Okay.
You
well,
like
we're
her?
gonna move
Yeah.
forward. We're gonna move forward. Okay.
Oh, she's one of those bed wenches.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you can tell.
Yeah,
You can
Then she
tell.
gets special privileges.
It's crazy. She had a knee jerk reaction to defend Nick. She like, no, that's been debunked. And I'm like, no, we all said he said it himself several times. Oh well, I didn't hear it. Okay.
Nick
Then
got
why'd you say it
online
was
and said
debunked then?
Nick got online and said that Candace Owens was an Uncle Tom after she just
Yep.
interviewed him. He
Mm-hmm.
knows. He knows these people.
Yep. He said she was a stupid, no good B word. That's what he said right after the interview with the whole thing.
Because
Okay.
when it comes down to it, they don't even like the Uncle Toms.
No, they
The Uncle
don't.
they
Toms
don't
do it.
respect them. They use them, and then
Yep.
when they're done
Tom
using
is
them, they
Shambo.
get
Is
rid of them.
Sambo. Uncle
Yeah.
Tom is not a what you think he is.
Let's
All
get
she had
to
to do was search for it on TikTok. That was it.
Yep. Let's get to Chase, and then we'll move on. It's over.
Yeah. So
All right, so we
it's
got.
really crazy because I was actually at work earlier, and
Mhm.
one of my friends sent me a message. They're like, "Did you hear what happened?" And I called him. I was like, "What's up?" And he was like, "Oh, you heard about Charlie Kirk?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I recognize the name. I've seen him like on those political like YouTube channels, things like that." And he was like, "Oh, he just died. He got shot." And I was like, unfortunately, my reaction
I know I
was,
broke the rules, but you got to
One
be
"What
moment,
was
more
that?"
y'all. Now I know that I've been up here interrupting people about their language. Come on, y'all. Because at some point I'm gonna think y'all doing this purposely to bring the
Oh,
light
pew
down.
pew. My bad. My bad.
Yes, I know it's elementary, but we have to protect
No,
the
you're
light.
correct. You're correct.
Okay.
My bad.
Thank you, Chase.
Yep. So I heard that he got pew pewed, and like at first, unfortunately, if it was any other person, my reaction would have been completely different. But it was that Charlie Kirk, so I laughed. So now the right side might say, "Oh, but you need to have more sympathy, this and that." Eh, from everything I know a lot about him. I've seen him in very many videos. I know what circles he's around. I know he doesn't even care about YT children either. So it's like it goes deep. It's a lot. Uh, things with the pew pew in the school. He made statements saying, "Oh well, it's a small sacrifice for our Second Amendment rights." The reason why he says things like that is because the NRA is highly in his pockets. He gets paid to make these statements at turning point conventions and actually turn right wingers to buy more of those products. I'm not going to say that, but so he's a very. If I were Christian, which I'm not, I'm more atheist. If I were Christian, I'd say he's very demonic. So for people to say, "Oh, he's Christian," this and that, he is not. He is not at all. I've used to be very much religious. I know I've read the Bible back to front. He is not Christian by any means. So that's all I have to say about that. If anyone wants to add to something that I say or ask me a question about it, I'm very open
Hey,
to
can
that.
I say something? I'm gonna be good, I promise. Um, okay, so I just wanna say that that wasn't nothing but the ancestors working in our favor. Cause soon as he said something about black on black crimes, pew. It was just
Yeah, that was
you know,
facts. Facts.
I want to say this. I hope all those activists that be always talking down on the Black American community sees this, right, and just like old boy had to cancel his meeting or whatever it was he had. I hope Marvin Gaye get bold enough to do the same. And I ain't pointing no elbows or nothing, but it would be it would be ancestors look out for him a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely. Definitely.
I think I would I'm trying to see if can it get him too.
He's like,
Yo, they
ancestors
almost got him. They almost
like
got him.
ancestors. If you're already on that type of time, you might as well. Let's not
But
stop.
you know
Let's get the
why I
kill
think
streak going. Right?
yeah. But think about it.
You're already on that type of time, ancestors. I'm just saying. I'm not
No,
condoning.
for real. But I feel like the ancestors low-key waiting for the perfect moment to do that thing. Because they're like, nah, it'll be better if we wait a little bit so it gets real crazy and then, But interestingly enough, all these left-wing political commentators that happen to be YT, they're like, oh, we need sympathy, this and that. I'm like, yo, y'all really choosing your people right there. Like, because they're doing this whole like, oh, we don't believe in violence, this and that. And it's like, he believed in violence. He believed in a lot of violence. So, but also, I also think a part of it is a PR thing where they have to protect themselves and not make a crazy statement because the Republican right wing is actually extremely violent. So they also recognize that. And I think that's why they're also like, okay, I'm not going to say like, I'm not going to condemn this. Because if you don't condemn it on a public stage, you're making yourself a target also.
And I'm not gonna say Trump because I still need him to make a couple chess moves for me. So I'm not gonna say Trump because as you can see, I honestly didn't vote for nobody. But like I said, I need him to move up a chess piece for me. So I'm not gonna say Trump because he's doing some things that I want him to do. I need him to get rid of some things for me. So I'm not gonna say Trump, but I have a couple ancestors. I have a couple people on my list. And if you can hear me right now, and for the ones who saying it wasn't the ancestors, please tell me why this man mocked George Floyd about saying he can't breathe, and all of a sudden, he gets pwned right in the neck. Now you can't tell me that ain't spiritual.
Now I've made a.
Now you can't tell me that ain't spiritual.
Yeah, I've said that once we praise our ancestors and give them relevance, that they will work for us in the spirit realm. That's all I'm gonna say.
So I'm gonna tell you this. I don't want to offend nobody, but hey, it is what it is. If y'all feel some type of way about me, I need Trump to make some chess moves for me. Like as a Black American, we can't vote for any party, and no is for us. So we have to go within our best interest on some things. Now we know Trump ain't really for Black Americans. We know that. We know he ain't for Black people at all. But do you think that Scamala was for Black Americans? No, she was not. So she definitely wasn't going to make them chess moves that I needed. She was definitely not going to be.
I strongly disagree.
Budget.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, because I don't want to turn this into a Trump versus Harris debate.
She couldn't budget $1 billion. So I mean, was it $1 million? $1 million. So no.
Well, that was fake news. Actually, that was actually fake news.
I want to get to because it's almost 3:00 and I still got work to do, and I still.
Okay, we can get back to Thunderhead now. Hey, that's a rough 31-year-old to you. That looks like a.
My mother was all like, I didn't know Charlie. She came to me. Did you know Charlie Kirk was 31? I was like, yeah, I knew he was 31. She's like, I thought he was at least 40. I was like, yeah.
I ain't getting dropped down. I know y'all mad. Ain't nobody. I'm not getting dropped down.
He giving a 40+-year-old. He's giving that. My mother was even, and my mother, yeah, she's kind of accurate with that.
Not only is he giving 40+, he doesn't even look regular white. He looks like he's like Eastern European or something from his head shape and stuff.
His head shape is crazy.
He doesn't look like he's like a regular white.
I
He
know
looks
you
like
want to
he's
move on
something
from
else.
this, but can I say this? Y'all got to be a fool to want to vote for Kamala. Y'all are slow.
Hey, I voted for Kamala.
I didn't vote for no Kamala. You a fool if you did.
Hold on.
Okay, y'all.
I gotta say this. Hold on. So just Halo ain't going nowhere. This is a foundational Black American space, and she's safe on this panel. Okay, if you don't agree with her opinion, then that's fine. That's on you. Kamala Harris is anti-Black American. Okay, and Trump is, Trump. So cut it out. Just because she had melanated skin does not mean that she was not anti-Black American. The moment she said, I ain't doing nothing specifically for Black people and touched the Freedmen's Bank, it was over for her. Now, y'all are confused about this one flat blackness here, but let's not forget there was an indigenous Black population here, okay? So an immigrant may not necessarily align with us because the immigrant ain't facing erasure like a foundational Black American is. She was anti-Black American. She prosecuted a mother whose child was sick. She kept a man locked up longer than he needed to be. Let's cut it out. She wasn't a saint.
Nope, she wasn't.
But also, all our
You
politicians
shouldn't
are
be
not
voting for her.
saints.
She's not one of us.
Everybody. Twan, I'm gonna let you go, and then I'm gonna let Nashika go.
All right, I'll be
I
brief.
was gonna ask if I can go next.
Okay, I'll let you go, and then I'll let Nashika go.
All right, I'll be brief. Oh, you're gonna go, and I'm gonna
Twan,
go.
I'm gonna let you. Twan, come on, bro. Twan, come on,
Oh,
bro.
you gonna let me go? Oh, I'm sorry.
Crickets, crickets.
All right. So this dude, he didn't even look like he was a regular white person. He looked like he was a foreigner or something. He did look much, much older than someone who was only 31 years of age. We can look at his body of work and see that he was an anti-Black American activist. He employed people like Candace Owens, and even this Angolan guy who he took a picture with, who was on with Amanda Seals, spewing out all kinds of anti-Black rhetoric that he learned probably from listening to him. I do not condone the way that this man was killed, although I don't have any sympathy for him because I believe that it was judgment, especially when his last words were anti-Black sentiments and his arrogance. You can see in his sentiments how he was standing there saying that about those trans people, or whatever, and then he was going on when it came to what the person said about violence, and he tried to make it about gang, and that was in sentiment to Black Americans, and then he was taken out. So he didn't get any repentance. But what I'm going to say is that this man was an anti-Black racist. Black Americans have, for the longest time, had sympathy for people and tried to help people, and that has been to our detriment. I'm not saying that we can't have any kind of feeling for certain things, but we definitely need to push that aside when it comes to our own upliftment. This man was a racist. There is no cut and dry thoughts about that. He was an anti-Black racist, and his understanding of Christianity was obviously whitewashed, probably from some sort of a white supremacist mindset, as the Ku Klux Klan was, the same as they did when they lit the fire up in the Stone Mountain back in the 1920s and 30s, and they proclaimed themselves to be serpent people. They're grand dragons and all that stuff. That was probably his same mindset. So he was probably most likely a reprobate when it comes to that mindset. Hopefully his children would not be brought up to be like he was. That definitely is something that is traumatic. What I saw him leave out here as he didn't get a chance to repent for what he was. So we all know where he's going. But as for sitting up here having sympathy for someone like him, absolutely not. I am not going to sit up here and have sympathy and empathy for someone who was an avid anti-Black racist. I think he even had, for my closing remark, I think he even had Black immigrants at one point come on and try to talk against us. So he knew exactly what he was doing. So I don't have sympathy for him as a person. I have empathy for the way that he was killed because I'm a human being.
Okay.
God knows I wouldn't want anyone. Not him specifically. I wouldn't, but I'm all for my own ethnic group. I am pro-Black American, FBA, and thanks for inviting me onto your forum, sir.
Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. All right, let's just make sure that we keep the language TikTok friendly. All right.
Yeah. Okay. YT or whatever.
Yeah,
Thank you.
appreciate that. Yes, says Ari,
Hello.
how you doing?
Um, I'm good. Thank you. Something that I thought was interesting that no one has brought up, it's that misinformation is dangerous. Like it's physically dangerous. And when you are someone like Charlie Kirk, who literally profited from spreading mis and disinfo, I can't say this is what happens. At the same time, wasn't someone recently arrested for having a literal manifesto against Democrats? And because of that, it's like political violence has like only took off when a certain someone got into office. Um, and then my next point is I did not like him at all. I don't like how he essentially would talk down to people. I don't like how he would constantly call out Dean Withers for being smarter than him, but knew that he would lose a debate, and so that's why he never debated him. And finally, because I just don't think he really believed in like 30% of the things that he said. I really do feel like part of it was an online persona just to fill his pockets. And then maybe the rest really was what he thought. It's just with some of these grifters, because they aren't influencers, they will say whatever they can to piss people off, and then that pours money into their pockets. And then I want to make one more point. When I heard about his demise, I felt bad for the way that it happened, because no one deserves to go out like that. No one deserves to go out like that. Like not even Diddy. um,
Oh no, you just.
I'm kidding. No one deserves to go out like that. At the same time, that has to be traumatizing for his kids. I'm not a professional, but I do believe he was inflicted. Sorry, I had to find a cover-up word. Somewhere near his pulse point in his neck, and I'm not sure if that means like instant lights out or if that's just what happens.
Yeah, it's just
So
carotid artery, so it's
thank
almost instant.
you. I could not think of the word. I don't think that's where it hit. At the same time, that was entirely too much red stuff that came out. But I will close with, I feel bad for his family. I feel like he did not deserve to leave this earth that way. And I do agree that whoever took him out had to be a sniper. Because I think, 200 feet? Something like that? I don't have 20/20 or anything, but even I know how far that is. That's a little more than a football field. Something like that.
It wasn't feet, it was yards. It was 200 yards away. Yards
Yes,
are
thank you.
so yeah. So that's about that's about 2 football fields.
Which is scarily accurate if that's where it hit him. I just feel like he essentially was taken out on the same, how do I say it?
You could spell it. You could spell it.
Nah, the very thing he advocated for, looser weapon laws, is the same thing that brought him to his descending of the earth.
Yeah.
Right.
And if for the person who brought up irony earlier,
We
that's
didn't put a
ironic.
timer on her, Afro?
Yeah.
I'm done.
Oh. Because I want to say this. Everybody is talking about his wife and kids. I want to remind everybody that Malcolm X was unalived in front of his wife and kids. Come to find out, years later, the men who were arrested were exonerated, and his family now has a lawsuit against the NYPD and the federal government. I'm indifferent to Mr. Kirk over there. I'm indifferent to a lot of things that y'all are saying, and I'm trying to remain neutral. But one thing I can't stand is all this sympathy for the oppressor when we have our own who have been unalived. and who done more for our community than these white tea oppressors ever could be. At this point, I don't want to sympathize with anybody no more, except I want to watch the trial of what happens with Malcolm X family and if they get justice. Kirk will be fine. His family will be fine. But we got to worry about Malcolm X family at the end of the day. So I just wanted to put that
To be
out there.
honest, to be real here, it looked like he lived for a long time. He lived his days.
Oh yeah, and
Um,
his family got money. His family got
well,
money.
I will add, I wouldn't, and if it comes off that way, I apologize. I would never sympathize with Charlie Kirk. I
Okay.
do
Okay.
sympathize for the innocent children.
Oh, girl, I don't care about none of that.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't
let's
care.
get to
Oh,
we'll get to the
he didn't
last.
care about George Floyd and his
No,
daughter.
no, but I
Yeah.
think
So
what
I'm
she's
not
saying is that
sympathizing
the
with none of
children
that.
have nothing to do with the situation.
I mean,
Yes,
don't bring them up
Listen,
then.
thank you.
the end, all right, the children didn't. You're absolutely right. The children didn't, and they're innocent, and they're really victims in this situation. The
Yeah,
same way George Floyd's children were victims in the situation.
exactly. Yeah.
Right.
I think
And
that
I'm
we
gonna say
should
this.
show the same amount of respect to his children that Charlie Kirk showed to George Floyd's children. How about that? How about we do that?
Period.
Yeah, and
Period.
honestly, if we're being real, the children are probably gonna avenge their father. So
I mean,
it's
if
gonna
the
be a
kids have
cycle.
nothing to do
I
with it,
don't
how
know
about
about
you
all
don't
that.
bring the kids up then? How about we act like the kids don't exist? How about that? Because that's what I'm doing. I don't care. I'm still gonna go to sleep at night knowing that one down, a million to go.
Oh no, me too. I think
Okay,
I
but
meant like since she
we're
brought
gonna
it up, like
that's
yeah,
it's past 3 o'clock, y'all.
the kids are traumatized. But like yeah, I'm not saying Charlie Kirk needed some roses or whatever. That's not coming from me.
Thank you. Let's get to Nasharka. Nasharka. There's no R.
Hi, it's Nisha.
Nisha. My bad.
Nisha. No, it's no problem. Yeah, hi guys. I just wanted to come in and just speak on some of the connections that I've been making this year because I feel like it pertains to this situation, and I feel like it's important for us to have these conversations. I wish we had a safer space. TikTok is too public for us to have like these honest conversations and be progressive without the enemy possibly lurking. But I do want to speak on the connections that I've been making. So here I go. Whenever this year started, we've had a lot of domestic violent instances in America. So we can go from Luigi, we can speak on the BOMBs at the Trump Tower, we can speak on the Congresswoman and her husband and dog who were executed, the Democratic congressman who was an attempted execution, and just a lot of displays of domestic violence within our country. And it makes me think about a couple of months back whenever there was a huge protest and the people within our community were like, we're not going out this time. Something about this feels like a trap. Something about this feels like a setup. It feels like an attempt for martial law. And we didn't go. And yet here we are present day and there are police and guards going into streets, like trying to protect quote unquote cities. And it just makes me wonder what's really going on behind the scenes because the way that Charlie Kirk was executed seemed very professional. The way that Luigi was able to execute that man seemed very professional. The execution of the Congress people seemed very professional. And I just want to remind my people that the powers that be are strategic. They're manipulative and they come up with plans in order to make something happen. And they will take anybody down. People on their team, people on our team, people on whatever team in order to get to their root goal. And if we all felt like the root goal was martial law, in this very situation, this seems like one that could possibly lead to something that could be much bigger. You know, whenever it was Luigi taking out that one man, he was just a random man. Whenever it's the Trump Towers, it's just, okay, whatever. But Charlie Kirk, he wasn't just a member of a team, he was like a leader. And when you take out the leader, that's whenever the bees start to buzz. They don't care about another bee, they care about the queen. So I just want to remind people to stay vigilant, of course, but to also be so aware that we are dealing with people who not only have stripped us of history and information that could possibly let us come up with better strategies to protect ourselves, but have also continuously came up with plans in order to get to their goal. And if we at one point felt like their goal was martial law, and now we're at the point where it looks like martial law is happening, just take a look at these situations and say to yourself, could it be possible? Not saying it is. I'm not saying for sure. I'm just saying it could connect. That possibly this was an attempt to bring that forth. Could this lead to further violence that brings that forth? You know, so I just want people to think about that whenever they see these situations. Don't always
I feel
say
like
it was
I feel
always
like we
once.
do
Just
something.
1 second. Let me land my plane and then you can go ahead and go. But I just feel like making sure we can't blame one specific party. We can say it might have been this person, it might have been this person, it might have been that person. But overall, the root, the plan, the goal for these people is martial law or whatever it is. So just remember they have a root plan, and it's bigger than just what it seems on the outside. And then just one more thing that I wanted to speak on. Whenever Cookie was up here, because I mean, I taught for 5 years and I've had several interesting conversations with students in all grade levels about topics like this. And I went to different churches and spoken to people of different religions and all that stuff. So I just want to say, Cookie, we announced that she was 21 years old. She's very young. And she also stated that she is fully Black. I didn't agree with what she said. Like, I don't like the people that she liked. We're not the same person, but that's a young person and it's a Black woman. If we leave space for other Black women up here to be like, we're never going to kick her off because she's a Black woman and she's entitled to her opinion, Cookie is also entitled to her opinion. It might not be the opinion that we prefer.
Ma'am, I'm going to tell you this.
Right, I'm just trying to tell
We
her to
are
land her
foundational
plane. I
Black
was getting
Americans.
ready to
Cookie
tell
is
her.
a cosplayer, right?
Land your
So,
plane.
yes, please land your plane and mind your
For
business.
real. Land your plane.
So here's my issue. Here's my issue with Cookie. I know young people that will come in here and mop the floor with her beliefs in a debate. Age has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it.
Well, you
Cookie
can let
is
me
not
land my
afraid.
plane.
Hold on.
But
Hold
yeah,
on.
No, you're
Hold
done.
on.
You don't
Okay,
need to
hold
talk no
on, hold
more.
on. Let's not turn. We almost
So
done. We
here's
don't
the
need to turn
issue.
this out.
She's not a friend to the platform. Well, she's not a friend to me and Halo. Okay? Halo is safe here. Halo is a foundational Black American. Halo is free to express her opinion. Cookie is free to be dropped. You're welcome.
Yeah, we're fair here, but like I told you guys before, I give preferential treatment to the fans. Halo, we've been doing this pretty much all year long, and Halo has been here rocking with us pretty much the whole time, the whole way through. I've never seen or spoken to Cookie before, and Halo's been here consistently. So yes, Halo does get preferential treatment. If you're wondering, and that is fair, that is fair. But we're gonna let you land your plane.
thank you. That's beautiful. I don't see any issue with Halo being up here. I also didn't see an issue with Cookie being up here. If we're going to have these conversations, I think that it's fair for people
Your
up
issue with
on.
Cookie.
And
Okay,
I'm just going to
okay,
land my
hold
plane.
on.
You land my plane. I'm
Okay?
not trying to be
No, because
disrespectful. I'm not trying to
Let's let
cut you
her
off. I'm not
land.
trying to.
and
We'll let her land.
everybody,
But
Big
you're not letting
X,
me land my
Big X,
plane.
we'll let her land.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, just let me land. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I feel like we could have
Well,
healthy
you were.
conversations, a healthy debate. But I'll land my plane here. I just felt like an opportunity to teach the youth is something that we as a generation are failing on. And if we just talk to everybody like they're ignorant, and it's not even that we said that she was wrong, because it's fine to tell her that she was wrong or she was messed up. It was a name calling part. We didn't have to call her out of her name. Everything else, whatever. But to call her out of her name, because people did call her stupid. People were like, you being ignorant. And like, it's fair to say, okay, you are acting tethered. You are acting like you are too in close proximity to these people. But to be like, no, you're stupid. You're dumb. You need to get out. You're talk to her like she has the potential to be better.
And right
Yeah,
now,
now,
He couldn't even
what's
name a
happening right?
okay.
racist. He couldn't name one person who's a
Listen, I
racist.
can't. I didn't call her out her name. I don't recall her being called out her name, because we don't really do that. But to say you're ignorant, that's not calling anybody out of their name. But I gave her advice. She's not blocked. She's still in the chat room. She's not blocked. I let her down to let other people
And
up.
Afro, you didn't call her
Okay.
name. Other people did on the platform,
Okay.
but it wasn't wrong to it wasn't wrong to let her
So
remove
did
her.
you bring me
But
up for like?
okay,
Did you bring my name
before
up?
you go, because you kind of going a little bit heavy in the paint for Cookie. Before
Because
you
I didn't say
go,
nothing about Cookie because I wasn't even up in
yeah.
here.
I
Right.
didn't say you did.
So why'd you bring up
Thank
Halo?
you.
I said
Yeah,
Halo
why you
is a
bring
Listen,
my
black
man.
name
Okay,
up?
woman,
wait,
just
wait,
like
We
Halo,
do
Cookie is a
because
host
black
a
woman.
very
Afro's
fair
trying to talk.
platform. We do host that. We corrected what Cookie is saying. Cookie was out here. She wasn't even really making a stand. She was just defending people on that side of the fence. Okay, she was defending things that what's his name Nick Fluentes
Fuentes.
was saying, and she didn't even know what Nick Fuentes says, saying, "Oh, that's been debunked," and we said, "No, it's not." She's. If here's the thing, if she's too ignorant to even stand by what she is saying, then she doesn't need to be on the panel. If she can't substantiate what she is saying in her beliefs, if she's going to just say something to defend somebody, and then we say, no, that person actually verbatim said that thing, and she says, oh, well, I didn't know that. Well, if that's the case, she needs to sit back down and listen. We didn't block her. We didn't ban her. We didn't say, get out of here, don't listen. I told her she needs to listen. And I told her as a young woman, she needs to learn. But you're up here and you don't have the knowledge to really participate in the conversation.
Facts. And like I also said, saying that wasn't wrong. It was the name calling part that I feel like we didn't need to do. You
Okay.
didn't call her name. I didn't say Hello
She
call her
can't name a
name.
living
I
racist.
other
It's
people on the
noted. Let's not get
platform
stuck there.
did
It's
call her
late.
name.
It's noted. It's noted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All
But he
right.
was talking to me,
Let's
so I
not
was
get
defending
stuck
that. But
there.
I land my plane
Let's
because
not
he
get
was
Nisha,
stuck
not
like
to
there.
bring
that.
up people's
Let's
name
not
up
get
here.
stuck with the name calling, Nisha. You said it. We heard it. We acknowledged it. Thank you.
And you
It's
didn't
I
have
was
to
over.
bring my
responding to
name
you. I
up
was responding to
It's
you.
over.
because I
Okay.
didn't do
Okay.
Well,
nothing
you
to
be
you.
blessed.
We
Thank you.
got it. Yeah, we got it. Okay. As far let's be more respectful. Okay, we're gonna be more respectful. As far as the name calling, like this is just your thoughts. We can still respect people with different beliefs without calling people's names. So, yep. All right. But I
I
think that
also would
this was a
just like
very
to
He in
acknowledge
the
once.
comments talking about this is how Dems debate.
Discussion.
May I
yeah.
may
This
I
is not
add?
a. I'm
You
not
have to
debating
pay the
nobody. I
interest.
swear to
I'm
God,
not a
this is not a
Democrat
debate.
cookie.
Don't do that.
I'm not a
Okay.
Democrat cookie.
But it's
But you don't even know
past
what a
3 o'clock
racist is,
in the
so.
morning. I have to go. All right. This is it. All right. So we're gonna have BX close us out. And no, as far as it is, everybody on the prompt have spoken. So we've listened to today. BX. We've listened to hundreds of people give their takes on this situation already today. All right. So that's it for tonight or this morning.
All
So
right. Good
Thank you
night,
BX.
for
everyone.
having me.
Yes.
Yes. Good
I'm
Yes,
feeling
night,
like
sir.
Sleepy
everybody.
Yeah.
Joe.
All right.
So
If you
I,
And
guys
I
want to
just
um,
got
listen to
one.
the
Charlie.
playback, you need to go to For the Culture on YouTube. Okay. Now I have my main YouTube channel is Afro Elite on YouTube. So y'all go to my profile, y'all can click it, go to the link in the bio, and then go to Afro Elite on YouTube. And also, if you want to listen to the playback of this and the other live that we did earlier today, go to For the Culture on YouTube. All right. BX, please go ahead and close us
yes.
out.
So these conversations do get a little heated, but they're just that, a conversation. This isn't a debate. And if y'all are taking this as a debate, I think y'all need to rethink some things. It's a discussion. When Afro Elite has a debate, when I have a debate, or any other foundational Black American has a debate, there are different guidelines set. So stop with the tone police and the foundational Black Americans. This is a FBA safe space, and that's where I'm going to leave that. So when's the next time you coming back live on TikTok?
Uh, I'm gonna be very busy tomorrow, so it's not gonna be tomorrow. It may be Friday. It may be
Hmm.
Friday in a day. I'll let
Okay.
you know though. I'll let you know.
All right. Well, you already know. Friday evenings, I'm pretty much from 7 to 9. I'll be busy, but other than that, I'll be free. So it was a good conversation. Again, these things does get heated. I think that we're indifferent. And what I'm noticing is that these people who are saying they're Christians, I think they're surface level. And I think they're just using that to sort of pacify us and all this other stuff because Jesus did flip tables in that synagogue. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
if you're gonna go into Christianity, then I think you should really read the whole Bible or sit in some more sermons and don't say he's our brother in Christ when not everybody is Christian. We are not a monolith. So we will have different beliefs, but for the most part, Black Americans are indifferent because here's the issue. We are sitting out this year for a couple of things. The Latinos called on us, the Caribbean, the Africans because of mass deportations. Now, the white people. See, all these groups have one thing in common. They always think that they could speak for us, tell us how to think, and a number of them are also at hand to why we haven't gotten reparative justice. So just because we're all racially Black, right? does not mean that we're operating off of race when our lineage is at fault, not at fault, but at risk of being erased. So people need to educate themselves on erasure, ethnocide, and ethnogenesis and understand why some may be coddled and some just won't. Period. And I'll end it there. Peace, love, and light, and reparations to my foundational Black Americans. I love y'all for real. Afro, let me know when the next time you're going live,
Yes, I
and I'll
will.
make
I'll
myself
let you know.
available.
I'll let you know.
Thank you.
And that's Afro Elite. That's the name right up here. That's Afro Elite on YouTube. And the link is in my bio. I say bio. Bio. That's the link of that. Twitter, Instagram, all of that is in my bio. And then for the culture on YouTube, we put all of the playback.